It's a Saturday morning in sunny California at the Galen Center. Los Angeles is alive and well with its unique attractions and population, but the population that maybe is making the most noise, at least from what I've heard this morning, is right inside the Galen Center here for our ALGS Split 1 Playoffs Day 3, where we send 10 teams home right now, 10 teams in the afternoon, and of course, 20 teams to match point finals. Our crowd is alive and well. Make some noise if you're here in the Galen Center to kick us off an electric day of the highest stakes of Apex we have seen all year long. And it is only going to get better. My name is Rain Day. We have had a pleasure hosting over these past few days. And if you are watching right at 10 a.m., we apologize for the short delay, but we are back and we are ready to go from now on. And I am joined not just here on the desk by myself, but with three of the best analysts that we have to offer in the Apex community. Zephyr, Jayhawk, and Graceful joining me yet again, fellas. Zephyr, what a day we saw yesterday, but obviously today itself, that's the main story, looking ahead to sending 20 teams home and 20 teams to match point finals.
This is where the pressure's online. We get to the point where these teams know it's going to hurt. Any kind of mistake, given the fact that we're only working with these next 6 games, could be the difference between you on your way forward, the hopes, the glories, the dreams, the stories written, to potentially the flight on the way back.
Very poetic. I like the way that you approach that one as well. And thinking of what we're approaching today, I wanted to set that up because it's only a few minutes away. Players are getting ready behind us, but we have to look back at yesterday, Jayhawk, and the stories that unfolded. It was really one main one, but there was a lot of side stories as well, a lot of subplots that were important.
Yeah, that main one was Dark Zero, absolutely dominant. They broke so many records. I don't think I've ever seen a team play better than that set that we saw last night where DZ
Agreed.
just went crazy, but that did overshadow some of these other teams like Elevate. They had a great series, winning back-to-back games. That was a storyline coming into this LAN. They didn't have any wins during the regular season split, but all of a sudden they get here. They've got 3 wins to the group stages. They're really picking up momentum.
Pretty unbelievable to see a team with back-to-back wins get overshadowed by a team with back-to-back wins. Graceful.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it several times, perfect team play that I've seen, but it's also been a blast, you know, the couple of days and yesterday, the melting pots of playstyles we've seen. I'm looking forward to that so much, and now that there's even more on the line, you know, how will teams shape up?
And I think that's a great conversation. As we have seen the melting pot come in for the first 2 days, now the stakes are high. You are going home if you don't get it right. So all of the experimentation you've had up until this point, you got to throw it out the window into what is working, Graceful, and stick with the stuff that is. And if your game plan has not been effective, we've been talking about this, it might be time to throw it away and try something new.
Yeah, I feel like we underestimate as well of, you know, the buffs and the nerves of groups is that sometimes when you have, you know, too many teams playing the same way that you do, it's congested on your side and you run into the teams that are playing for the same power spots. I talked about Alliance and, you know, and Dark Zero, and you can also talk about, you know, DSG and Aurora splitting groups. And you have to just think about adapting, like you say. You have to adapt, and now it's now or never. It's 6 games. There's no longer group. It's 6 games. You have time. Adapt to the zone, adapt to the playstyle. If not, you're going home.
Few teams I've been talking about, I'll talk about it later in the talent predictions. They've already told me at breakfast this morning they're doing something different. Jayhawk, how do you feel about this meta in general? Does it leave room open for teams to experiment and kind of take advantage of a meta the way that your videos and what we've been discussing in our past LAN history, like the Furia Seer comp that really just ran through something that was unexpected?
I do think there is room because with the Bangalore Bloodhound meta, fighting is pretty straightforward. You're going to smoke off the enemy teams. You're going to let your Bloodhound go crazy. But I think that if somebody's willing to be innovative, we could see them maybe expose some of the weaknesses of that comp that haven't been exposed yet because so many teams are not willing to stray from it yet.
And that is the thing, Ben. You have to have a bit of audacity in a moment like this. Championships are not given, they are taken. And so who is going to take it today is the question. We've got so many teams that we've looked at our eyes on, but yesterday it ended with really the conversation we started this panel with, which was Dark Zero. TSM was maybe a small light of what will they do? Will they show up? It wasn't the day for how Reps and Verhulst that they wanted. They felt like they are not themselves yet. This is a big chance to prove it as we head into our winners in our second set of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these teams that were kind of trying to make their staking claim in their last moments, especially those who are just on the edge of those cutoffs. And it's not just the TSMs, especially even for North America. We look towards Liquid and Complexity as well. Teams that are notorious, at least especially Liquid, for having some strong starts that come into this, especially on a play style that styles around that kind of aggression that we see teams like Dark Zero and Aurora successful with. they aren't quite up to that margin. But even still, once we hit that winners, they've managed to make it through alongside some other great names, like huge shout out to Red Rams, Crazy Raccoon as well.
Big opportunity to take a look, though, at what is at stake, because we're going to take a look at the standings. Obviously, Dark Zero well ahead. Jin Burton and Zero had no issues saying that we believe we are the best team in the world right now. But Jin Burton, there's still a lot to do. And in this winner's bracket, it's about as good as it gets in terms of their competition.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of dominance from them for sure. But it's also important, you know, going into the next round coming up is that you don't, first and foremost, not everybody can drop 248 points. not everybody can do it. You know, it's only, one can even say probably only them that can do it. But you need to stick into top 10. So, you know, I keep repeating consistency, 6 points per game, 6 games. All you need, just stick in top 10 for the rest of the day and you'll make it.
Spoken like a pro as well, trying to just get focused on what you can control and what you need to do. This, as a reminder for those watching at home, are the top 20 teams as of now. This is our winners bracket. They will play after the set that you're about to see starting in just a few moments behind us. So Dark Zero, Aurora, Alliance, TSM, SSG, Red Rams, I guess you got to mention it. Might be funny to some, might be painful to others, are going to be in this one. But coming up in our bottom 20, this is where it starts to get really intense, because you've got teams that are on the verge of going home, Jayhawk. Never a good feeling in any competition to risk everything you've worked for all year ending in just 6 games.
Absolutely, and this is where I think we're really looking to see who can be resilient, because the group stages, nobody got eliminated yet, and so all the games that you've played so far, although they mattered up until this point, you have to clear them from your mind, and you have to come in today fresh, realizing it's a new day, we have new games, and we got to make the most of our opportunity.
Well, if you need a reminder of how this bracket stage will work, we've had the group stage already. That placed all of our teams into round-robin games to play against each group and figure out who would be in these top 20 and bottom 20. Bottom 20 is playing right now in Elimination 1. 10 teams in the bottom 10 of that will go home. The top 10 will go to Elimination 2 and wait the results of the winners' top 20. The winners' top 10, they'll go straight to match point finals on Sunday. So they will sit, they will watch the rest of the day and get ready to play in the finals with some extra points. And the bottom 10 will play in elimination round 2 against the top 10 of this group you are about to watch. Of course, Sunday, our match point finals, the most electric thing in Apex Legends esports, and maybe just in esports, BR esports in general. You have to get 50 points and then you've got to win, or we go again. So exciting too. And I mean, Zeph, just thinking about it, I mean, you could feel the energy in the building, everyone, all the players. It has shifted today.
Yeah, not even just feel, literally hear.
Yeah, that's true.
As we talk about what's going on here in the Galen Center. But after all, when it comes down to it, we got to talk about the fact that this is the place of opportunity. I know there's a lot of pressure on the line, but something that I like that Jayhawk and Graceful have highlighted here is the fact that this is going to be your best opportunity to get this chance to show off what you may not have been able to do in some of our group stages. We've taken out some of the heavy hitters, your Dark Zeros, Auroras, your Alliances, and it gives these teams the opportunity where we've seen some cons, we've seen some potential macro clustering, as Graceful was pointing out, that potentially won't be an issue, especially for those who are standard highlights, but don't get the chance.
And speaking of highlight, Graceful, you've got somebody that you want to watch as we head into today. So let's focus on that first. You're up. Who do you got your eye on?
Yeah, I have my eye on Disguised because, like I said, I'm a big gameplay, you know, going into the analyst side of things, and the only reason they've been struggling is because they've been on the same side as other teams that have been dominated. Right now, going into this round, Disguised are free on edge, and we all know what they're capable of if they're able to play their game. But when you get intercepted by other teams, you know, they've been struggling, but I have no doubts that they will make it through this because they are a strong team. Their macro is free now. If they were to fall, no excuses.
Oh, let's go back to that. DSG, obviously an incredible team. It's Timmy, Designful Enemy. You see the crowd behind us lighten up. They're on the cameras very soon. Timmy standing up, waving to the crowd. The crowd's standing up as well. They know what he can do. One of the biggest names in esports, turned content creator, pro, and now just doing everything at the highest of levels. It's something you just don't see in our industry very often. Timmy, an example of that, and joining Enemy and Design. Those are some shooters right there. But let's just talk about another team that you wanted to highlight, Zephyr, because this team showed up in our 3 package before, but they're not a team that everyone talks about all the time.
No, Omit kind of flies under the radar. This is a roster that has struggled to make it to land before when we talk about previous iterations between LFO and Start a Fight before forming the super pack between Light, Blast, and Lufka. And I want to really point out Lufka here, especially alongside his time with Ascend, has been an absolute staple of getting that team to land. And of course, here currently leading them on their best foot forward. Now, notably, they've had their struggles in groups, but it comes down with the at least caveat that when we look at them on World's Edge, have been absolutely fantastic. 75% of the points right now have come from that split. And notably, when we go back to Stormpoint, we talk about Red Rams, BR Demons, and one more here that have been contesting them through and through. This time around, Omit, they get Lightning Rod to themselves, they get Harvester to themselves, and especially when we talk about the at least density of where we've seen some of these zones, they should have the opportunity to get to play the game the way they want to without being so pressured by some of these other rosters.
Let's not forget Lefko was 1 play away from being a LAN champion himself with the Sin. So you've got to give credit where credit is due. In the losers, elimination, you would not expect a team to be giving up at this point, and this is certainly a team that knows they've got the experience to get all the way through today, which is a bit of a grueling task. But Jayhawk, I want to focus on you now as we get the stares from Omit. I like it. That's game face right there. Mamba mentality. Or not.
No, no.
Or we'll come back to what that is. Jayhawk, I want to focus on you, though. You've got a team to watch, and this is a special one.
Yeah, the BR Demons coming from South America. It felt like coming into this land, they were getting a lot of hype. They're performing really well in scrims, but now we find them here in the elimination bracket. I was looking at some of the numbers to see what was going wrong. World's Edge, they got 53 of their group stage points. That's over half of what you need to get to the cutoff. So we go to Stormpoint, and that's where the issues lie. Only about 30 points from that map. 72% of which were coming from KP. That is the largest KP to placement disparity of any team across either map. But the issue here isn't that they're KP heavy, it's that disparity is because they don't have any placement points. They only got 9 placement points across their 9 games. Only 2 of them did they place top 10. So clearly there's an issue there. But this go around, they've got SkyWest Trials on World's Edge. They have Cenote Cave completely uncontested on both maps. And I feel like with those 2 strong POIs, a clear issue that needs to be fixed on Stormpoint, we got to survive a little bit longer. We've got to get into these end games, and we got to rack up some of those easy placement points alongside our KP, which is already solid. I think if they can fix those things, then the BR Demons could be responding and showing that South America deserves a little bit more respect.
Great point. Great shout out to South America as well. We love our South American fans, those who have been able to attend. I got to shout out PB and John, who's always coming into my chat as well, who's a big proponent of South American Apex Legends professional journeys to get here and be in this moment. We love to highlight all of our regions. This is the Global Series for a reason. You know, I guess it's time, guys, as we move into it to get the party started. And that means that it's talent predictions. That's right. Let's see what we have said who is going to do well today. I got to start with mine. Oxygen Esports. I saw Psycho earlier this morning, and I was about to put them down, but then I saw him. And I asked him, what are you guys doing? How are you feeling? I know this team has the ability to be in winners and compete. He said, we're going to do something different today. We realize what we did wrong. We are going to make some changes. I said, can you tell me what those are? He said, no, it's a secret. So I'm very excited about that. Hopefully that secret pans out. It's a little bit of what we were talking about, Graceful, of teams deciding it is time to make a difference. But Zephyr, Kinotrope Gaming, why them?
I'll tell you what, when it comes down to the APAC North region, I feel like this is a team that just barely missed the cutoff off of a late start. We talk about one of the first series that they were in. They fell down into that lower top 10. Mia K, though, across the board has been an absolutely dominating force. And for this roster, this is another one of those scenarios where we move them into a range of really, really nice POIs. Of course, they're on what is both Launchpad for Stormpoint, and of course, later on today when they hit Climatizer.
You know, I can see that Jayhawk, we went Oxygen as well. Quick point, are you feeling just confident about them like I am?
Absolutely. They're one of the most calm teams that I've ever seen, so they can respond to pressure.
Now, Graceful, you are with our competitive subreddit for DSG. You feel that they're going to take it today. I would not be surprised if they pop off with a big win.
I am all in on DSG simply due to the fact that they're uncontested. They're not going to get surprise landed on by Alliance. They're going to be owning it up. They're safe on, on Edge now. It's all up to them. Literally, the whole gameplay is like it's for them to take. And I really, truly believe that they have what it takes. And, I've talked a lot with Designful as well, and he is fired up. I'm ready for it.
Well, the merch is pretty insane here. If you haven't seen the DSG merch, it is fire and pretty hilarious as well. Now, I know you and I are wearing green, which is important, but of course, we are not on a green screen here. And if you actually like that meme, if you enjoy the B stream, if you enjoy Twitch drops, well, guess what we've got in store for you today? It's Saturday, and you can earn just by watching a not a green screen holo spray. We've kicked it up, though. You got to watch 60 minutes, so I hope you have a good Wi-Fi plan or a good cell plan if you are in the building, but I'm sure that you're committed enough to be here. You'll be committed enough to get this one. And Sunday, that ALG Nest gun charm, I love the pun. That is going to be good, and you're going to make sure you have to watch our match point finals there. So we hope you're enjoying, whether you're watching on Twitch, on YouTube, or any other platform as well, following along with us on Play Apex Esports on X. And as the crowd starts to get a little excited, they know it is time to kick off the beginning of our Saturday. 10 teams are going home right now. 10 teams fighting for another chance at survival. And to start it off, we've got two of the best in the business, Vicky, Kitty, and Gino.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Good morning, LA. Are you ready for some Apex?
Oh, they are so ready. Crowd has shown up today.
I'm so excited here as we get started. Get ready for our elimination bracket 1. Crazy heavy hitters here, but it's been such a fantastic time throughout the course of this weekend, Genome. I mean, what a way to end the day yesterday with Dark Zero. Now we have to look at the teams here that may have to fare off against a squad like that is absolutely insane, but saw my disguise pick out here, you know, subreddit kind of a little bit on my side when it comes to that, so we got to see how that plays out or if I'm cursed.
Yeah, look, the thing I like about this first round of elimination bracket is that, you know, the teams who didn't do so well over the first 2 days, you know, we do get to see them shine now. We take out some of those absolute beasts like Dark Zero who just soak up all the points, and here is their time to make it happen, make it work, and advance to elimination bracket round 2.
And of course, as per usual, Genome, we're going to be starting on Storm Point here for this first round of elimination bracket, where some of these teams may find that success story more so on Storm Point, maybe get that momentum rolling before they find that lackluster performance that they've been seeing themselves in on World's Edge.
100% right, Vicky. There's definitely a couple here that we have to talk about. I mean, Heroes versus NDY. That's going to be a contest down at Devastated Coast there. Heroes, one of the ones who really rely on their points. Na'Vi as well. Both of those teams have more than 70% of their points so far in this tournament coming from Storm Point, and yet both of them are contested. Does that spell doom for those two?
Actually crazy to fight for Devastated Coast out here when there's such lackluster loot, and there's so many teams in the area dropping in those neighboring POIs. I know Na'Vi versus NTC, we know that they're going to be splitting that Coastal Camp Echo HQ zone like you're mentioning here before, but nice little overview as more of these squads will at least have their respective POI to loot before finding that rotate.
Plenty of others to look at here as well. You know, we looked at Kenotrope a little bit earlier down there at Launchpad. That was my prediction. They've already, one of the, 7 teams out of the 20 here who have won a game so far. And also, they are the one with the most top 5s out of any team in this elimination bracket. And I bring that up because you get to the top 5, then maybe you get taken down by a Juggernaut, by an Aurora, by a Dark Zero, right? But if you take them out of the equation, I believe the Kenotrope can now shine and really come through and take some of those wins, convert some of those top 5s here.
It'd be perfect, especially with the way that they play for that final circle. We've seen it go into their legend comps as we take a look at maybe some things that could change up here. Wondering, Riddle Order sticking to that vow, calling those quick rotates, never to change. You're going to meet them up there too.
Catalyst for MDY White, the only team I think that so far has been going towards that controller character, seeing a little bit of Crypto, a little bit of Watson, but I mean, I'm not entirely surprised, Vicky, because at this point, when your tournament life is on the line, people tend to go to comfort picks. They tend to look at the meta and say, who are we to not be playing Bloodhound, Bangalore, and Caustic? If everyone else does, do we really want to risk it on a pick like Catalyst that no one else is playing? I mean, wow, that takes some balls there for MDY White to go with that.
It really does, but if you're comfortable and you're finding that success story like we've seen with Disguise and Design being on that Wraith, heck, why not? It's been working out for them in the past. We can see if it works out in a lobby like this. See the dropship coming through from east to west. Right down the center here for our squads. There's that 50-50 that we were expected to see over by Coastal Camp. But Wongtong Dumpling moving over to Pylon. They could try to see if they have the opportunity as this early fight is going to come in from Gear Gaming. Oh, immediately was able to get that sniper tower up to try to get that high ground. That means they're also going to be able to have snipers up there too, since that's where they usually spawn. Gear Gaming losing out on some shields, but they at least were able to get, as you can see here, Panic with a double RE45 and a Dream to work with. Again, still on that slight low ground. Do they want to loot up a little bit more here? As time is ticking, Joker's going to be able to get right back onto the high ground.
Yes, this is a big change from what we were expecting. Never to change, still here, sure, but Na'Vi have gone elsewhere, and instead Gear Gaming have taken on this contest.
We're trying to find a shot with that charged Senti, having to avoid the arc shard, drops down in time. Trying to reposition here, but with them only having the Sentinel, I mean, trying to make magic happen, he gets that shot off of it, but only Korn is left for Never to Change with only a Mozambique. Good luck with that. Never to Change, the first squad to be sent to the lobby, as Gear Gaming are going to be able to reset quickly from that.
I mean, gosh, he hit both of the Mozambique bullets he had left in the chamber. What more do you want him to do, right? Geared, they will walk away with that. And yeah, that was the only contest in the end. So I guess Na'Vi just kind of egoed Gear Gaming in lobby chat and said, hey guys, we're going mill, don't even think about it. Geared, swap with them, go down to Coastal Camp. And at the very least, they do walk away with that initial win. Heroes, however, did get devastated close to themselves. So that very much will help them with NDY going over to Echo HQ.
A lot of eyes on Luminosity, a team that's so quick on the rotate. I saw some signs in the crowd. Sweep the Angry Dragon behind his two teammates, but omit another team that has been very impressive. I mean, I've had my eyes on this team going through the Pro League, but you mentioned them earlier when it comes to that lackluster win record on Stormpoint, but the success story that we could see from them on World's Edge.
Yeah, considering they're the only team in this group, in the elimination bracket, I guess I should say, that had 2 wins so far, and that was against the big dogs. So, you know, if they can get a decent amount of points here on Stormpoint, that's a fantastic omen for how they go in this bracket stage.
Looking over at How and their Legend composition, one of the teams that have been sticking with the Crypto, the Valkyrie, they're going to take the Skyward Dive to the skies. The EMP could come in clutch with the amount of caustics riddled in this lobby as well.
Very interesting, right? I mean, they've got all 3 of their legends are essentially non-meta picks. But I think it works because you've got the Valkyrie that gets you into position, and if you can get there before all of the other caustics in the lobby, you can get that interception pylon set up. And all of a sudden, a lot of that aggressive power from the caustics, the Nox gas grenade, can get eaten up. I mean, it's crazy to think that, you know, that ultimate just completely snuffs out, completely counters caustic if it's placed in the right position. But yeah, that's the power of Watson right now.
And then you look on the other side, and you look at the double big boys, Valkyrie. I mean, have we taken a step back and maybe gone right back to what, 2021, 2022 with that comp that we've seen before?
Like, do you get excited when you see Gibby? Because I get excited when I see it.
I do. We saw him for so long within competitive Apex. Obviously, he's taking a step back, but then seeing him here and then, at least on Stormpoint, when you have access to that dome on top of the Tridents, really comes in clutch for these rotates. A team that doesn't have to worry about that. Oxygen Esports. So when I was making my team preds, I was looking at Oxygen and Disguise before I made my final decision on Disguise. And Oxygen, what's really interesting is we know the potential of this team, but what happens to the squad on Stormpoint is like, well, they found that failure. They have not been able to find any success here. I mean, this is a team that hasn't even hit top 3 or a dub. As C9 now in some trouble. Naughty's gonna be able to pop that shield cell, try to avoid these nades, though they're gonna have to dance around this before repositioning. But Chaotic Munch and Saucer take so much damage.
They'd rather be in the middle there than in this tiny little... I mean, it's kind of like we're going back to fish farms here, but I think Cloud9 are the ones about to get farmed.
Oh my, so quick out here. Saucer are now in some trouble. They're avoiding not just the nades, the missile swarm on top of that here too. Mentioned Kino Chubb a while back, and BK now gonna be able to get that finish. LG in also some trouble in the feed as MDY White get eliminated. Can Saucer get the reset with his med kit?
Can't believe they haven't been pushed even further yet, considering they had 2 knocks and a finish. As we talked about, LG within the next circle, with the information as well, just moving over from Devastated Coast. I mean, they've had to come all the way down from Zeus Station, so that's a fairly speedy rotate from the North American team.
You know, it was just a matter of time before we saw this Echo HQ zone, and you can see how many squads that have already gotten ahead of the curve on making this rotate. C9 somehow stay alive, and they're calling in the Moby here to see if they can get Chaotic up. They get scanned, though, from the squad right on top of them, setting up that nade just to build up some space. Bangalore ult called in.
I think that might even be the defensive bombardment.
Oh, wow, okay. And at least they're able to get through the lip without getting hit here. The EMP, other squads are focused on the teams now rotating through the area. Another scan to make sure if they're safe enough to try to go for this res. But look at Kinochoke, they are not letting loose on this pressure. How is he getting these nades? He's juggling like he's in the circus right now. We saw like 4 nades before, sending 2 more out. He's got the thermite ready to go.
I mean, my question here to Kinochoke is, if you're not going to full send it, right? You know you've knocked 2 of them. What's the point in continuing to use nades at that point? I mean, if you're not actually going to get in there and finish those KP off by yourself, you're kind of just wasting util at the start of the game when it could be much more impactful later on when everybody's making their rotates.
Riddle Order get eliminated. GRD coming in. 17 squads left. Geared Gaming, let's not forget that not only were they able to win that 50-50, but they've been holding it down here, preventing other squads from moving in. 6 KP already going to this squad. So many squads already going into that middle part of Echo HQ before they make that next move. But squads like Na'Vi, Passion UA, even BR Demons who take their time to rotate will be coming in from that west side.
Well, look, shout out to Saku for chucking out 1 defensive bombardment before he went down at least. You know, got a small glimpse of the old times there.
Disguise on a mission. On their own side quest, going from Evil Harvester to Evil Harvester, the ring consoles available to them.
And it's been the story of their entire tournament so far. It doesn't matter at which point you pulled up that the map stream. You kind of just see them hugging the edge of the ring, somewhere around there, and making their way in very, very late. Tom Young Kung as well has taken their sweet time on the rotates.
And it's for reasons like this. TYK probably also trying to prioritize those Evil Harvesters within their pathing. They're going to be able to get that ring console, as you saw right there. Teams more so by the edge, while BR Demons taking a page out of Fast and Furious, going to be able to wrap around the mountain. Saw a little bit of pressure from Na'Vi, and that's why they're forced to go through the back. But we know how many teams already in that backside. We saw where Gear Gaming was before.
Let us go there.
Bangle called in as BGB. Boogie Boarders are going to be hanging out in the back, but it's taking their time while playing on the edge of this fight for right now. We know the LG is waiting on the outskirts of Devastated Coast here before trying to fully engage. A Beast of a has been activated.
Nice methodical play here by Boogie Boarders. Barrel goes in, ult goes next, just slowly trying to take space away from the team ahead of them here, but Lufka gets the better of them to start with.
Oh man, with Lufka getting that first knock here is huge as Raki backs away in time.
Oh no, looks like they're giving him up.
This is Omit, this squad. We highlighted them in the pre-show for all the right reasons, but now Boogie Boarders have given up this high ground for free to Omit after they were able to get that first knock.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger issue though is they had to leave behind Posse. How are they going to go back there, grab the banner, get a third? It seems pretty hard to ask for at this point. And of course they are sticking to that tried and true composition, which means no support, no banner replication. A lot harder to get the third back in and back involved. And you can see Amit actually have spread out over that bridge there, trying to fire some parting shots at Boogie Boarders and make sure there's no way they can come back to secure their teammate's banner.
Oh, Design setting up a portal. Design doing Design things on the Wraith. Oh, the way they see there's a team in front of them, but they want to try to get involved in the squad fighting right alongside them, getting into a better position without turning their backs into a squad that can rotate from the Jurassic side.
I swear Design thinks he's playing Splinter Cell half the time with the way he like crouches around. So let's see if he's got any secret agent comms for us as we have a listen in with Disguised.
Okay. All good. Whatever. I need my port back for next zone.
I'm gonna get better red. Quick.
I have 2 bats. I'm gonna throw an extra one on.
I need a
Watch our west. Watch our west.
I need a
Make sure nobody walks up for free on our west. That's gonna be really bad if they do.
Does anyone have a havoc?
No.
No. Should I go preset barrels at the street spot? No.
No.
I just got a fire. Yeah. Are we in anywhere? Where are we?
Just keep holding our west. Keep holding our west, bro. Make sure nobody comes to west, man.
I'm watching it. I'm watching
What is it? Design? He had it.
I think I saw somebody fly this way. There's an extra blue. Here, Havoc, blue energy.
I need that. I'm jumping down. Not watching anymore.
Yep. Swap with them, enemy.
I can have this head.
I have 2 bats on me.
I have it.
Can you grab them? This is unlooted, bro. Nobody's landing here. They're fucking contesting or something.
Make it right here.
Getting a hint there of Disguise's thought process, as you know, we just talked about before. They really take their time getting into the circle. So you can see, even at this late point in the game, we're zone 3 and they're still shuffling weapons and you know, thinking about their meds. Most other teams are so locked in at this point to where they're playing in the zone and how this is going to continue. That said, Disguise will come back in on the hill and have an okay position as we look at the teams who are already in the thick of it, like Na'Vi.
And Omid have finally cleaned up the rest of Boogie Borders here too, so they're out for blood as Na'Vi on the high ground trying to go on top of BR Demons. Take one of these with the Nox grenade though, sandwich them as they try to climb up. I mean, that was absolutely free for them here. Kind of just take a good amount of damage before dropping down. Hard started to build up some space here too, but they clean up the BR Demons as another squad looking to get involved before Na'Vi could restabilize.
That was an incredible Nox nade there by Kinda. You saw it forced them to do the walk up as they tried to mantle. You know, they were taking 100, 150 damage each. That was the easiest fight win from a single ultimate I've pretty much ever seen.
And pretty safe, since they were on the outskirts close to the edge of the circle right here. The team that was looking at them, trying to send everything out on top of them was Wonton Dumpling, whereas Omid on the other side, meeting up with TYK.
Yeah, TYK, they've just, I think they've just taken an evac tower in here, and Omid were not ready for it at all. You can see they were not worried about that angle. Landing on top of the rock, see you later, Blast, I doubt is going to survive this.
And that's with the circle closing in right behind him. What timing on that evac tower to get on top of the high ground. TYK capitalizing on the Omid, not expecting the squad to last minute rotate in that direction. Now they have the slight high ground. They're inside that next circle for right now until the next minute and less than 25 seconds. And the action has not stopped here for Disguise. They are still on the pylon side on the other side of this mountain.
And they've gone back to take this in at Oxygen, and the crowd is getting behind them. Good win for Disguise. This is great. As you can see, they're happy. They're now on red armors, and they've got a decent walk-in. They've got a minute as well. That's important. Not only do they pick up the wingman, but they can get around this mountain and into the circle, hopefully in time.
And with an evac tower, it looks like in Design's inventory here, huge here for Disguise if they do not want to rotate, but it could be a Hail Mary if they do decide to fly it. We're going to see how that works out for Disguise as Tom Young-kun. Less than a minute now left on the clock before they decide where they want to move. But they're a little bit out in the open where there's 3 other teams looking at them in their direction.
Dexter, this man has been on the TYK roster or iterations of it for the longest time, several years now. He has been holding it down as one of the best representatives of both Thailand and APAC South. We're hoping that he can make it a little bit further here after a shaky start to the tournament.
Did they put that evac just to wrap around here to make it seem like they are not rotating from this side? Finding this team distracted in a fight here. Here comes the wingman, but misses out on some crucial shots. We know Design could hit those, but this is where it matters. Timmy now moving in with the Hemi. Trying to take a different position, but they've given away that third-party surprise that they could have moved in on the other side between Na'Vi and Wonton Dumpling.
Yeah, they're definitely the 2 names we're worried about here. Design going for the portal. Ooh, is this too early is my question, though the wingman shots start hitting onto Wonton Dumpling. Na'Vi have lost one as well. All of a sudden, Disguise can start pushing forward, bullying with these red armors. They want to get the finishes, consolidate, take this ground, and then walk it in. You can see 20 seconds for the round to close, but they've still got ground they need to make up.
You know, they ran so fast when they saw that Disguise have full red right here too. Huge free space for Disguise. I mean, free real estate here in this economy. We'll absolutely take it on this high ground. Sentinel shot, it's not charged this time, but hits that 70. Heroes also on blue, dropping down. They get eliminated, sent back to the lobby. 12 squads left as Kenotrope are going to be able to take this low ground rotate.
Kenotrope from Launchpad, fantastic priority into this zone. We know that playing the back end close to the C here of Echo HQ is a very powerful spot. So Kenotrope at the moment sitting on the 5 points. They need to try and convert this. The game has given them a good hand to play here, but they need to make decisions that lead them all the way to the end game.
And do you know who has the priority on this next circle, do you know? It is Geared Gaming, the team who would change their POI to land exactly here. Huge. This is what we were expecting from Na'Vi originally, but instead it was Geared that landed in this coastal camp side. So now with more of these squads trying to navigate away, Patch and UA lose out on Sonya. Artico is going to meet him right back down on the floor. It's only up to Max Strafey here. LG are blowing up the feed right now. So much fighting on each angle of this circle as Patch and UA get eliminated. Still, LG are popping off. C9 sending everything that they have in the arsenal. The Nox grenade, the arcs are all the nades that they can.
We keep talking about how many caustics there are in this lobby, and you can see as soon as you put yourself in a corner and you don't spread out and you know, take space, you need to be shooting at people, keeping them away, because as soon as they close the gap, all of a sudden they will just dump that Nox grenade on top of your head, and you can see how detrimental that is.
Oh, jumping in, easy pickings here for C9, waking up. Kenotrope.
Oh my god, that's C9 from the start of the game. They've actually survived that long. I am very surprised.
And that was with them, by the way, getting the res that we saw earlier. Now it's Saucer who's down. Chaotic is going to go down once again. It's only up to Naughty. But
7 points.
Right there.
7 points from that position. I would take that any day. Well done to C9.
Great start for them, but no shield bats, only 4 shield cells. Working up the sticks here while Design is playing off the low ground. The rest of Disguise in a great position. Split positioning because Design can just queue away here, gets the crack, tries to get even more KP. 6 total KP for this team. And Design, he was writing it in the total lobby chat. He said, I believe that we will win. But can they, as Gear Gaming, have the overhead? WMNDY get eliminated. Northampton get taken out next.
And Timmy with the cleanup. I mean, that's what they do so well. Design pokes in, gets the information, and Timmy, the big hitter, will come in. He lines them up. Timmy knocks him down.
3 squads left with Gear Gaming having the height, having the best position, while Kenotrope I believe got the res, by the way. As you can see on the other side, uninterrupted, as of course Gear Gaming aren't going to give up this positioning.
I mean, they've barely given up a single opportunity. They've had so far 12 kills for Geared Gaming. That's a phenomenal start. As you say, they've got the high ground. Kenotrope have been playing the back wall. That's, by the looks of this zone, they can actually start to move back, start setting up the barrels in surprise locations, so the other teams will have trouble moving beyond these rocks. Kenotrope, they might not have the high ground for now, Vicky, but I do believe they have the best position in this last zone.
With the scanning Geared, already knowing that there's a team right below them, they can scan right back. Disguised, looking to see if they can rotate right around, as Kenotrope is the only other team on the low ground alongside them. Nice little try there, trying to yeet the caustic barrel over the fence. Maybe if he gets on top of that mountain, trying to find a lip and a cheeky angle, but this guy's having to be careful because they could get sandwiched in both these teams.
I guess he should have picked the other perk if he wanted the long arm for the barrels, but okay. Zone starts to close now. Who gets pushed off first? Looks like Disguise is waiting around to Geared Gaming's left. Geared very much focused on Kenotrope here. Is there a way that Disguise can force these two teams into each other?
No
they actually go for the crazy portal?
Oh, they call out one tapping. Who was alone? Now Disguise know that Geared have the best high ground, maybe trending for second at this point with Kenotrope only have a solo left. Disguise was out on Design in the process. Geared jumped down, trying to capitalize. Arcs are on the other side, but they're playing beautifully around this mountain. While one member from Kenotrope hole on the back end. Disguise go down in third, and Geared Gaming looking to see what they can do. But Kenotrope are still alive.
Is there anything they can do to win this one out? Farufa is going to be so angry that they did the portal onto him, but he actually clutches it up! That was incredible! The fact that he managed to escape all of that
side, and they come back for the win. What a pop-off. What a decision. 4-4 Rufa. The fact that he got away in time from Design's push to reposition behind Gear Gaming. MVP here for Kinotrope. I mean, you highlighted this team. This was a team that you wanted to win this group stage, Gino.
Oh, yeah.
You and Zephyr calling it out.
Yeah, we're chalking that one up. That was, I mean, I was ready for the salt from Kinotrope, right? Because, as I said, I thought they had the best position, but that doesn't mean it's the wrong play, right? I also think it was the right play for Disguise to portal in and essentially play for second, right? Get in there quick, try and do the damage to Kinotrope, and then just let Geared run you over. You know, that's just how it happens sometime. The Kinotrope fans, of course, were going to be very happy that Arufa managed to get out there up the top. And then, yeah, that clutch was incredible.
Love the banners for support from Kinotrope too. Gotta get that persona activated here. Looking good, Joker. As we get set up here, looking at the match results. Insane finish here, but they finished not only with the dub, with the 9 KP that we saw before, looking absolutely happy. I believe they also land launch pad, so they were able to get to that rotate pretty quickly, but we saw the chaos from the squads on that rotate from those teams that were trying to force their way in, whether it be from an evac tower or even LG that went ahead and tried to rotate quickly. Kinotrope, 9 KP, but Geared Gaming, second place with 14 KP. In third place, Disguise is gonna come right behind him with 12 KP. Double-digit KP is always what I love to see in my first game, Gino.
I mean, I'm struggling to split who I should give the you know, the roses to out of these top 3 teams, honestly, Vicky, because Kinotrope played it so smart, had the clutch in the end. Geared Gaming, they really valued that high ground and just pumped it for the kill points. And then Disguise, they had such a tough run through to actually find their way into that end zone. They had to fight team after team. So many, you know, you're not calling them 50-50s, it's not off drop, right? But, you know, so many 3v3s in a row that they had to fight to get into that last spot.
Happily able to mow down the lobby if they have to, coming out of at Pylon side. As we take a look at the second page, you see the squads that didn't perform too high. I did see LG, by the way, with the 6 KP, finding themselves in 7, so that's also another big one. Looking over here, though, Na'Vi, the team that we were originally expecting going for the 50-50 over by Pulso Camp, ended up changing their POI into Mill, finding themselves with 3 KP and in 11th place.
Boogie Borders with an unfortunate 0 there as well. Of course, we saw them lose the fight to Omid, who only walked away with, I think it was the 3 or 4 points there in the end. So they've certainly got some work to do. I mean, this is it, Vicky. Do or die. You need to be in the top 10 in this bracket stage.
Game 1 already making a statement, everyone. When we come back after this break, we got game number 2 on Storm Point, and you don't want to miss it.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. house game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend?
Sit tight. Maggie's coming.
Not done yet, Dad. This bird's got fangs.
Took down some prey.
Oh, hi again. Ready for the big finale? This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Everyone wants to be a legend, truly. Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS. We are in the elimination bracket, day 3, and Kino coming in with the clutch, taking the dub with 9 KP, but Gear Gaming showing up for South America. Huge double-digit game and second place.
Yeah, I mean, the thing you've got to understand is, right, you're in a 1v1. It means 6 points for your team. That's the difference between second and first, right? You got 3 placement points, plus you're not necessarily going to get the 3 kills if you don't get that finish. Now, I think Disguise might have got some of the knocks, but anyway, like the point stands, right? You get so many points out of winning that clutch. It's a 1v1, but it means so much more.
Something that was going through Disguise minds when they decided to actually take consideration to the gap that they were closing, moving in to try to find that one straggler of Kino Trope before finding themselves below that rock. They knew that finding that trade with Gear Gaming being right there, they were going to get third party no matter what, but cleaning up the KP is what they need. We're moving back over to Storm Point for game number 2, where we saw the one soul 50-50 happen over by the south side of Storm Point.
Yeah, that was down at Coastal Camp. Echo HQ and Devastated Coast left alone. I imagine we're going to see it again, but something we have seen it land a little bit is that, if something doesn't go their way, teams are like, hey, you know what? I'm just going to surprise drop on someone else, because why not, right? They're not going to be ready for it. They won't even know. We'll come at them. We'll have a better comp. It's easier to take it that way, but how many times has that worked out? Well, not always.
I thought we were waiting for the music to slide in to show us the legend selects. Love what we saw in that final game, or rather that last game. Saw the Soul Gibby, the Valkyries coming out to play, the Crypto, the Watson. Let's get started. Very similar dropship pattern, not as much in the middle actually, going in from the east to the west.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this circle ends up as well. We've had certainly a few down the south here in respect to Storm Point so far, and that's why I think teams like, Kino Troop have been doing well from Launchpad. Wanton Dumpling, however, they're playing Pylon and not getting so much of it, so maybe there's something they need to work on here. Let's see if Gear Gaming can start this off with yet another 3 points, 3 KP
Now
as they take on Never to Change.
The thing that we saw, Genome, from the very beginning of this fight in the previous game was that Gear Gaming had much better weapon comps to work around with, because in that sniper tower, nice start here with the Senti hitting 126, but it's about being able to have that weapon comp to take these close range fights, whereas in the sniper tower, you mostly have those long range weapons to work with here as Gear Gaming get into position.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Sentinel's one of the most picked weapons in these initial fights just because it has such a huge amount of, burst damage.
Nice placement on the Arc Star just to buy in a little bit of time because Gear Gaming got the triple crack as they're forced inside the house to try to restabilize, but they do not want to take their time of preventing them from getting that reset here. Catalyst off to the side and an off angle, but with the cat, they could also reinforce those doors here. Reina having to reset here too, literally one, as Zilch is also going to be taken out. Gear Gaming now down a man in the 2v, but they get the trade-off. NTC, with only a solo left, get eliminated. Another win on this contest from Geared.
Interesting. So joining MDY White. No, actually, they've changed. So MDY White have gone back to Caustic, and never to change, you picked up the Catalyst mantle there. And I get the thought, right? The contest there on Coastal Camp is so centered around that top building that if you can reinforce those doors, use the piercing spikes to really block some lanes off there. It's it's just so building focused. It does make sense to pick up a character who can control that space.
Pretty good point, too. As we go on with some of these maps, maybe some changes happening as How in some trouble playing off the low ground of the bridge, but also having those white Evo shields and losing out on the Valkyrie. The last thing that you want when you want to rely on that Valk for some of these rotations. Better for Heroes now to profit off of this after rotating from the launch pad side, and even better, having the information on where that beacon's going. You can expect more of these teams to contest when the Evo Harvester is right there by that choke, and they're lying in wait to see. They can either bait that or maybe expect another team to move in.
Yeah, and this is one of the interesting decisions. I was having a little bit of a chat with old mate Hodzik in the green room about this before. It's like, okay, if you start very close to where the zone is going to end, you've got the ring console, you are aware of this fact, but then you've got Evo Harvesters scattered around. You know, how do you balance getting that position that you're sort of entitled to, I'm doing air quotes here, and the priority versus going for those Evo Harvesters, which is going to be so important because you're going to be sitting in one spot. It's going to be really hard to get that Evo up because you're not going past a lot of Evo Harvesters. You're not doing PvE. You're not hitting the assault bins. So it's a, yeah, look, it's a tough one to come up with. You have to be very fast and very decisive, perhaps even doing it riskily by sending members in different directions to go for those early objectives.
The risk that you're willing to take so that way you're not in the same position to house in. At least they were able to get that res and still full whites while WMNDY taking shots with the Hemlock after popping the Beast of the Hunt. Looks like they were able to get out of his line of sight for now, but consider it safe. They could reset, but at what cost when you're lacking in this ammo?
Yeah, 3 clips in reserve. Don't love that for Hal. Don't love triple whites. It's kind of what we were talking about, right? They've made this decision to get in there and bunker up really fast, but damn, if someone comes at you with blue armors, with purple armors, how do you possibly push them off? You peek out, they headshot you with a Senti like we saw in that initial contest, and you're almost done.
Especially on the head right there. Imagine how crazy it'd be if Crypto would be able to use his drone to pick up an Evo Harvester for your team.
I thought you were about to bring out the old, like, you know, we should give Crypto's drone the RE45.
Oh, no, that's
and just have
Echo.
it walking around spraying some hammer points.
For context here, for everyone to know, I've been pitching that Vantage should give Echo a gun.
Oh, it should be Echo, okay.
Echo needs a gun, just literally coming in like an attack helicopter. But all right, moving in onto Amit, a team that's also on their own journey with the double blue, a purple on top of that too. Seeing the team that's trying to pressure them out on the low ground, but they are on the Trident, so that way they can prioritize playing more so on the edge of this rotate. You see where they want to go next, but they look fantastic in terms of loot, so they can take their time, maybe try and see if they could go in for a cheeky third party.
Zone currently about half over Pylon, half over the western side of launch pad, including the sort of tri-buildings to the northwest of it. So team splitting between the two. Not clear to me yet which one of those ways it is going to pull. And certainly the teams setting up in a fashion that seems to back that up.
These buildings always stress me out. Yes, you can hide in the corners of the door, but once those doors are blasted open, I mean, that's why you have the Watson Gen right there to help prevent the harassment of those nades while Geared looking like they're in some trouble. Navi now moving in. Yeah, the double trade now coming in this 2v2, but Geared looking to get the reset first.
Zilch on the door. Gonna pop the gravity lift as well. One of the best ways to keep people out. Not really what was initially intended for, but certainly a use that these pro players have found.
Could be the insurance policy that Gear needed to reset, because it's not just Navi on the other side. Boogie Borders, Riddle Order, as well as Wong Tongue Dumpling have made an appearance on the outskirts of the building.
Can be a little bit tricky holding these bottom stages of Pylon. There's so many doors, right? You can't reinforce all of them. You can't really even get fences across all of them. You don't even have enough players in your squad to watch all of them. So someone can slip in at any point and just take some pot shots at your team. It is a tenuous position to hold. The ring shifts. It's a big shift over to Launchpad.
I predict that this circle could probably be pulling towards where WMNDY are on the bridge, as we take a quick little pause here.
Oh, gives us some time to, yeah, just have a gander at that map and have a think about where everyone's going to go. I very much think it'll be pulling towards the Tri building, which is to the south of Launchpad, in between Devastated Coast and Launchpad. And at the moment, it looks like that's occupied by WMNDY, our surprise package from day one, our team that sort of went missing on day two, and as a result found themselves here in the elimination bracket. Just above them is Heroes, who are looking to pull up on it. So that could be a very important fight coming up very soon in what looks to be Godspot.
This little flyby of Luminosity while we get ready. Love the smiles from this team. It looks like the vibes are high, and which is fantastic. I mean, when you see the results of how your games have been going in the previous few days, making sure you have a clean slate, reset that mindset, making sure you come in clean, the vibes are high. Love the love from these players, making sure that the audience knows that they are listening, they are feeling your energy.
WM, of course, does stand for War Monster. That is from War Monster Firebird, who did lend one of the players over to WMMDY. Didn't get the best of it out of Pro League, but through the Chinese qualification spot, have made it through here to land. I believe it was Shark.
It's really nice to see the diversity of the teams that we've been having really come out on top. Of course, this is the elimination bracket right now. So stakes are not only very high, even if it's just the second game, but it's about keeping yourself separated from the rest. You can also imagine, I mean, the nerves and tension that some of these players are facing right now. Although some players can perform better on land, others feeling the nerves. Especially if you're inexperienced in a setting like this, the pressure's on.
Oh my God, that jacket.
It is so nice.
Damn, I thought we looked good, Vicky. This, this is the drip right here.
I gotta give a shout out. I mean, the Apex Legends community in general that I've seen here at this LAN, y'all know how to dress great. The drip is real here from the scene.
It's C9, right?
Yeah.
Damn, it's like, did they make that? It almost looks like, I mean, it's the same colors. It almost looks like it's, you know, like the C9 logo as well with the, what do you even call that? Like
the swirls, I guess, the ropes.
The triple infinity. It's like...
Oh, yeah. C9 looks. And as we do get set up here, looks like Omit just trying to figure things out from their side. Good little call out before we start any engagement in these later games. We got a little sneak peek of that circle there too, Genome, as we take a look at the current series standings and where our teams may be wanting to play.
Yeah, so of course it's a 6-game series. For a 6-game series, you want to get in the top 10. You're looking at usually something around maybe 30, 35 points. Geared Gaming and Kinotrope obviously charging towards that after their epic first games, and Geared, you know, continuing to pick up points with the contest that they're winning as well. I mean, God, if you have the circle pull on top of you, it's just nuts, right? You get like a straight up 3KP to start with, and then you play it out almost as a normal game from there. It can be incredibly beneficial to your scoreline. Disguise as well, picking up the 19. So certainly some of the predictions that the talent had doing well to start with. The rest of the lobby sort of, you know, still kind of waiting to go, right? Those top three have certainly gotten away from the rest of the pack.
Getting word that a player is now reconnecting before we get started with the game, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. Our player is taking just a little moment to breathe right now. All the smiles that we're seeing here too. Everyone is so ready, keeping the vibes alive.
Love the DSG flag. Actually, the DSG merch in general, kind of fire. I saw, I think it was Tiff in the green room had the design quote on the back of his shirt, which, not gonna lie, kind of fire.
That flag is so funny. I'm so glad that they have it here in the merch booth. You guys definitely need to check it out. If you're here in LA, the teams having their own merch setups has been a fantastic opportunity to cop any other accessories that I may need for future broadcast, Gino.
Picked up an Alliance pin myself the other day, but, you know, no bias.
No bias, of course not. Not them trying to get us in here, but observers have got us inside this lobby. Oxygen with reads. Like he needs some meds out here. Some of these med kits. Love this, 19 squads left. Diving right into the action with Na'Vi right behind them.
Odin's Glare, tactical cooldown there, picking up both of the scan perks for Bloodhound. Does seem to be reasonably meta. See a couple of people opting for Taste of Blood though. Want that extra HP on knock. Nice respawn option coming in there as well.
Oh, for free? Not. All right. See how that plays out as Howard eliminated in your feeds. Hero's going to be able to benefit off of that after we saw them harass them earlier.
Yeah, oh wow, so they've actually chased WMNDY out of that position, and now Heroes have taken over the tri-building. This is, that's an interesting one. Oh, and they managed to get Bolin as well. That's so rough. NDY, I thought they were about to run it back and have a killer one from like they did in day one.
It was a good move here for Heroes, though, because on that bridge side, we've seen the circle pull directly towards that bridge, and if they're going to hold the high ground here, they can contest so many other squads that are going to be rotating from that north side.
Yeah, it kind of just depends on how much that circle pulls out, right? Like, it could stay in for zone 4 and 5, it could go out after zone 3. It's just, yeah, if you do manage to hold on to some of that high ground, incredibly good spot to play from, and that's sort of where Oxygen were looking at as they're actually evacing into that position now, while, as we see, still quite a few teams locked over down here at Pylon.
I mean, sure, the wealth of information. Pylon's got the ring console, the survey beacon. There's 3 other squads in the vicinity. I know there's like an Evil Harvester to the northeast side of Pylon, another one on the south side.
I mean, having a look at the map there, we've got Kenotrope just holding it down at launch pad. LG have just flown past them. So you'll be Demons making their next move, and yeah, considering all these other teams are going to have to shuffle out and probably die en route, that is looking good for my boys in APAC South. Sorry, APAC North.
You know, the APAC South aficionado himself looking to see how these teams are doing.
I'm putting that on my LinkedIn.
You have to add it in as a title. As like Heroes, maybe adding the fact that they just took care of Sweet, they get the knock on Slayer, and LG are in trouble. Trying to look to be the Slayers themselves.
Not a lot of cover, you can see. A couple of scant boxes there for Oxygen to play behind, but they do have the zone on their side.
LG get eliminated. Kenotrope gonna clean up that last straggler from Funk. While BR Demons looking at Oxygen after coming out of that evac tower, finding some free space here, and already knowing where that next circle is. As you could see in the mini-map, they already got that scan earlier.
Yeah, and I get why we're focusing on this fight. It's an important one. Whoever wins this essentially walks up that hill behind Oxygen and then just has a killer spot coming into our 4th zone. As you can see here, it's pulls. Let's see. Okay, yes, it does go directly on top of that house where Heroes is, directly on top of the bridge. So yeah, we were talking, right? Does that stay in? Does that not? The bridge is going to be an awesome staging ground where you essentially, I mean, God, if you've got some marksman weapons up there and a bit of ammo to sit on, you will be firing for days and stealing kills from other teams who are rotating in. Everyone who's picked Pylon very much is going to be unhappy about what happens in this next minute or so.
Oh no! We see the res come out from NDY, and in the middle of Kinotrope taking what looked to be an evac tower, maybe a Valkyrie skyward dive, through the distance from Launchpad, have now landed to try to clean up that free KP. Have to see how that plays out as Disguise, a team that has no issue taking their time rotating into the circle like we saw before. All right, I would not trust them with my life when it comes to driving around that Trident, but it's okay. They are going to be able to drive around the mountain for now, making a little bit of noise before they take an evac tower and reach behind BR Demons.
All these teams in Pylon just trying to work out how they make it through. 4 or 5 of them gonna have a tough time. Oh, okay, DSG's actually dropped in. Didn't decide to take the Trident in the end, and all of a sudden, Oxygen, who are worried about this 3v3, can now just wave their hands from up on high here.
I'm worried about the timing on this rotate. That's why you see the evac tower getting called in from Disguise, because the circle's closing in right behind them.
They have to drop off though. I think it was getting slammed by the other two teams. They know that they can't let them get above them, or it'll be at the end of this game.
They're forced to fight here. They have to fight their way into that next circle. The portal is being put down by design. Where can he put the rest of this team into some cover, but in the pinch between both of these squads, it's unfortunate here, but Timmy loses out on his shield. They have to forcibly fight this.
I mean, BR Demons are in just an absolutely atrocious spot, getting sandwiched here, and now that they're done, Oxygen are basically back to the start, except we've replaced BR Demons with Disguise. They're going to try and come through here. You see the Into the Void. Where is it going to end up?
Design has to make the play here. Oxygen feeling uneasy, finding Design literally one shot. They get that free knock here, and they're going to be able to back away while knowing that at the moment, Disguise have nowhere to go.
Love that for them. They wait as long as they possibly can. They know Disguise are going to have to take a gross amount of zone damage here, trying to get back into the circle.
Fighting for their lives. Another fight commences on the choke, exiting out of Pylon. Wongtong Dumpling now trying to take control over this high ground versus Boogie Borders. See more of the fight happening with Team Northeption. Boogie Borders here on the other side. Rocky falling low. Northeption looking great. No EMP ready, and they are getting beamed from the other side.
This is all happening over towards Pylon, and Wonton Dumpling are looking at them, licking their lips up on top of the hill. Boogie Borders can't do it. They end up with 2 points. Trying to decide there, 2, maybe 3. And Geared Gaming are going to keep pushing on. 29 points for them. Wonton Dumpling now decide they can push down. It's only a duo. Surely they finish this one off and then just waltz straight in under the building where Heroes is still holding.
Atavi is having his own Kraber montage somewhere in the feed. Ooh, huge sky nade. Forcing Panic off the low ground and now having to shield swap as well. Taking a good amount of damage as they now rotate onto the high ground, forcing Geared Gaming as a duo to run for their life. Design! Disguised! They are still alive on the lift. Oxygen know this, but Design, while he tries to make a play, gets immediately taken down.
They waited all this time for another portal to come back up. I guess they could because they found this little pocket here still in the zone. It was the only play, but Oxygen, patient, they waited for them. Wait on the other side of the portal, and with round 4 closing, they're done for. I'm calling it now.
One syringe in the portal available. They have to take it. Oxygen's waiting on the other side. Surprise with the Cosmic Barrels. Plays being made. They get the crack. They got to follow up. Design's one shot in terms of his health. No way Oxygen just give this up. The Rain takes care of Timmy after Reach is able to do some damage.
Well, the thing is, they're on such low health. If Designful takes a single tick, caustic gas, it hits you in the health, not in the shield. They will drop immediately. And as you can see, Designful does drop with enemy slowly meeting the same fate, I would imagine. But they've taken reads with them. Oxygen, they're not going to be happy about this. It felt like they should have won that cleanly. I mean, the barrel in front of the portal was really smart. It pretty much had them done just to start with.
Where do you go? The run for some cover. No, an inch away as Disguise get eliminated by Kinotrope. The 3-man that have been able to reset on the high ground right now. Oxygen had no worries of a third party trying to contest them. That is why Disguise was in such a pinch on that rotate.
And finally, we get a view here of our final act. It will take place on the bridge above Devastated Coast. Kenotrope Gaming have been sitting here for quite some time as WMNDY, I think, managed to get their player back for the second time. They're a full 3 now. That's the only thing I can assume. Wonton Dumpling, I thought they'd be able to make a play, but they get taken down. Looks this time like it's Heroes. All 3 of them are alive. I believe they're just split between the building and the last little, you can see Bastion just hiding behind the finger of Launchpad there. The problem is, there's kind of a shooting gallery set up, and they're the targets.
All the benefit for teams like Heroes who land in these southern POIs. No surprise there when you win the 50-50 over by Devastated Coast, but they have been holding on that building since the very beginning. They kind of considered maybe going underneath the bridge, and that's going to be Oxygen territory for now. With Kenotrope being on the high ground and WMNDY alongside them. Heroes, a little bit of a split position though before that circle starts closing in right behind them. 4 squads left here for this second game.
Heroes the first to move, as we said. Everyone else very happy to just sit up the top there. Maybe they can set them to stop peeking with the Kraber. Lahim hits that first shot. It's important, but they still are taking damage from the right.
Helps with the win condition here. Yes, you didn't get the knock, you didn't get the headshot with that 140, but it's still forcing them to back away in time just to restabilize, so that way you have a little bit of time to try to see if you have space to close that distance where you have little to no cover. But Mia K is also waiting for them with the Nemesis ready. See the Nox nade just sent in their direction.
I think Oxygen managed to get their third back up. Oh no, sorry. Reeds is still down. Yeah, it's just Aiden and Vayne.
Kenotrope facing off the other team on the other side of the bridge, but they got full purple. WMNDY have full blues. The health disadvantage to start off this fight for the high ground.
High ground seems like a very important place for this fight. Yeah, Bolton just has to fall off. What other option does he have? Kenotrope, 2 in a row, Vicky?
There's no way here. There's a reason why you and the desk had this team in their sights. Talk about consistency. And they have the high ground literally in Godspot at the moment. And as that circle closes in the next 20 seconds, they're going to be able to see everybody below them.
Yeah, but they have to do the damage now, because eventually they will be forced off. And at that point, everyone is on the same level, right? Everyone's got the same problem. So Kenotrope, they need to make the most of this while they can look down and choose the engagements. Lahim, 3 bullets left in the Kraber, 1 battery, 6 cells.
Takes the evac tower just to jump away, gain some momentum, nothing to see before he gets to the lip in the corner. A for effort from Heroes, but there is just too many open angles for Kenotrope to keep the pressure up. 1 red, double purple. They force everybody off before they eventually drop down, give us all the KP here. Mia K though, slightly by himself. 1 shot taking some extra pressure as 1 tap he follows up.
Okay. So with the Bang ult there in reserve. Nade still in the backpack. That was the last one. Forces them out into his crosshairs, but surprise from behind, doesn't matter. NDY will go down, and it's just up to the duo of Oxygen. 2v2.
Some fries from the weapon coming in. 1 tappy. Still on the low ground, but they have an evac tower that can try to at least jump off of it to get it to the high ground or force them into their line of sight.
A little bit too early though. You can see a couple of ticks coming through. Now they get into it. But even they had to wait maybe just another few seconds.
Kenotrope versus Oxygen right now. We see the knockball. Rufa does it again! Kenotrope with the back-to-back dubs on Storm Point. Oh my God, that's a fucking goal!
Oh, it's showtime for Kenotrope if we're going to keep going with the Persona references there, Vicky. That is a team up if I've ever seen one.
Arsene would be so proud right now. Kenotrope. Love the vibes. the pop-off moments as they recap their experience going in through that second game. Remember, it was about the high ground position that they forced, what, 2 other teams originally from there. Heroes were trying to call that building that you pinpointed, Genome. And in the end, putting themselves in the open for other squads to just take some free shots at them. But 11 kills, 5.1k damage.
Yeah, it was a tricky circle, right? We called it right from the start. We said, hey, could be Pylon. It also might be over towards Launchpad, maybe even further down. So Kenotrope, they bided their time. Managed to take out LG from that position in Launchpad in the meantime. And then, as soon as they saw that reveal, they were like, bam, we're going to take over that high ground on the bridge. And that was enough to once again win them the game. Love the macro plays here coming out from Kenotrope. Sure, 2 circles in a row, very close, neighboring their POI. But you got to take those games when you get them, Vicky. 1 win in the first 2 days is now grown to 3 for Kenotrope in the first 2 games here of our elimination bracket.
Kind of nice when you land over by Launchpad and you get 2 Southern Zones out here as we take a look at the match results with 11 KP. Let's not forget, game 1, after they won, they got 9 KP, so putting those kills on the board, securing 23 total points, Oxygen coming in second, even Wongtong Dumpling popping off over by Pylon with the 9 KP.
Good to see them getting involved. Of course, they were the #1 seed coming out of APAC South, and it did kind of feel like it in the first 2 days. Maybe some land jitters to start off with here. Na'Vi picking up 7. We'll move them up the standings a little bit.
That was off of them rotating from Mill here too, as we take a look at the series results and where have these teams shifted, because that is 2 games down already. Kenotrope, they lead the pack with 44 total points. Gear Gaming right behind them with that explosive first game that we saw before here too. Also winning that 50-50 that we see in game 2 as well. 30 points, Disguise in that top 3.
Right, so where does your mindset go from here? Kenotrope, they've most likely qualified already, right? They're probably through to the top 10. As we said, 30 to 35 points will most likely get you through. Do you want to, I don't know, try and break records like a 0 and a dark 0 yesterday? Or does your mind go to, hey, let's secure a drop spot? We don't like where Boogie Boarders land next to us. I think I might just drop on them for the next 4 games.
That's what I love about the Elam bracket, Genome. I love it when Apex gets, like all of our games, as chaotic as possible.
Oh, it's brutal.
Especially when these teams try to find the opportunity to grief others if they are on that cusp. But finding where our squads are after these 2 games alone has been fantastic. The consistency is there, but as well as those circles, I mean, when you have these Southern Zones, what else can you expect from a squad that prioritizes that rotate?
Yeah, it's definitely been dropped in the lap of Kenotrope, but you know, those kills didn't just come to them by osmosis, Vicky. They had to pull the trigger for those ones, and they've done it at the right time all the way throughout game 1 and 2.
Even looking at teams that were struggling a little bit on that rotate, Disguise, that was such a tough pinch to be in, but what can you expect when there's little to no cover when you do wrap around that rock? And they didn't go the distance because they wanted to capitalize on the opportunity. We saw what they did to BR Demons.
I mean, the other thing to think about there is, like, I think they had 2 evac towers, 2 portals, and that still wasn't enough to rotate them into the zone. I mean, you can't actually give yourself many more opportunities to make it in there. It's just, as we highlighted, Disguise have been taking their sweet time getting into the zone, and sometimes when someone out there like Oxygen who knows how to play that, who knows how to just cut them off completely, yeah, it's not going to be enough for you to make it into Zone 5.
You know what that makes me think about, Genome? It makes me think about what impact the Legend Alter can do on rotates like that. Putting in that tactical through the mountain could open up a world of possibilities when you're stuck in a pinch there too. It's gonna be fantastic. But you know, as we talk about Alter, why don't we take a look at the Season 21 trailer?
This world is so fragile. Wants to start throwing stones.
LA, what up? I am here with the one, the only Vicky. Vicky, how is it being in LA and you are representing the entire world of Apex for the Hispanic community?
It's always a pleasure. I love this game. I love this community. I love being in LA. I feel like it's always awesome to talk and get to know the Hispanic community. They've been supporting me, and they also love this game. And there's no feeling as great as knowing that there's such an awesome team representing Latin America and especially Mexico. So that's why I'm super proud of the boys. And yeah, here.
Absolutely. So we're talking about the fellas. They just got signed to Team Liquid. They were doing pretty good as well. How does it feel that the only team in the world on the global stage representing Mexico, they are 3 of the best in the world?
They are. I remember when Janja was first kind of on the rise, a lot of people thought he was a hacker. They thought he was cheating. And he was just that good. And we were like, no, he's perfect mechanically, and he's also like really great with game sense. And I feel like with Jaguares and Azul, they are really good friends, and they've been together for a while now. So you can feel the vibes, and even if they don't do as well, they still have this really good like sense of humor, and they're like, it's okay, we go next. And I feel like we could feel that yesterday. They weren't doing that well at first, and we were very nervous. And then they won, and the vibes were back, and it's just awesome. I love them.
I mean, like I said, 3 of the best in the world. To pivot a little bit, season 21 is right around the corner. What are you looking forward to?
Oh man, I'm so excited. I was watching the trailer yesterday with my community, and they were like, whoa, that looks so good. Like the new legend, her abilities, I cannot wait to try her out. And I feel like everybody's most excited for solos. I never played solos in Apex, so I'm super excited. I'm super hyped. And I feel like this is the time for everyone who hates on the randoms and that says, I cannot rank up because of my randoms. Now is your time to shine, right? If you are so good, prove it.
Yeah, well, speaking of solos, we have the solo showdown tomorrow. Do you happen to be playing in that?
I was gonna play in that, but in the end I said, wait, I'm in LA, I love being here, I live in Mexico, so I kind of wanted to hang around the city and stuff, but I'm gonna be watching. Like, I'm definitely gonna be watching that because a lot of my friends are gonna play in that, and I know that a lot of the people playing are from the community, so good luck to all of them, and I hope everybody has a great time. Playing on a stage is like nerve-wracking, but people love this game, so have fun and do your best.
It's going to be a blast, but really quickly, last question. What is next for Vicky?
Well, I love this game. I love doing these watch parties. I feel very privileged to be able to hang out here, like to do the official watch party. So if they keep liking to having me, I'm down. I love doing this. My community loves it. I started doing these watch parties in 2020 with 100 viewers. I was telling you about that. And I feel like esports is awesome. The community keeps growing. I really hope that the Hispanic community appreciates this game because of what it is, the teams, Liquid, all of the other teams as well. So hopefully this keeps happening as year goes by, and I'm gonna hang around.
I love it. Crowd, make some noise for Vicky. Vicky and Genome, to you.
Vicky's an Apex. What a better combo. I mean, shout out to Peeps and Vicky. And I love the points that she highlighted, because how dare there be slander for El Presidente Yanya himself, an absolute fragger and a demon. But it's also been really nice to see them really come up here. I mean, this is the team that I've been looking at for years. Always saw that talent and the potential that that team has had, even before their crazy success, before that we saw them on former Luminosity, of course, and now Liquid coming right back into the Apex Legends competitive scene.
Yeah, awesome to see them get picked up and, you know, really able to support themselves even better, because they have just been such a powerful force over the years. It's been, yeah, it's been awesome to see them come up from Mexico.
Yeah, it's been really nice. And you know what? Talking about those insane fraggers, they do manage to get that result on the roller. We're going to be talking about some awesome things as we see more of these players using these different peripherals. But Battle Weaver, guys, big thanks to our sponsor, Battle Weaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Guys, make sure to swing by the Battle Weaver booth here at the event where you can pick up your own limited edition ALGS Split 1 custom controller available only this weekend. Battle Weaver is also offering quick repair services for competitors here at the venue if your PS4 or PS5 controller is drifting. Stop by and check out their drift calibration test.
Well, haven't tried it yet myself. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll do the Genome Learns roller session.
Sorry, Gino.
I got to rep the MK for now, though.
Look, you're not going to win the solos. That's all I'm going to tell you. Anyways.
Oh, yeah, we'll see.
You know what's even great here, too? And, like, complete context aside, I actually have been getting controllers from Battle Weaver for a very long time, competing in the Smash scene previously, and having their amazing controllers has really helped out, feeling comfortable on my wrist.
Well, maybe when I finally jump in, it will be with them.
Yeah, it's really nice here. And it's also nice to see Kino Trope's beautiful logo back-to-back on match 1 and 2. But can it be 3 times the charm? We're going to have to see as match number 3 is coming up soon here on Storm Point.
2 out of 2's not a bad result, not a bad track record here for Kino Trope. I mean, yeah, look, I have to say, I predicted it right, and the reason I did predict it is because they're so good at getting into that final zone, right? I mean, the consistency with which they are finding themselves in the final circles is awesome, and they are pulling their weight against the other teams who got here in Elimination Bracket 1. So I continue, I think it's going to continue. Will they win the next 4 games? All right, probably not. But, 2, as we said, is enough for right now. I want to see how they continue to evolve their play in this bracket stage.
Interesting when you talk about, and what we're seeing right now from Kino Trope, we're seeing the success on Storm Point, but can it reciprocate on World's Edge?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a completely different drop spot, a completely different, completely different everything when you switch it over there. Having a look, they drop at Climatizer, and that's a little bit different, right? I mean, that said, we've had a lot of North zones in World's Edge, so, maybe they pick the right sides of the maps as far as that goes, but if they have to play a little more Edge play style, which Climatizer has historically been that sort of POI, could be a little tougher for them on our OG comp map.
Gotta see how it works out here first for Storm Point, but the 50-50, Gear Gaming have so much advantage, yeah.
I mean, yeah, like we've seen teams, they try and take this, the sniper tower and get up there straight away.
Oh no.
Not to change, haven't even got in this POI, do not have weapons when the shots are already coming out from Geared.
Those actually managing to get away, Horizon things with the gravity lift, but sweating just a little bit. He was isolated, but thankfully his team gave him the suppressed fire that he needed while Geared Gaming activate the sniper tower so that way they could gain a little bit of height. Well, there's just Reyna Tricky by himself on top of the high ground of this building.
Surprised they didn't push it a little bit more with that initial advantage there from Geared Gaming. 17 shots on a PK. We've seen that is more than enough to win a contest here at LAN.
Oh, but so does that charged up Sentinel. Saw that huge shot hit Panic, which is also going to delay this fight here too if they have the small meds, forcing Zero to actually move back.
Well, it's a crazy risk to take, right? I mean, you start with 2 cells. It takes 2 cells to charge the Sentinel up. That means, you miss that. You've got nothing left in the backpack.
Really good point. What I don't like, though, is how long this fight is taking. You see the charge of Sentinel right there?
Yeah, I mean, no one's been pulling up to 3rd this, though, so maybe they're not too fussed about that. NDY sticking around Echo HQ, Wonton Dumpling, not making their way in from Pylon.
Oh, another one.
Oh,
the follow-up.
Okay, reversal of fortunes here from Never to Change after they do take the high ground with the gravity lift.
Oh, he's feeling himself, trying to slide in there with the hipfire charge. Sentinel shot, still was able to get the crack. Never to Change, though. What? Geared Gaming, the automatic turnaround. Look at the pop-off, look at the player cams. Maybe growing a little bit of gray hair there, but that was interesting. I mean, them trying to surround the building like that, just giving free rotate to Gear Gaming to suppress them on each side of the door.
Well, it was basically it was a straight 2v3, right? I mean, the other Geared Gaming player had gone down very early on in that fight, and somehow they still give it up. I mean, they were trying the Catalyst again. We talked about how, you know, they were going to try and play around that building. At least that was in my mind the game plan, but we didn't see the piercing spikes really come into effect too much there. And, you know, that's even when you've got so little ammo to start with. You've got to expend that, trying to, you know, do the 300 damage to the spikes. It's like, is that even worth it? All right, well, Geared Gaming, that's only going to push them further up. Sure, they're still lagging behind Kinotrope with the 2 dubs, but at 33 points now, they're looking pretty safe for elimination bracket round 2 and getting another slot on the stage tonight.
See, with this fight, we saw also the map. The Apex gods have heard our pleas. We are going over to the north side. Something that could benefit the likes of Disguise. Even C9 out here as we see them right below Passion UA. They were able to get the crack on the Cossack, but they cannot give this space up. They're just going to keep suppressing them for right now before they get another scan going. Do you think Sonya's got enough shield cells?
You could always go more.
24? Nah, I don't think so. Saucer now trying to see what's happening while taking the lip. A little cheeky head glitch that you could take here too.
It's got a case. It's got a full case.
Ooh. We're able to get a little bit of damage knowing that they have blue Evo shields. Enough information for them to close in this gap. Okay, Chaotic who's on some shield. Though Saucer takes a much more aggressive position to get that crack.
Yeah, the headshots poking out there, very unfortunate for PUA.
Now, while this fight goes on long, unlike what we saw from the 50-50 from Gear Gaming, since this is where the circle's pulling, you can absolutely expect other squads to get involved. Well, LG getting some LP that they need, RP rather. See them going to be able to clean up that team. 18 squads left. Passion UA still not giving up this fight. But in the distance, you could expect Riddle Order, Boogie Borders, BR Demons, North Eption. So many squads now making an appearance.
Well, this is a fun one. We don't see a lot of checkpoint zones, right? It's been essentially the zone almost couldn't end here in previous seasons, but of late, Vicky, they've taken a lot of those roadblocks out of the map, and we've had some fun endings. Oh no, Geared Gaming actually going down to Wonton. So we said, you know, they weren't pulling up on them early, but they pulled up on them late. You know, I think Wonton might have just been going down to get some of the scans, because we've got two of the, you know, the ring consoles and the survey beacon available down at Coastal Camp, and just taking the RP with it. KP with it, I should say. Not in ranked here, guys. A little bit higher stakes than that. But yeah, as I was saying, checkpoint, it's going to be so fun to see this play out just because the players actually have not had that much practice at working these zones out.
That's my fault, Gino. I had to mention that because I got rent on my mind when it comes to seeing this insane plays. Maybe writing down some ideas out here. As LG, knowing that the team behind them taking some shots at them, opt to go through that rotate that could meet them by the armory unless they want to wrap back around that mountain to get through that next choke. But the team that was taking shots at them was Disguised. Now you can see them on their rotate before cleaning up some loot that they may need. Na'Vi gonna get information on the circle here as they take their time to rotate from down beast.
Yeah, so Disguised, they don't take their option to get into the zone there. You know, they land at North Pad, right? They could have gone straight through, but once again, taking their sweet, sweet time. And it's, I mean, look, they've got enemy on the Caustic, right? Just checking. Yes, they did have the ring console available as well. So they could have seen this coming. I mean, they did see this coming, and they've decided deliberately to take zone damage right now instead of finding their way further into checkpoint. The zone pulls on top of it. It definitely will be a checkpoint zone.
Oh no! Who are you holding that door for? You gotta look to your back because Keith God getting that knock and that finish for free. They do lose out on Bobo here. Pete God coming in on the other side. Huge beams with the Havoc and Turbocharger. Long Tongue Dumpling have not put in the brakes. Huge shots with the PK before finishing up Kinotrope, the leaders of this elimination bracket 1 lobby.
Finally, everyone here in the crowd is seeing what we saw all split long in the APAC South Pro League. Wonton Dumpling They are a force to be reckoned with, and it's good to see that they've gone home after those first 2 days and said, hey guys, we better show up now. It's now or never today. And that's the kind of play that we get out of Peak God or Gugu on the roller. Very rare to see those players in China, and he's just been a phenomenal force.
Huge deal there, too. They knew that they were going to rotate in that direction, as we see LG now trying to engage on this fight out in the open, but they got the rocks to their back if they have to disengage. The third party moves in. LG looking to close in the gap after the Beast of the Land has been activated from Funk. Evil Harvester over to the side so they can expect more squads to maybe rotate from this direction. But while they do try to take this fight over by Cito, they know that if they take it and win, they can go through the choke on the other side. But Funk finding that knock off the Nemesis. Oh, Shark is out of there.
Does manage to find the Trident and evade LG from now. But Wonton Dumpling, they're coming in from Jurassic. I think he knows it too. There's this look on his face that's it's like impending doom. That's what I'm seeing.
I don't know about that. I mean, I was gonna say that Trident is like a shiny beacon for a team that's coming out of Jurassic like that. They get the crack, but they don't get the finish.
I mean, the thing is, like, if you're by yourself, you don't have a full team, you kind of want, like, the Trident is almost damage reduction. Right. So you kind of hop into a, sure, it's a big target, but then bam, boost away, actually gives yourself a chance there. So I like the play by Shark. He evades Wonton Dumpling as well. They are one of 5 teams, kind of outside checkpoint right now. You've got Oxygen, as you can see on the other side of Cito. They'll be running into vision of Wonton Dumpling very soon. And LG, they're trying to gatekeep over to the left of Cascade Falls. There's the tunnel that leads from those buildings into checkpoint, and that's what LG are going to try and hold off. Maybe Heroes, maybe Wonton Dumpling there as well, disguised. They do eventually make it into checkpoint, so this time I guess we can't be too mad at their tardiness.
Whereas Disguise out here, Design trying to make some moves as they try to avoid the Bangalore ult as well. You saw he was able to get right back to the rest of his team. Oxygen on top of the high ground with WTD playing right below them. The Peacock, we saw Wongton earlier before. He was playing out of his mind with Red Evils. They're looking to chow Oxygen, but Bane gets taken out. The trade-off here, though, as Aiden finds another knock. Knock after knock, though. Aiden gonna be able to get the shield swap after getting this knock here. The reset is available, and Reeds now looking to see if they can find Bay, but this is huge here as Wongton Dumpling are trying to replicate the same.
Big Frag is going down first. Also, not a good sign here for Wonton Dumpling. Oxygen get off the res. Was it the same for WTD?
Oh, that was scary, but he has an Oxygen grenade. He wants to make sure that they do not contest him by this door, but there's so much different openings with the other doors on the side. Which one do you try to suppress them here?
Yeah, and I like the that Reed held off there. He didn't blow his load too early there, which means he can keep that important ultimate for later on in this fight. If they get dove, he can stave them off.
Anxiety, as we see Oxygen so low, but has a duo from Wonton Dumpling. Good luck with that, because look who's waiting for the opportunity to third party. LG has gotten an invite a little late here, but something that they can capitalize off of as Oxygen now have taken the high ground.
Okay, gravity cannon. Wonton Dumpling trying to get out. You see the second member also trying to join. All right, they actually make it.
And that was also the noise cue that LG needed to know that they're backing away.
Yes, his teammate pops the evac tower, but they don't quite get him. 40 seconds left as well. I think they're actually going to get time to get out. As a duo, sure, but they will remain. But you can see LG tracking them. Once again, going straight back into this gatekeeper position. They don't pick up the Eva 8?
That's
they're just giving it to
Sweet.
Sweet.
Oh, no, wow.
Really?
Okay.
All right. They're real confident in that vault play.
All right, it looks like actually they're backing away in time, though. Maybe they picked it up for now. Talking about what weapon comps that they have in their rotate to see if we can give suppressed fire.
I mean, when it came out initially in the care package, it was like, yeah, okay, maybe, maybe not. But after they buffed it, man, that thing is a machine gun shotgun.
That is not a shotgun. It is actually terrifying. Wonton Dumpling managed to get the res. You saw Sweet in the actual camera that he was calming, that they were definitely gonna not only get the res, you could see it right there too when that res beacon is shining. And where other direction are you gonna rotate to other than the direction of where LG's holding the edge of the circle?
Yeah, you're right. There's kind of nowhere to go. But look at that. They get the res and they get the full reset. So now they pull up. Why don't we have a listen in with LG and see if they can hold off Wonton Dumplings?
Hound pushing in. 60. Shoot on this kid. One in. Run over. Running away. Last guys. Yeah, popping back. He's swinging it. He's sliding in. I shot on him. 1 HP. Can't buy this one.
I'm looking. There's no one here. Just buy it. Give me heals.
Another team. Same thing. Do the same thing. Barrel.
One guy. Cracked him. 50 push.
Here he goes.
Sweet choke. Come back. Come on.
It was just one guy.
Back it
Coming back.
Nuke, baby. Let's go.
All right.
After taking care of Wonton Dumpling, they call out the solo that was right behind them. Even more KP falling onto LG's feet here, but this is the difficult rotate that I was worried about when they decided to fully commit over from this side of the circle.
Ooh, interesting circle pull here. You get some vision of that. We'll go through who's looking good for this one. Obviously, a lot of people sitting up at the top of checkpoint, and then a couple of people down the buildings below as well. LG actually reasonably placed here. You can see with all of the cover around them, they can kind of only take shots from left and right, but there are teams in both situations. So there we go, Sweet. Pops the bang-all just to get the bat resets, and then I'm expecting them to go out very soon to take advantage of this window that he's bought themselves with the Rolling Thunder.
How waiting with the blue Evos though. They do have that Nox nade as Sweet tries to close in the gap. Bang ult called in, forcing them to back away.
One of the few players that we've seen picking up digi weapons a lot this weekend. A lot of Mozam, a lot of RE45 with a hammer point. You know, obviously since digi's got taken away from, you know, SMGs and only put onto the pistols and shotguns, we haven't seen as many teams running them, regardless of the fact that pretty much everyone's running Bang.
It's huge here for him to have that RE. That's why we saw them, you know, contemplating what they wanted to do with that care pack weapon. Passion UA have not left this spot, and they still have blue Evos, which is crazy because this circle, look at the minimap, is completely shifting away from them, and I believe there's 2 to 3 other teams within this checkpoint side.
Yeah, there's quite a few teams, as you can see here, all the way up in checkpoint. You've got Riddle Order sitting in Godspot in that building in the middle. LG pushing down the bottom. They've got How right on the back of them, and then you see all the teams streaming in at once. You've got no other option, Dicky.
It's a burn, it's a play. No, it's just 4 squads coming to land on the other side of the circle. Everybody took to the skies at the same time. You see the pings coming up from LG as they're not only fighting for their life with the squad underneath this building, another team inside the building, and the squad landing around them.
The late rotates into these buildings are the ticket, though. You can play on top, you can play underneath, you can play inside. Inside's definitely better than the other two, but if that's all you've got left, LG try and do it. BR Demons and MDY White, they pretty much landed on top of each other from those rotates coming out of checkpoint. They both go down to Cloud9. North Eption as well losing their lives. And Passion UA and Heroes seem to be the ones who kind of came out of checkpoint unscathed.
Funk gets that knock, Omit get eliminated in your feet. Part of the fray of all the action that we see here with 10 squads left. Boogie Borders inside of this building as they try to wrap around. But they have to take this safely because they know that Na'Vi is on the bottom side. They're also going to be able to try to take this fight while avoiding the squads around the area that may have them in their line of sight. But a huge move with the Trident being right there.
Yeah, 4 squads in this bottom side makes it very, very tough as they are going to have to get up the hill eventually. Sitting down here, I mean, sometimes you just have to drop, but there's no cover, as you can see, especially not from Sweet with the Digi.
And the RE45, the Hammy's ringing through the air, but he was slow. He gets knocked while LG were fixated on somebody else inside the building. A little disconnected. Slayer, what are you doing as he moves in? The knock grenade, he clutches it out for LG!
Slayer, this time he's the savior, but will he have time to get both teammates back up? They're low down and they've still got to come back. I think it's, is there one? No, just Raki left alive from Boogie Borders. He might actually look to push this and just grab some easy KP, but Na'Vi are above them as well.
Cloud9 surviving the onslaught of pressure from checkpoint though, but LG gave up the high ground when they decided to commit to oxygen, and now it's going to be free for Na'Vi, who were inside that building that LG were on originally, now only leaving Funk alive.
He has the evac tower though, exactly what he needed in this situation. You can see he's waiting, doesn't want to take it too early, but at this point, Na'Vi's attention is very much focused on them. They can smoke behind and then just worry about the single player at their rear.
Oh, they see him. It's just a matter of time. LG get eliminated. Nice try here. 5 squads left. Na'Vi gonna easily pick that up, but it's still a huge KP game for LG as they try to find the other squad here. Cloud9 holding the high ground hilltop.
It's a Riddle order. They've been holding the building. It's got 5 kills for them so far. Disguised Na'Vi heroes. Cloud9 still in the mix as well. Cloud9 holding the height, but not a lot of hard cover.
Enemy over there.
As C9 see the action in front of them, using the natural landscape to get out of the LOS of the squads right in front of them. Moby Beacon after Moby Beacon to build up some even more cover.
Heroes just a solo at this point with Bastion.
Disguise getting eliminated. Enemy being the last one alive, taken out from the rooftop. That was Na'Vi. Now moving in here, let's jump into a listening with Na'Vi with our last 4 remaining squads and C9 above them.
I have to fight them. I have Bengal. I know.
Yeah, we have a scan in 4 seconds.
1 second Bengal. 1 second Bengal.
They cost to go. We can climb left.
Yeah, we can just chill. For a sec.
Yeah, chill a second.
Bengal's dead. Wait, the team's staying out from the building. What if you just split his heady and go right? Fight for this.
Okay.
Just wait. Not yet. We're good here. That thing is gonna be out before us. So good. Just hold this.
I am.
We play for right, okay? There's rock here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So. Wait, top and the other side. No?
I can scan if you want. Scan.
Scan.
No, they're still there. 50.
They might hit us. Focus right.
Yeah, I need to watch it. Popping up.
Smoke in the window.
I need a smoke in the open, Zap. I need a smoke in the open.
Smoking. Just cross to this and hold.
Yeah, I need to.
Focus left.
All right, Na'Vi getting pushed out by the circle. You can see they were waiting for some of the ultimates to come up and pave their way into this final circle here. But Cloud9 with the height advantage do too much damage, and I think Na'Vi are done for.
With the distraught Palms 2 coming in, look who sneaked away behind C9. It is no other than Riddle Order trying to find these PK shots. Now Stara needs to hit those. No way. Sorcerer following up. It's only 1 left here as Heroes now scoop something. C9 get eliminated. Bastion, maybe the hero.
Gets Heroes into second place.
Spaghetti until the melee to give Heroes the dub for game 3. They were lying in wait. The carry as his teammates rise Bastion up. He was sneaking to see if he had an opportunity, Gino.
He was a solo.
Yeah,
I think from about like 8 or 9 squads left alive. I mean, we didn't get the vision of Riddle Order sort of like at that last moment. I still thought they had 2 or 3 left alive. Oh my God. You do not see that. You do not see a solo just coming out to win that. Wow, all right. Hats off to Bastion.
5 KP, but it's all the timing that went into that rotate. While Riddle Order see the opportunity onto C9 and take care of Na'Vi, Riddle Order think, all right, we have the high ground. They focus on this fight. But the solo coming in, sneaking through with the Hemlock hipfire shots.
Not much to say, but that's just a hero effort. I mean, to be able to weave your way through that, I mean, you know, smokes last for less time than they ever have before. And he used that to keep himself up until the final 2. And somehow that was enough to pull the trigger and win that. And just an incredible clutch there from Bastion. Indonesian player, has played through so many different pro league splits here in APAC South and so many teams, and now getting picked up by Heroes, vindicated that decision, I think, with that performance just there.
Super huge here too, because I believe after that game, they got like 30 points in total, where they were struggling behind teams like Kinotrope, who are leading the pack, are like at 44 points or so, and we've already hit beyond that midway benchmark too, Genome. So a lot of these teams seeing where they are. It's been a fantastic time to cast through Stormpoint. We still got 3 more games to go as we transition onto World's Edge. But before we do that, I want to hear some thoughts over from the desk, guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Vicky, Kitty, and Genome. You guys did fantastically covering our first 3 games. And as we come back up to the stage at the Galen Center, Rain Day here as your host with Zephyr, Jayhawk, and Graceful joining me. Shots of Heroes echo in our mind. The flag of Indonesia from APAC South, but really it felt a little bit more like a cape, Zephyr, considering their namesake of Heroes. It felt really appropriate for them to be waving it behind them like that.
Of course, seeing this org especially jump onto the APAC South region here recently after their trade off of EMEA has been at least an evolution for not only them, but of course the roster as a whole. So coming out of that last game, representing especially as a solo to pull off the 1v1 of a century against the Gibraltar. I'm sure we'll talk about that more.
All right, well, let's get into the match results here. We just saw 3 exciting games, and it was APAC domination in the first part of our elimination bracket 1. Of course, 10 teams will be going home, and so the impact of these stats is massive. You've played all year to get to this moment, and at this point in time, you've got 3 games to change your fate or keep it going. And Jayhawk, we did look at this as well. Heroes with a big win. As we take a look at the top 10 from that last game, it does just sometimes take 1 game here in this elimination bracket to almost secure a top 10 for you and your team.
It does, and when you see Heroes, Riddle, Cloud9, LG with 14 kills in that game, a lot of these teams are starting to pick up steam, and now heading into World's Edge, if they can continue that and just get a few more points because they had their big game, they could be on their way to losers round 2.
Bottom 10 as well, not happy about it in this game, but look at LG, 14 kills, 17 points. Though they didn't place high, they are certainly firing and rolling. Maybe on the other side though, Graceful, WMNDY, a team that we had seen in the first part of group stage really be dominant, not figuring it out. Also never to change, a representative we've seen here from China, but also not really figuring out how to get points on the board in this elimination bracket.
Yeah, having a hard time to adapt, but that's because all the teams that have not been performing has adapted. We've seen a lot of teams that have been playing slow is now playing mid-speed instead. So as teams are shuffling up their playstyles and tempos, we're gonna see the the leaderboard swap around.
Well, as we take a look at these games, you can see the impact of game 3, but let's walk it back to game 1. I think we want to talk about that one, Zephyr. It was your call for Kinotrope to do well. I don't know if you have a crystal ball back there, but you were right on so many occasions.
No, it's something that we got to chat about with this roster before jumping into today here. And it was actually an incredible win from them because it wasn't set up to come out this way. Of course, Geared Gaming getting into this position incredibly early on from their rotate after great wipes against teams like NTC is something that should lead to a win. DHG, though, they come into punish here. They try to play off of that classic design full port. What comes out, though, is Arupa plays it small, plays it quiet, plays it silent, bides his time. And the fantastic thing here is, I mean, DSG's fantastic themselves. They actually take this so close on the other side, and from this extra height, Arupa is allowed to have this free angle and shots to take advantage. But what gets even more absurd here is we talk about the last one of these final clips from this Havoc. He doesn't have to do this. He launches forward for the assault and takes the 1v1 mano-a-mano.
I love the confidence. I love the play. It was so smooth, and that just started off Kinotrope in game 1, which would end up in a great game 2 as well, Jayhawk.
Yeah, they go back-to-back here, but before that, Oxygen, who actually places second, they have a key moment on the south side, and it was key because that southern team, whoever wins from that edge, is the biggest threat to Kinotrope. Oxygen doesn't play it that cleanly. They don't fully get that wipe on a DSG early enough. They didn't throw their cautious goal to get rid of them. That ends up having Oxygen lose a member as they rotate in from Kinotrope, and then it sets up a 2v3 here where in the end game, Kinotrope, they have the high ground, and they're able to drop down, say, hello there, and with a little bit of an introduction on the low ground, they're able to throw their toss skull from the height, get some barrels down. The other two players on the rocket will put pressure across. Oxygen's just sitting in a corner and they're stuck. There's nowhere to go. And as the duo, what can you really do? You can't send it and ape the people on the rock because the guy above, he's going to destroy you for it. So they sit in the corner. It's unfortunate that they lost the member earlier, and Keenatrope coming down, they go back-to-back with a big win.
Notably, Keenatrope running some off-meta weapons quite often. Cars, Mastiffs, triple takes, which is a terrible gun to get shot at when Hemlocks and Havocs are also shooting at you. But let's not talk too much on the weapon meta right now, Graceful. Game 3, Keenatrope would take a seat back, and we'd see a new winner.
Yeah, the fact that Heroes comes out winning this is crazy, but it just goes to show how people are hungry right now. Every single team, except Heroes who's ratting currently, is playing proactively, looking to take the game. They're making plays, which ends up all of them fighting, skirmishing, and, you know, Navi goes out early. Riddle trades as well. It actually comes down to a 1v1 with Bastion here, clutching it up. Look at him, he's just shooting damage out on everybody who's just joining in on the fray, and he cleans up. It's still one solo left that he ends up taking a 1v1 versus the Gibby here. Honestly, the biggest fault I would like to say here is that Bastion played this perfectly to his potential and his play, because there's only so much you can do as a solo. Other teams, however, sent it a little bit too hard. You need to play it, you know, more passively, play together, hold hands, not take 1v1s in the end into 3 teams.
Well, great games to start us off. Our winners bracket is coming up after this, and only 10 teams will be facing the bottom 10 of that winners. Right now, elimination is upon. Omit all the way down to never to change if it stays like this after 3 more games. So they have got a chance, but they have got to take it. Currently, the cutoff is 18 points, which means even a game from BR Demons right now, one big win, could put them into elimination bracket 2, but they have got to make a move. LG looking strong, DSG looking strong as well. Heroes, Geared Gaming, and Keenatrope representing our APAC squads to really dominate in this elimination bracket 1. We'll see how it goes, though, because we've got more Apex action coming up for you. We are about to get into our final 3 games, which will send the first 10 teams home from our ALGS Split 1 playoffs. But before we do that and throw down to casters, if you think it's easy to play Apex like a pro and figure out where that zone is going to go, then you're probably like most people who watch from the stands. But could you actually do it? Well, we put ourselves to the test as a talent squad and saw who could actually guess the zones right. So before we get into our final 3 games, check out this piece.
Hello ALGS fanatics, today we will be hosting a friendly game of 2v2 zone prediction. The teams are going to be myself and Vicky against Tiff and Dia. Here we go. All right, zone 1, 20 seconds. I really hope you're good at this because I'm very bad.
Don't throw, just don't throw.
Okay, so this is pulling south, right?
Yes, but...
How south?
I have a feeling...
20 seconds, Vicky.
I think it's gonna be the mountain.
The mountain?
I've been griefed
Where?
there.
Like here?
Oh, no, the left side. Maybe the left side, exiting out of spider caves. Do you have arachnophobia? It's definitely outside. Oh, maybe not there.
Stop. Wow, okay, so we have to leave it there. That's 20 seconds.
You know how I'm feeling.
I mean, you want to go south, right?
I do.
I'm okay with going south. I feel like this should go a little further north, like right over here. I swear I've seen it end like on these fences.
All right, well, I'm trusting you.
Okay, you need to be faster this time.
All right.
Zone 2. All right.
You're equally in this.
So Mirage Etoile, or it could be finishing up like here.
Like right there, yeah.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
You happy with that?
I'm happy with that one.
You use your finger this time.
I use my finger, so it's faster.
Less descriptive words. Okay, good.
I like Graveyard. Like towards like that kind of southern area.
I like that. I like where your brain is at.
But this could go back to staging.
All the way?
No.
I like this guess. It could end here.
I mean, you're the one holding all the power. Okay.
Okay.
World's Edge again.
Giving me anxious.
So it could be up here, falls up north.
Or closer to Epi.
Like down here?
Yeah, sometimes not directly on Epi, south of Survey, like by the respawn. Yeah, like right there.
You think it goes all the way to train tracks?
How can we not guess train tracks?
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. I would just pull out towards a little bit around Survey, maybe the bins per se. But I think the train tracks are safe.
Okay, back to Storm Point. I'm already nervous. Here.
Like right there. I've seen it pull towards that mountaintop.
This one?
No,
This
mountaintop. North.
This.
Like right here.
Here.
I'm using my finger this time.
This.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
Okay, good. Good finger.
So good at this.
I'm just following your fingers.
So it's my fault if we lose.
Yes.
You have to go tail.
Here?
Yeah, 100%.
No,
Okay,
I think you're right.
I love it.
Can I do here?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is good. Trust your instincts. Trust your instincts.
I don't like my instincts, bro. They get me in trouble. What do you mean?
Fifth and final zone, back to World's Edge. We've done great so far. I think this is pulling...
Directly on Overlook?
I reckon Overlook.
I would think a little bit north of Overlook.
Like up here?
I've seen that, or I've seen like the bins to the south side exiting out of the vault, but you know what? It's your turn.
I like this one.
Okay,
Yeah, I think it's going to pull through this corner. We'll leave it there, and I think you did terrible.
What? Yeah. You're on my team. You're on my team.
I know. I was just directing. Yeah.
Think of how many times we've seen it pull to No Name, in particular, also the rocks.
Yeah.
They love the rocks. Not all the rocks are included though, so.
And I feel like this is good. Over here is good.
I think I'm crying on the inside. I think I'm
Okay.
crying on the inside.
Like actually critically evaluated. I'm pretty sure I've seen that zone ending.
All right, it is time for the results. As a reminder, Vicky and I were red, Tiff and Dia were blue. You ready? Let's see how this goes. I don't think we did very well. Zone 1 you guys took. All right, zone 2.
We are so much better than you two.
You are way better than Vicky was. Yeah. Zone 3.
Train tracks.
Train tracks. Okay.
The funny part is, he actually called out the North Edge. I was like, nah, dude, it's moving to heavy.
Yeah, that's where I started.
I tried to.
3-0, so technically you've already won, but to see whether we even got one.
It's fine.
Oh my.
Imagine.
You said it wasn't down beast.
I said by mountaintop. I did not expect down beast. I totally.
Can we have one? All I want is one.
A single one.
At this point, I'm rooting for you.
That's true. That's true.
Oh,
yes!
Okay. Yes!
You got
Let's
one.
go.
Do you know why she got this one? Because she was showing us clips of her jumping off right here. It's fine. It's fine.
4-1 in the end.
4-1.
On the technicality, I still win.
Yeah.
Wait, how's that fair?
Over, just because I'm the host. That does it. Tiff and Dia, congratulations. You are the winners. Vicky, you are the loser. I am always the winner. Thank you everyone for watching. Let's get back to some ALGS action.
Well, let's see if our players here in the Galen Center are as good as picking the end games as Dia and I. Tiff here, we're going to be bringing you all the action, which is quite sad here because unfortunately, I'm not sure why we have to send people home today.
It's because we're willing to be cruel. We're willing to do what it takes. We obliterated Vicky and Gaskin, and well, that's the streak of cruelty we're going to need to send some folks home after what has been already an incredible 2 days of play. The nice thing is that on that note, there's a positive because we get to send 10 people onwards to continue their dreams at the Split 1 playoffs.
The goal to make it to that match point finals on Sunday begins now. As you can see, Kinotrope with those back-to-back wins on Stormpoint. Heroes coming in clutch for that last match win. But for 3 games of World's Edge that are going to determine which 10 teams pack their bags and sit in those stands tomorrow.
No better map for it. In fact, Tiff, this is the very first map of the Split 1 playoffs where we are not seeing a single hot drop. No teams are contested, at least initially, on World's Edge, although we do have a few teams that are, say, splitting POIs. This isn't going to be one of those drop-in immediately fight situations that we've had for literally every map until now.
And that has been so brutal for a lot of our squads during the group stages, allowing those teams that have been dominant to be able to soak up the majority of points. Now, granted, Kinotrope, they did a really solid job of doing that on Stormpoint, and let's hope that they can keep that moving through. But for now, let's lock in those legend selects and get ready to determine our fate. And to be fair, I want to go ahead and shout out LG. I'm very proud of what we're seeing here today. We're inside the top 10 for now and only 3 maps to hold on to it.
If you're giving shout-outs, I'm of course going to give a holler to Geared Gaming from South America. They're a team that a lot of people looked forward to, and they and BR Demons in the lobby have had some really good wins so far, but Geared have really taken it up a notch moving into our elimination round 1. We'll see if they can keep this going. As ever in the balance, I'm really wondering about the fate of Wonton Dumpling.
Coming out of APAC South, they've looked very promising, but have yet to be able to display that on the main stage. And the time is now. Our players now exiting from that dropship to get to their POIs. And, well, you said it. A lot of our teams get to focus on the game at hand and not that 50-50 contest strat. For North Eption, we get to see a bit of where they are. Passion UA, Max Strafe's first time in the building on LAN. We cannot let that end now.
Max Strafe has done so incredibly well. 6th seed in EMEA for Passion UA. And after finally making it to LAN, we'll see what they're able to do. Operating out of Sky East is not nearly as enviable as Sky West, but we've got the information that there's going to be an Evo Harvester right next door to them, and you've got nice rotational options should you choose to go further north. We see a lot of teams landing in Sky East actually end up rotating into the train tracks that separate them from Survey Camp.
Well, let's go ahead and look and see where that first zone is going to be pulling towards, and it does kind of intersect towards that south side of Skyhook, which makes me worried because a lot of these zones do tend to pull towards these choke areas, and it can even go back towards Countdown. And for those teams that get there early and find themselves in a bit of congestion, I'm not liking that look.
We saw a sniper tower ending earlier in this, or rather in the playoffs. And so there's going to be plenty of opportunity, especially for teams that actually land by a ring console to get into ring early. I'm thinking about BR Demons and LG over by Lava Fisher, who both have that advantage. Landslide has rolled with the same, and How should be making his own prediction. One of the difficult things about a ring with this much open space is that predicting often isn't enough because there aren't buildings to hold to get you to an end game.
For North Eption, immediately rotating up towards this train track area. They do have this. Okay, so something I like about this, Dia, right? We have the Newcastle. They're notorious for running that paired alongside the Watson. And I know we heard the devs talk earlier this week that a lot of the changes for the upcoming Season 21 were based solely off their playstyle, which is such a stark difference from prior iterations of North Eption in the past. This is the team that actually took more ring damage than any other squad, but in the distance, I think I just saw a member of How go down.
LG start to make their rotate into zone. I like that they're prioritizing the sniper tower, but they see a Loba land right in front of them. Bunk does drop short to cut this off. Well, we've got Slayer on the high ground. LG are looking for a fight. Still difficult to take, and we know that North Eption is coming in from a distance.
How has fallen. Whittled away by Funk. That's got to feel good to start getting those eliminations on the board, racking up those points, because albeit currently sitting in 5th place, and at the end of the day, you just have to find yourself in the top 10 for this series. I don't care if you win, I don't care if you're 10th, you're moving on.
Meanwhile, Boogie Boarders have made their way a little bit further south as well. They started Countdown, so have not really made a massive shift. I'd like to see them hold both sides of this tunnel that leads into Skyhook because it's a really active position. But by that same token, you can play a little bit more passive by using this cart and instead playing out of that for placement points more than anything.
And that's the infamous cart that we were talking about early on when it came to Luminosity playing from there. And I'm curious to see if that play is going to be separated out or if they'll make a move to take on Boogie Boarders and evict him from that scenario. But for now, Omit getting poked at, Blast continuing on that rotation alongside Lufka and Light. And, you know, we think about it, right? Lufka's on that redemption arc to get back into the finals since playing with Ascend and Kashera.
MDY make their move. Everybody moving up through the north is interesting. I think at this point, if you're going through chokes leading into Fragment, you'd much rather go through the north of Fragment, pass all this by, and take an epicenter rotate into the zone. Actually moving through Fragment and Monument proper is going to be really difficult, really punishing. And at this point, I'd expect a lot of the southern rotates that would take you closer to Landslide to be very congested. Wonton Dumpling will have to play their cards exactly right.
Well, here for Riddle, just trying to make it out. We come in towards the end of it, whittled away by C9 and Omit, but Cloud9, this was my pick for the day. I had believed in them, and in prior conversations when chatting about it, we were like, did Naughty listen to the Any Given Sunday Al Pacino speech? He said he locked in, it's a little bit of a slow burn, takes a couple games to warm up, and the time is now.
After taking that fight, an immediate disengage has just taken C9 right into the face of another team. Stabilizing at this point is difficult, but they've only got 3% until Rolling Thunder, a huge defensive tool.
And I think it's going to be really great if we can chain those smokes together to hide out from the line of sight. But we think about where they're located in that choke. You have Omit that's just ahead of them, who are also vying to keep themselves in the top 10. They are currently sitting in 11th place, 4 points outside of it.
I do wonder what path C9 will have to take. Doesn't look like at least Sorcerer has got an evac tower, though the team may very well have one available. The problem is that even if you do, you're very likely to get shot out of it with two separate squads holding you on either side. Omit have plenty of time, actually have zone priority on C9, and it would take likely another team entirely to disjoint this stalemate that both squads are at.
And I'm not going to want to see them go home early in any means, but for now, Luminosity, not too troublesome, right? They were able to recover Sweet's banner. For Slayer and Funk, this is going to be the newbies on land's time to shine. Look for that recovery, and they do have a respawn beacon here as well. The question is, how many teams have found themselves from that countdown angle? We know that Boogie Boarders were playing towards the right side further in, and Disguise will likely be rotating up from Thermal.
This beacon's technically available, and with the smoke, they could go for it. Unfortunately, no smoke from Bang makes this a little risky. Funk gets spotted. There's not even gas to keep him safe, and the Boogie Boarders knew it all along. They could pick up a KP here easy. One beam from a Nemesis will do it, but an Arc Star does let Funk start to disengage. Let's take a listen in with the Boogie Boarders as they search for weakness around them.
Dead. Nice. Can we get that fucking thirst?
Careful.
Yeah, it's a
I'm going left with the thirst.
I don't know. Let's go right. I'm going right for the thirst as well. I can see him in a second.
We can just leave him there and wait to see if his teammate goes.
No, I want the kill.
Okay.
He's on my side. Fuck me.
Target spotted.
All right, so basically they're just looking for the full on Funk, and now that's going to leave Slayer likely by himself. For Cloud9, Sauce his first time on land. Chaotic has been here before, had subbed Naughty twice prior, 22 champs and 22 split 2 playoffs. So it's been a while for this squad, and well, now is the time to hone in all the skills that are going to be required. We just got to dab away from the incoming barrage of nades and just look for angles, not overextend quite yet, but NTC, who wasn't really able to play the first 3 maps due to the contest, is just being annihilated.
C9 hole up for a little while, safe because of the caustic gas. TYK waiting for the 3-2-1, and they find it. NTC lose yet another player, and it'll be Tom Young-Kung jumping on in to finish off NTC, but C9 are fresh inside.
They just need to make sure we can find some angles onto Asia, but those disruptors, you can hear them, they can be dangerous. Naughty does grab that, and Dexter gets a trade. So here in this 2v2 through the fence line, and when you're a caustic, man, your hitbox is just so big. Thankfully, we've got one to be able to help out, but for Sauce, left standing inside. Geared are crazy, man. They were hunting for all the eliminations, and they take out BR Demons and Cloud9. This is not okay.
Both squads falling simultaneously. Tom Young-Kung, however, who came in for the initial third party, get out with exactly 1 member alive. That's going to be a very small victory for them, but one nonetheless that comes with a bit of KP. A singular point, the chance to run out for some placement points, and Gear to the beneficiaries of all the loot.
For a moment of reprieve, we get to see where that map does start pulling. Now, North Eption, where they have positioned themselves is so akin to that Watson-Newcastle combo. You're allowed to play spaces that normal teams wouldn't be able to hold on. When you think of the Caustic, the Bangalore, the Blood, that is not a defensive comp unless you're inside a building. But when it comes to those open endings, I like what we're seeing, but will they be able to hold on to it?
There's a good chance that they, like many other teams, will be shaken down out of their position. WMNDY make their way through Monument. We talked about this earlier, a risky rotate. When you're dipping down into the low ground of Monument and Fragment, you expose yourself to a lot of risk. Wonton Dumpling learned that the hard way, and now XZZ full thirsted. WMNDY control these buildings, have priority on the next zone, and should be able to move up at least a few placement points, even if nobody else comes in for kill points.
Well, it makes sense for them. They need to get as many eliminations as possible to boast themselves into that top 10. Another squad responsible for that journey is going to be Omit, just shy of the top 10. Now, granted, they've been playing heavy on the edge, late rotating up towards the north. And for now, the position is solid. They will have access to a ring console to get that extended information. You can see that Light has already gone out and smoked it for him.
It's going to be nice just to know honestly, there's not much that you can do with the information from the position that Omit are in, because you and I both have the information that we're going a little bit more open space. There's not a great spot for them to hold. Evac towers will become an option, but without knowing where everyone is by hitting a survey beacon, it's real risky to take an evac tower and play for Godspot at the same time. I really like, however, the approach that Keenatrope are taking, and while Keenatrope are able to hold their backs, if they can prevent teams from moving in on them from Skyhook, they should be able to leverage the incredible 3v3 power we've already seen to get KP in a great position.
Here comes Beast of the Hunt, and the aggressive nature of Keenatrope goes in. We don't even care. We're throwing the nades, and we're just going to keep with the barrage of damage. Arufa, he's clutched end games, but can he do it here in the vault for the mid game? Through the gas, you see the health just ticking down towards the knocked players, and we do have at least the gold knockdown to hide behind. Barrel forward, here comes the Chow.
Real late barrels, but having 3 of them off cooldown is really nice. This has to constantly take ticks from the gas in order to survive, and unfortunately, with now 2 thirsts going the way of Keenatrope, Rufa should be able to stick a res with the safety of the gas. In comes the send. Rufa's got the havoc!
Arufa or Alpha, you tell me. This team has been so impressive, but the job's not done. Passion UA, they know what's at stake here. They smelled the blood in the water and just berate them with the Arc Stars. Sonya with the wingman closing the distance. We just didn't connect it, and Keenatrope falls.
And here I had hoped that the caustic gas would be enough, but you walk in with a wingman and things really start to change. They're not the only ones to go down, however. Oxygen have been taken out by Disguised.
To be some well-needed points, and a lot of our talent team will be impressed knowing that they locked in their predictions in the hands of Design, Timmy, and Enemy. Now, I've been a big Enemy fan ever since his time on Atlanta Premier, playing alongside the likes of Crook and Hill, and he's just really been honing a lot of his competitive nature, and I think it's been valuable here, right? We've seen his time on Conduit. He's just very adaptable when it comes to whatever legend they can throw on him, and it is quite frequently, I'm going to put him as the backbone. I think he's a solid backbone of Disguised.
I think we could even put him perhaps as one of the Dexters that TYK have, and unfortunately with Dexter having just fallen, TYK don't last a whole lot longer. They're going to be taking down WMNDY, inheriting their fight and having high ground over this edge of zone position. You should be able to play Gatekeeper effectively here as WMNDY.
Into the top 10 we go, and Bolin coming in as a last-minute sub to WMNDY, and I think it's added a whole other dynamic to this squad.
They've certainly gone from a team that many people did not know much about. Qualified out of China and managed to make it all the way here, even scoring some really impressive wins. Their status in this tournament still very dependent on how they're able to perform in today's games, but if they're able to repeat the performances they gave us on the very first look at this team, they should be just fine.
Just 2 points shy of that top 10 situation we need to be in. Omit currently has found themselves in there, but by not much longer. Oxygen Esports in 9th has fallen, and it's going to leave a little bit of room for our teams to leapfrog over them. But as the zone pulls out further towards that monument side in favor of North Eption, Disguised, MDY White, elsewhere, Na'Vi has now taken the position that LG was previously in.
Na'Vi, they see an evac tower going off in the distance. Boogie Boarders should be able to rotate past them since nobody actually thought to shoot at the evac tower. They're going to inherit the choke point, perhaps test the waters for a team like Na'Vi as they rotate directly over North Eption. Na'Vi now have to choose. Do they follow in the wake of that evac tower, take the choke, maybe a third party, or do they end up going to the opposite side that they should expect is less busy?
Well, here we go. The result of some late evacs and maybe some Wraith plays from Designful, reuniting alongside Timmy and just trying to stay here in the corner. They've lost out on Enemy. Sentinel in hand, amped up for that extra damage move. If we could have connected it, it would have been a different story, but we portal in closer. Use the Havoc as it's intended. Dropping Raki, Boogie Borders falls. And do we have the ability to get Timmy back up? Are we in a position to do so? I see the res going off, but not until they start nading. Design slides out of the way from that, but now the door has opened. Omit effect in full charge.
Omid cannot forget about the area behind them, however, and unfortunately, having dropped light on the way, it's unlikely that they're able to recover. Wonton Dumpling as a full 3-person team once again control the entire north side of the zone.
Oh, that angle. It's rather unfortunate. It's going to be able to relay that information over to Lufka, working on that ult Excel to get Beast of the Hunt online. But for Passion UA, who needed to start turning some things around, be able to predict those zones. Speaking to some people in their camp today, they were talking about how in those groups they were struggling with where the zones were pulling and their accurate calls and just finding themselves out on rotation. Well, this is a position we love to see them in.
In a 6-game series, 1 win should be enough to push you into top 10. A singular first place placement. If Passion UA are able to get that, even a top 2 here could be enough to secure them into elimination bracket round 2.
And then if they can just keep furthering that, hold on for a little bit longer. Now, we do know into the top 5, we did lose on Amit just a little prior. But for now, we just have to wait. That defensive setup that you've got from the Newcastle Watson will be hard to breach, but for Wonton Dumpling and the ring closing, let's see what Peak God can do. Previously notorious for breaking out the path in group stages on the contest, now locking in the horizon, drops the black hole, coupled with some arc stars. It should be enough to get them in.
Zoning ultimate is good, and it even connects with some damage, but Wonton Dumpling not done nearly enough to secure this fight. First knock comes in, and WMNDY have lost 2. North Eption go down on the opposite end of the ring, and Wonton Dumpling keep the fight going. They are far from out of the woods. 4 squads left, and they've got to go through the last member of WMNDY.
For Passion UA, still trying to hold on here. Navi finding some well-needed elimination points, but the fight comes through in Sonya. I love that we're smoking out our south side here to be able to maintain the path, but we still get shot through it. Max Strafe with the Mastiff from above, looking like Obi-Wan himself. Can't he make it happen? No! But Artico last standing in the grab, which will allow them to maneuver through the hillside.
Wonton Dumpling, perfect timing on the third party, are now in the last 2 squads. It's them, and still the solo from WMNDY. They easily slide into the #1 seed from APAC South, takes game number 4.
Gugu, Jackie Chan, the whole crew celebrating. Stand up, relish it, show off, because this is where you start making a name for yourself.
Gino mentioned it earlier, but as we've moved through this series, as we've moved through the highest stakes games of the tournament, we are finally starting to see the Wonton Dumpling that terrorized APAC South. The 3v3 monstrosities and the killer instinct they demonstrated in this 4th game of the day has really put that out into the stage for everyone to see.
Coming into map 4 in 7th place and breaking into the top 3. That is how you start to assert a little confidence for yourself, right? You're like, I'm no longer in that bottom half of the top 10. I can withstand more.
They're really putting to the test whether scrims are a way to succeed at LAN or not, because in the first couple of days, Wonton Dumpling was not doing hot. But to be able to turn things around after what we were expecting, some solid VOD reviews, some solid practice in the off time, they've managed to, even without really scrimming beforehand, still make a statement like this and keep themselves going. We mentioned it earlier, 1 win should be enough to take you into elimination round 2. They've just done that.
Well, the journey hasn't been easy. They were the teams that were constantly contested in those group stages, most notably Lava Siphon, TSM, a lot of things going on there. But for our match 4 results, we'll see how it paid off. Wonton Dumpling, 7 eliminations, 19 total points.
WMNDY right underneath them. We discussed how this team really made a splash in the first day. They're continuing that trend even as they fell off a bit in the previous days. Natus Vincer just underneath them, actually having a pretty solid performance, but my curiosity lies towards the bottom end of this leaderboard, Tiff, because we're not moving from World's Edge. Last 2 games now, 4 teams to put up points, and Geared are right at the cutoff for how you should be performing when moving into the second half of the day.
Still quite impressed with Omid's 8 eliminations. They played Edge exceptionally well throughout that early to mid map, and it paid off. Disguise, despite falling earlier than they would have liked, still walk away with 5 eliminations. I'd imagine everyone for that crew, well, except for the players themselves, are going to be happy with that. They're going to seek to improve.
And it was Omid and C9 that were actually holding each other out previously. Really curious where C9 ended up in the overall leaderboards. They did pick up a few kill points and actually took a negative rotate back into Lava Siphon to continue looking for them. Really fascinated with how they're playing. Unfortunately, it only ends up with 3 kills. The initial squad wipe as the 4th and 5th parties that came in at Lava Siphon were just too much to handle.
And Kinatrope here, now granted back-to-back map winners, and 1 and 2 did fall victim into that vault setting. A nearby third party would be the end of them. Oxygen, a lot of our teams had faith in them to make it into the top 10, so let's see how they're pairing out on the series results. 11. We were talking about how falling early could allow teams from outside the top 10 to leapfrog over them, and Omid has been able to do so.
Still really impressed with Kinatrope. World's Edge doesn't even have to go that well for them in order to secure a spot in the next round. LG still struggling for their tournament lives. 1 or 2 bad games could mean they get pushed out of the next round.
And for North Eption, we were talking about them rotating into a nice spot early on. We were like, can they hold on to it? They fell earlier than anticipated also, and then, you know, you see the results and you're just like, we have 5 points separating us from getting 1 step closer to the match point finals.
I will say, Tiff, we talked about the Watson Newcastle. Well, Watson Newcastle do make it easier to hold on to an open ground space. It doesn't make an open ground space good, and I think North Eption really learned that the hard way. As early as they rotated, as great of a relative position as they had, it's still in the middle of a lot of nothing, and they got run out by several squads.
It's gonna be dangerous, but our squads only have 2 more maps to continue their dream here at the ALGS Year 4 Split 1 playoffs. We're gonna have the rest of the series up just after this break. Welcome back, Los Angeles. The Galen Center is packed. I've been really impressed with the crowd so far, and it's only beginning. Teams that show up to send some players home, but for those looking to carry their journey, chaotic, locked in, trying to find a bit of rest here, we see you.
Cloud9 are right on the line of teams that could qualify as well. Currently sitting in 8th place overall, 29 points to their name. Still pretty easy to leapfrog if some other teams start getting things going. You can already see the match loading up on the players' screens. They're ready to drop into our second game on World's Edge. And I can't help but wonder how things will change, given that we got, I'd say, a pretty rare zone ending that round.
We did, and quite frankly, I've seen that a lot leading up to the Split 1 playoffs, maybe not so much as scrims. So every time I see it, I know we're gonna be playing alongside the mountainside, whether it's to the west of Monument, south, pulling towards No Name. They are just not my favorite zones, Dia.
They're really tough to play because you either have to play in the open ground that leads up to the sniper tower. We saw a few teams like Keenatrope actually fall in the tunnel leading into that area, and the opposite side has you playing from this really difficult low ground spot that leads up from Monument and Fragment. Next time around, who knows? Maybe we'll have teams take a different approach. You can't always move from Grandma's house, but for that, you've got to make a move early. We actually talked about Wonton Dumpling when they were coming up from the Geyser side, thinking about how they should be moving through the north of Epicenter. And while they fell in Monument for just a bit, they ended up getting their third back and ultimately moving in through the north for the win.
Well, 2 more matches to go to determine whose dreams stay alive here in the notorious City of Dreams. Lock in that, get those legend selects in. Sometimes people bait us, right? So this will show through what the players are even hovering over. And I've seen teams decide to maybe bait us out a little bit. We'll see them hovering over, maybe a Mirage. I see an Octane there. Fuse, is that real? Are we getting that?
Am I being bait? I literally turn around towards the stage. I'm like, could this be? Could this really be true? Perhaps a few teams having some fun as the last couple of rounds, if your spot is secured, certainly do allow for you to experiment, for you to BM a little bit.
I was gonna say, Dia, if you're confidently in the top 2, knowing that you're going to be advancing on to the next round, what do you seek to do? A lot of our squads will, you know, maybe make it more tough for squads to make it through, especially if there's POIs on the line when it comes to the next round. You want to make sure that your journey into Matchpoint Final Sunday is going to be as normal/easy as you can make it.
You know, you talk about POIs. One of the things that's fascinating about where Wonton Dumpling are at is that they have returned, I'm going to say, to Lava Siphon.
Yes.
They actually gave this up, despite laying claim to it in the first day of groups, simply because their results weren't as they expected. They wanted to play things a little safer. Now that we're getting into the elimination round, the fact that they've gone all the way back to Wonton Dumpling's original landing spot at Siphon, it actually works out really well for them. I know you're thinking about the zone though, Tiff. This one has us going pretty far north once again.
Are we never going to go south on World's Edge? For Stormpoint, it's all south all day, but for World's Edge, since we've been casting the majority of this map, we are always going northbound. And for Keenatrope here, having Climatizer, that's what I like to see, but this is a zone that should favor Cloud9 from Overlook. Not only did they get a ring console, they have a survey beacon, and they should be able to make sure their rotation will be fine for this.
This one's a weird one because unlike in the piece where we were predicting zone endings, this doesn't fully encompass the northern train track, and so you can't rely on that being the regular zone. Instead, a team like Cloud9 should be wrapping around through the north, but ultimately playing for a spot into survey camp. And I dare say, Tiff, you can actually think about prioritizing Epicenter and the high ground that allows you as a mitigating factor for any unexpected transitions of the ring.
And while we sit here and look at this squad beginning their path, something to note here is I asked them if they considered themselves underdogs coming into the Split 1 playoffs, and they were like, this is kind of a comeback story for us, right? It's our opportunity to prove ourselves throughout this competition. Sauce, this is his first time IGLing. He's been around throughout the levels of competitive iterations in Apex, but he puts in the work. If there's something to be said, those 3 are so passionate about improving. I would hate to see that journey be done here.
I'm seeing a lot of passion on the screen right now. LG, their comps have certainly been aflame over the past few days, but Sweet takes a swing nonetheless, and into smoke, manages to control the singular choke point exit from Skyhook. Boogie Boarders, the ones that actually must have dipped in there to take a bit of the vault, now are going to be rotating behind LG, likely forcing them into a mirroring situation.
I'm worried with that, to be said, right? We're looking at this, they're falling down just a few positions, and finding yourself in the 7th through 10th, I'm just not comfortable knowing that there's 2 more maps, one, well, obviously this one, but for now, they move in. Let's see if they're able to grab the survey beacon and get that information, but for Passion UA, still finding themselves just on one of the former buildings in Skyhook, most close to tower.
We did mention how valuable a win would be for them just last game. Unfortunately, Passion UA were not able to find it. Still sit in 14th place overall. Not a comfortable spot. With only 2 games left, every point is going to matter. like to see them prioritize a bit of high ground for the activity that it can provide. At this point, with a longbow sitting inside a building and even on low ground, you're simply not going to get that much KP. And Passion UA do have to rely on KP as something that you can control a lot more than your placement in rings like this.
Well, with this Legend composition that they've been running, it really allows them to lock down this building. We're gonna get those fences up. We have the Jenny on deck. And you can just pop up, noting that the Skull Piercer was on the longbow. So if teams are looking to get into this open area at the end game, they should be able to find maybe at least some damage to farm up not only the Evo cache, but hopefully a knock and capitalize off it just to boost the KP.
The BR Demons, unfortunately, while sat right next door, are going to have to rely on some cheeky damage to get their Evos up. They haven't been able to rotate out of Skyhook East with the immense amount of teams that immediately prioritize to Northern rotate and are likely going to have to make a negative move, perhaps going even further north in order to survive and hopefully thrive by picking up blues and eventually purples.
Evo cache for them and a nearby white Raven with some information to say, hey, you're not alone here. Teams have been rotating throughout. Tom Young-kun, Geared Gaming, and Wonton Dumpling for that northern rotation. Now, this is one of the scariest beacons to try and grab, so we just have to make sure that we can smoke it out, we have people holding our angles, and as we go up, gotta scout.
It's nice to send your Bangalore up first. She does have a lot of escape potential, especially with her passive. And so just to make sure that nobody's up there, you do get the Legend that has a little bit more slipperiness to her. Now,
Yeah, the double time, it's crazy. The 30% speed boost when shot at, you're 100% right.
For their part, Oxygen perhaps not benefiting from exactly the information that you spoke about earlier, but certainly from a powerful position in zone, should be able to ideally play through the south side of this mountain that separates them from Skyhook. There's a chance that you wrap through Skyhook for kills, but I'd be much more comfortable taking the route less traveled as Oxygen.
A team that really benefits from those southern zones on Storm Point, notoriously for landing in their home of Barometer, they just need to be able to continue that success here on World's Edge because they've been teetering in essentially those bubble team areas. I'm not comfortable with it, and you know for a fact that squad is not going to be happy. We have players on that squad that have won championships years ago. They have been winners throughout, and we just need to see, are they going to be, oh no, Navi, we got to get Tyler back into this. Matafe, kinda. Now, here's the deal. Matafe is famous for going out way early when it comes to land, but is so strong at performing online. We're trying to break a stigma here, and we found ourselves inside that top 5.
That's going to be a spot that they might be able to hold on to for now. And Na'Vi, I'd say that their position is pretty hard at risk, not just during this game, but during the course of even the following one, simply because they're landing right next to TYK. TYK, super aggressive squad, regionally, online, they've done it all. They are the only team this tournament to have pulled out Revenant so far, and they're landing right next door to where you'll see Na'Vi rotating from. Na'Vi, of course, landing Dome. TYK constantly rotating from stacks. It sticks these two squads together, especially when we have two North zones back to back.
Oh, I see you. I see you. Peak God, Bobo. Come on, guys. Gugu here. It's fine. If you're going to hold down onto this choke and do everything that requires to maybe suss out the squad looking to get through, that's going to be Geared Gaming. And I'm not sure if they're actually going to proceed to go through that choke or if they'll double down and follow Tom Young-kun's rotation. But for the time being, a lot of our squads that have found themselves in the Fragment East area, that's going to be MDY, White, and Boogie Borders. For Cloud9, they hold the high ground just outside of Monument and are going to be waiting for teams to hit the rotate.
This was one of C9's two options, was to either rotate through the north and try and wrap through slow side of zone, or to prioritize high ground in epicenter. This one is a lot harder to push, also going to be pretty difficult to gather KP from. Cloud9 making a bit of a trade-off for safety and the ability to adjust their strategy late game.
Throughout that moment, we lost North Eption to the hands of Passion UA, which means that they have started to rotate throughout. We last saw them in the Skyhook East area in a building scouting for information. They've made their move to the buildings in front of Tunnel.
Boogie Borders, for their part, I think slower plan and honestly, odd rotate timing to be taking through the low ground in Fragment. We don't have time for it though, as Disguise pick a fight.
Do it!
The sky!
There is something to be said about the Senti. There's something to be said about Timmy. Disguise taking down How and further cementing themselves in the top 3.
That looked really good for Timmy, and definitely the boost that Disguise needed. This lower bracket has been a better story for them than, of course, the group stages was. With plays like that, you've got to imagine they can keep it going, but the real test looks to be coming in the next stage of competition.
Well, you know, did you happen to stop by the Disguised merch booth yet, Dia?
I walk by it every day.
You should, because I stopped by. I got some good merch yesterday. There's like the open thread shirt that looks really good, and then I also bought the Designable shirt. I don't know if you checked that one out, but the back's really interesting.
Yes. I was considering the flag myself, honestly.
Wise man, wise man.
Any Designful rant, that makes apparently for great graphic design. I wouldn't have expected it at the start of the split, but it certainly seems to be working out for the DSG Socials team. As we move forward in the game, however, we're getting a lot of teams, including Disguised, making their way into the next zone, something that could be a little bit more difficult. To BR Demons actually making a rotate through this difficult, punishing choke point and finding
MDY, come on, that stairway is a dangerous one for LQ. Something's to be said about those really crazy Watsons. Gets behind the knockdown, fences it off, makes it more difficult, but the Arc Stars come through and take down.
Nice placement of the Arc Star, then following it through with the swing. Disguised, however, on their rotation and seem to have been caught off guard. Designful goes down, enemy follows. It's all up to Timmy.
A 1v3 for the ages. Look at the health on Na'Vi. They cannot allow to let this go through, but will time help? No, they fall. Artini from BR Demons is able to pick off a couple, and now they're going to be able to reset for free.
And that means that BR Demons have taken the rotation back towards the south. There's another team involved in this, and instantly they're going to try and take the swing. They've swapped to Lifeline for this game just to accentuate the fighting that this squad already brought through South America, and they're going to hopefully take out Na'Vi. Third party in from the back, though, and Omit show up big.
Well, with Na'Vi hitting the reset, Omit is granting them a bit of a favor, but instead they fall. BR Demons to join them, and Omit are able to find 2 eliminations, a barrel forward to really iron out that chokehold, and they're going to try to stabilize. Now look at the timer here. We got about 20 seconds before that ring starts to filter through, and we have to push through the open with minimal cover to be able to get where Passion UA has set up.
This is exactly where I'm going. Evac, 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 evac. If you have one, if there's one on the 6 bodies around you, use it. Because getting into the zone by foot will be really punished by Passion UA. That's what they're ready for. Evac tower's a lot difficult to take advantage of.
Riddle Order have been riddled with challenges throughout the group stages, contesting on Storm Point against 2R1C, and have found themselves just outside the top 10. And to be fair, this position should be easily able to walk in towards that next zone, but taking an active position to be able to guard on that edge, looking for the rotations for Never to Change from Boogie Borders. But I'm very concerned with Geared Gaming's rotation towards Passion UA's momentum, but Cloud9 from the high ground have the prime area to take down WMNDY. The Nox gas trap grenade has gone out. We're barreling forward 3 seconds till we get more. Can we hold on to this?
Nox gas grenade, as you talked about, really cutting off the ability for WMNDY to push on the high ground. Great cooldown usage by Cloud9. Sets them into the top 11 squads, gives them high ground on the next zone. And I dare say, C9 have a real shot at taking this, since they should be the only team approaching from the south side.
You know, Alex, they told me that there's a sauce effect, right? We talk about all of those things, and that they're notoriously bad on Mondays. And today, thankfully, it's Saturday.
They won't be playing on a Monday no more. That's not, that one, not gonna happen for them. Riddle Order have lost Yukio for now. difficult to hold down an area without Caustic, but not impossible for Riddle Order to survive on these supply bins. There actually isn't a lot of ways that you can be shot, especially when teams are firing at each other from the high ground. Teams like Gear Gaming were holding down on the south. We talked about how teams like Gear, teams like Passion UA do need to be concerned with how C9 will rotate into the next zone, and I can't help but wonder if Riddle will absorb the majority of that aggression.
Slayer on the high ground, throws the ult, swings with it, but it's not going to be enough. They will fall. And Oxygen Esports, only with 2 eliminations, but we're gonna start coupling that with the placement points, and from the tunnel we have cleared, we have rotated. We just have to get into zone.
Now, as we move in this game, you can tell on the right side of your screen what teams are alive and who is not, and where they're standing. Unitrope, Geared, Heroes in Cloud9. We got Never to Change with their crazy, wacky composition. Yet to move up from the bottom 20. Can they do it with this? Unfortunately, having lost Corrin, things are looking tough. With an Octane and a Revenant, a tale as old as time. Let's see what they can do.
Never to change, never to back down. Always willing to try something different. Those contests, they may have given them less, but the ring, it works harder. We were so close. What can Joker do? They fall to Heroes.
Never to Change tried, and it may not have come out well, but they certainly gave it their all. We'll see what Boogie Borders are up to as they rotate in on where Riddle held, previously coming face-to-face with C9. Trades on both sides. Passion UA get involved. Keenotrope go down 8 squads left.
It's going to open up the top of the leaderboard for some of our squads that are wanting more come from the stage. Cloud9, Sauce and Chaotic here as a duo into the top 8. The swing comes in. There it is. He wipes Boogie Borders. We were talking about the Sauce experience. For those of you who might not know him, now you will.
Instant Horizon ult on him as well. Cloud9 are getting pushed on the low ground. It's Gear Gaming who want their position. Chaotic holds the rock. Sorcerer takes the flank. Can they 2v3? Cloud9 find the first stock. It's Panic that goes down. Chaotic gets traded.
And this is where it gets scary. As soon as Zillich pops up onto that angle, Cloud9 fall into the final 5, but we're still looking for more. We're outskirts here with the rocks for cover, but this is not where you want to be able to go through. We can play this. There's also the rock in the center of the next, but Passion UA will have a remnant of the zone that's going to be available to them nearby the respawn.
Let's take a listen in with Omit real quick. They're in a tight position. Can they make it out?
Yep.
Lay on me.
Yes, I'm doing it.
Jumping down left, jumping down left. Low up.
I've got that.
Blood time. I'm picking, blast with you.
Got the one. Run out of the way.
Can you guys?
Wait, there's more.
Crack him, one. I'm chilling.
Wait, what? Go 6 notes here.
That's me. I'm good. That's me.
There's still one. Scanning him. He's rising. I better take Chill. It's 2. They're going the other side.
Resme, I'm good. I've heard that before. They're almost never good.
The words of a dead man. Riddle start moving up, looking at Omid, deciding whether they want to go for Geared on the low ground. Geared, who had such a fantastic performance today, but Saku finding some good damage through the smoke, is still fishing for the next Kraber shot.
But the thing is, that's straight onto Oxygen. All he's doing is helping Omid in that fight. Regardless, they fall, and Oxygen to join them. Riddle gets some free space, despite being a duo. Saku from Pulverex, Meltsera, previously known for competing on Fnatic, have really created an interesting trio for Riddle Order. A rogue EMP thanks to Passion UA to help them push on to Geared, but Sonya's left standing.
Max Strafe and Artico bit the dust immediately. Riddle contributing to their downfall, but it's going to be tight. Sonya takes the swing. Sonya almost finds the knock. Riddle are going to go for the third party, and Saku is in the sky.
Do they do this as a duo? They found themselves inside the top 10. Hey, it only takes 2 shots from the Kraber to take them down, you know?
2 shots left to make it 1. Riddle need an opener, and Saku loses so much of his health. Saku goes down. Zilash makes the killing blow, and it's just Meltsera left.
Meltstera, the world on your shoulders in a 1v3. You know Geared are gonna swarm on it. The knockdown shields. Can we do it? No. Geared make light work of that cleanup and take map number 5.
South America back on top. Geared have won so many games through the course of the group stage, have taken it to another level with their performance in the elimination round 1, and now with that win tip, secure themselves beyond a shadow of a doubt in the win, or rather in elimination round 2.
Well, when you look at where those points are gonna fall, if you're 29 points ahead of 10th place, you're good. You're good. Enjoy the journey. It continues on.
Now, there are a lot of teams that after that round aren't going to be as fortunate as Geared, but it's not just luck that got Geared here. A really ingenious approach to the zone and playing, honestly, spots that many teams wouldn't have thought to. You're noticing that they, as well as the other South American team out here, BR Demons, are changing up compositions to best match what counters other teams and what fits best for them. Geared, who are notoriously a zone team, started this entire competition playing Watson, playing hyper defensive, and now that we're in the elimination round, they've swapped to Horizon, they've gone aggressive, they've turned up the heat to pile on kills and take them to the next round.
And that's what you need to do. It's the key to success here, especially with so many different regions all coming together on this stage in the ALGS, the global series, right? And people will say at the end of the day, if you are adaptable, if you are flexible to the competition, that's how you succeed. Your match 5 results on the screen, 22 points towards Geared Gaming. But despite being a duo towards the end game, a 15-point game for Riddle Order, and another consistent double-digit game for Passion UA.
Passion UA are going to keep creeping their way up the leaderboard. Started this game in 14th, and I believe have moved up at least 1 spot. It's still not quite enough to make them comfortable, but ideally, in the next game, Passion will be able to find their secret to success. Oxygen, Omit, C9, round out the next couple, but never to change, make the cutoff barely into top 10 for this game.
It's not going to be enough, though. We have 1 game left for NTC to really shoot them into the top 10, and I thought that was going to be the move for them. Boogie Borders found 2 eliminations for themselves. Jumping on over to the back half, LG found themselves in a rather dynamic situation inside the tunnels. Left standing with Slayer all alone and just getting swung by so many players. There's not much you can do. It's hard for a Caustic to anchor down and rat it out.
I've got to love teams like Wonton Dumpling. Disguised are doing this as well, but they've got such incredible highs. And at the same time, with games like this, such low lows. Wonton Dumpling went from wiping squads in game 4 and dominating the round, taking it all the way to a win, to a casual 0-point game. And while I'm not concerned for whether they'll move on to the next round or not, I can't help but giggle at the fact that they are going to continue with us on this emotional roller coaster.
I'm on an emotional roller coaster. We're 1 map away from potential, like sending people home. But for this now, let's look at the top 3 results and their stats that assist that. Passion UA there with 2,600 damage, 4 eliminations. I can't help but notice a nice 1,400 out of Zillich, 1,400 out of Meltstera, and Sonya, well, almost a 2-gang.
A lot of this is coming down to their ability to finish fights real quickly. Geared, the Horizon, I think, the biggest part of this, but even Riddle have departed from the meta a little bit. Passion UA doing the same thing. Not a single one of the top 3 teams from this game are running the standard Caustic Bangalore Bloodhound.
Yeah, that's true, right? Saku's locking in the Valk and notoriously had played Crypto in the past for Pulverix, so it's a very different role that we're locking into play here. But for our series results, think of it now. This is going to be the top moment because LG has found themselves in 11th place with 1 more chance to keep their journey alive. Sweet has never missed a match point finals.
1 point separates them from Omit as well, who are hovering just above. The same can be said for WM and DY, both at 30 points. Passion UA have crept their way up the leaderboards, but still need that 1 explosive game. And you and I know, Tiff, that in game 6, especially when we're in elimination rounds, things change by a large margin. Teams get reckless, never to change. The prime example of that in our last game, swapping things up entirely to Revenant Octane out of desperation, needing kills, needing miraculous games to move themselves into the top 10. And Passion UA are going to have to play for the win while dealing with all of the teams that take that same approach.
Well, it's tough, right? You mentioned dealing with all the teams, dealing with a lot of things behind the scenes. I know Peeps had a chance to jump in with an interesting person to have a nice conversation. Some might say it has something to do with Disguise. We hyped up their merch earlier, but he sat down with the owner, Disguise Toast himself, who I've heard has had quite a nervous day.
I suppose we'll get to find out. I want to hear from Peeps.
What up, everybody? We are here in LA at ALGS, and we just found a surprise guest here. We have my man, Disguise Toast, one of the biggest content creators in the world. So, Toast, I got a question. Going from a content creator to now an org owner, how has that transition been?
It's been a lot of fun, a little stressful because a lot of things are out of your control. You're so used to being, you know, the driver of your own car, but now it's in the player's hand, and you just really have to hope the players perform and things go well.
Well, you got one of the best teams. I mean, these guys are passionate, as you've seen with the comms, right? So in my eyes, Apex is the best game in the world, right? Why did you decide to join Apex?
Well, I mean, I've always played a lot of Apex. I'm just so horrible at it. I just don't stream it because I'm like embarrassed by my gameplay. But I remember playing like when Apex first came out, just games after game, and the Battle Royale format is so different from all the other esports. Like anyone can always win at the very end. Like every team always has a chance.
You got to want it the most. You got to hit your shots. So now, from competitor to new org owner, right? There's been a lot of experiences that you've had. What was the biggest thing that you sort of learned along your journey?
Just always try and figure out like what's your advantage, like in anything you do. Like if you want to be a streamer, like what makes you different from the next guy who's just as good. Like if you want to be like a new org in esports, like what's your advantage over like the big guys like TSM and Cloud9. So you always got to figure out what your advantage is, because if you go into like anything without an advantage, no one's going to notice you. So that's the big thing.
No regrets, you know, with an A, like they say. Well, guys, that's it. This is Disguise Toast. Better make some noise for one of the most passionate org owners here at ALGS in LA, here supporting his team. Toast, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
If there's one thing I took away from that interview with Disguise Toast, it's that every team always has a chance, thanks to the Battle Royale nature here. But for those teams that are outside the top 10, that chance is now to give it your all, to continue the journey, to make a legacy happen. Iron out that mental here, especially if you're Design.
For 10 teams and 30 players up on this stage, this will be the last game that they play at playoffs, despite dominating regionally, despite making it all the way here. A team like Disguised has already secured their spot in Winners Round 2, and it's up to, as Disguised Toast would say, the other teams to find their advantage.
A heroic journey. Timmy, Enemy, Design, Bronzy in the back. I'm ready to see what they do here for the last match on World's Edge. But for the others, the remaining 60, all of you locked in here to World's Edge, grabbing your legends for the final battle.
Now we do have just a little while as the players lock in. We've already got some of the legend selects going on. You should be able to see it momentarily. But with teams like LG, WM, NDY, Passion UA, North Eption hovering just on the bubble, we're going to take a look at all of our players, all of them. As we said, teams that have given it their all over the past few days. LA, make some noise for your legends.
I want to hear the Galen Center go crazy. Shake everything about this building. Make it feel like an earthquake, because these players have been giving it their all, and they only have one more chance to prove themselves, to earn that right. Rain Day said it. Everything must be earned. It must be taken. Now take your space in the next round.
It's time to unleash devastation onto World's Edge. Dropship taking us south to north, giving teams like Navi, Gear Gaming, Tom Young-Kung, and Never to Change first drop advantage. Riddle, Order, and Disguise going to be joining them simultaneously as everybody moves from the south towards the next ring, towards what we're expecting to be an ultimate victory. LG still sitting as we said, just outside of qualification. Do fortunately have not just a Harvester, but a ring console right next door, and get to find out immediately where they'll be playing what could be their last game of the tournament.
Don't say that, I'm already starting to get a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie. We always talk about that sweet, just a mastermind, 200 IQ when it comes, maybe even more honestly, when it comes to the IGL, but when you pair yourself with two players like Funk and Slayer who are newer to that LAN competition, maybe they needed this journey throughout the lower bracket in that elimination round one to fight for that, to get the experience, to get comfortable being uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, there's one thing to be said. You are still in the bubble. You're still outside the top 10.
Until this game is over, nothing is for certain. We did get a look at Boogie Borders earlier. They're going to be rotating out of Countdown. They've actually been a really fascinating team to watch. Seventh seed out of APAC South coming into this tournament. And right now have one of only 6 players with a positive damage differential across all games during the Split 1 playoffs. Raki has really been holding it down for the team damage-wise, consistently hurting other squads more than he takes in Retribution.
11 points outside the top 10 is going to be North Eption. Taida is the only original member of the North Eption roster that we had seen at LANs in the past, picking up Yuka Predator from FC Destroy paired alongside Razy. They've completely changed up their style of play, and I like it. The issue is they just have not been able to find that combination that nets them into a match point final.
North Eption running up against Hao right now. Hao in 19th place, North Eption in 14th. Should one of these teams go down, they will be eliminated.
And their journey will end here. So all is to be said. You can see the mobile shield there from the Newcastle, and Arcstar, though, with ease to find that way. Taida, I've seen him clutch up some of the craziest moments, but when you start getting picked away from the distance and are already forced into a defensive nature to try and heal, here comes the scan. They're going to get the information of the locations. We immediately start maneuvering across.
It's surprising to see North Eption disengaging so hard. They do have a little bit of height to hold on to. Could have actually fought this off, but are so, I hesitate to say afraid, I'll say cautious about taking a fight, about being eliminated here, that they've let Hao take an incredible amount of space, and this could be it. It could be North Eption giving up one of the biggest advantages they had and going down to the team in 19.
Well, I'm a little nervous about what they're doing here because Yuka did pick up an initial knock onto Hao, and instead they hit the full reset, they pop Beast to the hunt, and they're using it to swing around side them. The L-Star, we know its prowess, we know what its ability, but WMNDY pick up Taida, and this could be the end of North Eption.
It's so crazy to see Hao being the one sending this, but WMNDY being the victors, picking up 2 KP so far. North Eption down to just a single member, and Hao, for all their trouble, have committed really hard to a fight that's gotten away from them, and now they're sandwiched by the Boogie Borders and MDY White.
I don't want to be Hao right now. FaZe, okay. Within the Bloodhound ult, we're just reeling through it. Hao, our first team to go down. They will not be continuing here in the playoffs.
MDY White looking for future kills. Might not have expected Boogie Borders to be on the other end of this, and it's a nice disengage from them. Moving up little by little in the placement. Started the game at 17, have now started to creep their way further in. TYK on the other end of this engagement, taking some shots at the fight that broke out previously. And we're seeing the south end of Fragment, the south end of Monument become the happening place in this zone.
It's one of my least favorite areas on the map to fight here, and TYK are going to look for any angles, but when you open yourself up towards the choke, where the zone was pulling, a lot of teams are going to be working their way through here. So anytime that gets delayed in this, we're expending our utility, we're using our ultimates, we're looking to bait teams out to expend them before they actually fully send. Now, North Eption, one member was able to get away, and thanks to having Newcastle locked in, that support legend will likely seek a way to craft banners and hit the regen.
LG playing this super slow, waiting for other teams to fall. I think relying on the fact that other squads are going to be getting aggressive around the map. It's already started to happen, even more so than previously, as Boogie Boarders pick up a member of MDY White.
18 points for them, 32 the benchmark for 10th place as it stands. My only worry is, what is that aggression going to look like? Because for some of these squads, it has to be the best game of Apex they've ever played. MDY White has fallen. They're outside the top 10. They will not be able to make it a step further.
Well, it was just a solo. Real scary for Boogie Boarders to take, say, an unexpected amount of damage, especially when other teams should be rotating through this area. Teams like Na'Vi moving up through the south could catch Boogie Boarders off guard. But for LG, those slow players, those teams on the bubble, let's take a listen in and see how they're dealing with the pressure of Game 6.
Don't shout.
I'm batting. I can't help. We're gonna shot the back. We might have to run into gas, bro. I'm running gas. Smoke us.
No smoke for 8.
Oh, bro, I'm dead here.
Fine.
I'm about to find this box.
Almost got it.
We're good.
Good lord.
I'm making syringes.
I'm Phoenixing. We see him run out north and reset this game.
Yeah. Run
They'll
down north.
still be running in us. I have no fucking clue. Let's just wrap. Hard wrap, right?
Pop oranges.
Yep.
Oh, we need to chill. Holy fuck.
Need barrels there next time.
I did. I've gold res.
We need to know before they're out here.
Let's go to res. We're chilling.
Yeah, we're above. Oh, there's a team on this. There's a team on this northern ridge. They might be fighting. Wrap left. All those nades and shit's probably the fuse team. We might just need to gas wrap them.
Alright. I found again.
Yeah, keep wrapping left.
We don't have any heals, do we? One med kit, 1 range.
1 med kit, 4 ranges. We just need to walk out and fight these kids on the site. Get a big fuck 3 cut.
I only have 1 med kit now.
Walk up.
Wait, med kit?
Yeah, make it first. We're too far away enough.
You want to walk up on the center?
Fight that up here. Yep. I don't think anyone's up here.
Goodness.
We see like rat up here for a second. Sounds like they're getting into down below us. Might be a third here soon. Get ready to third this.
Yeah, man. You want to look down and shoot him? They're in front of us, I think. In front of me. Marsh. No, it's a decoy.
They're trading. Get ready to end.
Alright, I'm gonna pop on.
Ready to maybe third from over here.
Pop on. You ready to end?
Yeah, let's go.
Go on. Scanning for you guys.
We see a fight the inside and it's stabilized.
They took portal.
I'm looking behind us. You guys fighting there. They're getting...
Up top. Almost jump on. He's one. You push him, bro. Push him.
Cracked him.
Push him. I need res.
Yeah.
Getting bro down.
Just res.
Res right here.
I am.
Go back.
Stopping the new team coming.
Hit him 150 blue. Six, I think.
We're fine. He's outside. Batting.
Outside running. He's 1
He's 1
HP.
West.
1 HP solo out here, so that's sweet.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm grabbing flash shields.
Close. Can we scan southwest, please?
Yeah, scanning them.
It's a full team playing Mirage.
My breath dropped the moment I saw them fall. The swing, the reset coming through, but BRD still trying to find their way into that building elsewhere. Riddle has fallen. They were sitting in 8th place at the 33-point mark, and it's going to be dangerous, and BR Demons, they're going home.
Coming back for the last members, not going to work out. BR Demons, one of our 2 South American representatives, will be going home after this, leaving it all up to Year Gaming.
There's still time, but you look at the points as they stand. LG Omid tied with 32 points. The benchmark they need to best is at least 33. We are so close to maybe feeling safer in this moment. You think back to the regular season in North America. Remember the pop-off moments that we've witnessed from LG specifically, pairing Sweet with the wingman, going off like crazy, but we need a safer rotation until we feel as if deep into the placement points, we can really unleash it.
You mentioned Riddle going down to the south, the very south end of this zone. Oxygen, yet another team who are on the bubble at 9th place right now, are being wrapped by Geared Gaming. Both teams noticed each other, instantly back off, but that's not going to stop these squads from ultimately having to run into each other.
This is an Oxygen special. Anytime the zone starts to pull towards the south of Monument, when it encompasses a large majority of the mountains and unplayable space, Oxygen will seek to control the choke towards the left side. And if they can maintain that and force Geared Gaming to rotate over to the opposing choke point, that will allow them a safer place. But the job's not going to be done, because even when the zone closes, there'll be just a very small area that they can wrap that with ease. TYK and Navi on the other side could run into a lot of issues if Geared chooses that path.
Now for TYK, we're highlighting them mostly because of their ability to gatekeep these squads, right? We already talked about Geared on the low ground. Nobody wants to walk through TYK in order to access the next circle, so you have to pick. Do you take this horrendous high ground fight into TYK? Do you take an evac tower if you've got one? Or do you opt into the fight with Oxygen that you just avoided? Those are the decisions ahead of Geared Gaming, and it's going to really impact likely Oxygen the most. The other opportunity, of course, the evac tower, is going to take you into God knows what.
Well, I like where we're seeing Passion UA. The last time we had a similar zone that pulled into this, they had found themselves in a similar building as LG, as North Eption, and they fell outside the top 3 and were not able to get a lot of points. This time, with a similar zone, they're opting to play from the majority of Monument side. Their next course of action is going to be facing off against Kinatrope, your back-to-back winners of Map 1 and Map 2, who are already safe with nothing to lose. Passion UA, though, they have everything to gain.
Not much space to play, and that's what's concerning me right now. Artico, for all the information they're able to gather by using crypto, isn't going to be able to fend off Heroes with just one legend. They've got to watch their back as the duo from Heroes wraps around Passion.
This is okay, though, because Kinatrope has already sent Oxygen Esports. Now Passion UA full sending with the advantage towards Heroes, takes them out, sends them to the lobby. But for now, they'll have to wait. They locked in at 5th place as it stands, but it opens the door for our team to make their way into the top 10.
You better have a gen right now, because if anybody sees Passion UA, nades are going to start to fly into this card. There is no safe space to play, and a gen right behind them is a great play to keep Passion in the game. As it appears, nobody's really looking at them, however. Everybody way too occupied with the squads that have jumped into low ground. Teams like C9, never to change.
Well, for teams like LG, who need to play it safe throughout round 4 ring closing, C9 finding themselves in a hot mess over here, falling to the likes of Passion UA, who need every point that they can get. And from the train cart on the high ground, are able to take angles on NTC. But look at C9, we've got barrels down, we're hitting a res, and Oxygen just on the bubble, the cusp. Everyone's looking at them. If they fall here, there's a chance that LG will be able to hop into that top 10.
Oxygen have swung back onto Geared. The fight is finally taking place, and Bane's the first one.
Okay,
a huge swing! Does so much damage, but cannot find enough! Oxygen are down, and Geared take the win!
South America taking down a heavy-hitting squad from North America. That has been the story of the Year 4 Split 1 playoffs here at the ALGS. The other regions have come to play.
Really great play from Geared Gaming, and their spot's already secured. The real concerning part here is Oxygen, who were sat in 9th place and have the chance to be jumped past over the course of the next few minutes. They have got to watch this lobby in anticipation.
LG on your screen, Omid, tied for 32 points, need to find themselves 2 more points to nestle into the top 10. Riddle, Oxygen, WMNDY 33 points, 8th through 10th place. This is the scariest lobby I've witnessed ever.
Omit is in a game-winning spot with a game-winning weapon. Difficult to hold on to, but with the Kraber, it should be all the easier. A team like LG needing to fight out of low ground has to mount a Herculean effort in order to surpass the points that Omit will be gathering in this game.
Well, this is gonna make all the difference. With the rings at their back, they take down Boogie Borders. They find themselves into the top 10. Boogie Borders, though, they're going home packing.
Sweet, one more tick of the ring could do it. Sitting on 50 HP, manages to find a little bit of safe space to play, but LG could be the ones next up on the chopping block. There we go, Slayer falls, Sweet goes immediately afterwards, and LG go down in 10th place.
That is not a safe place, knowing that Passion UA, North Eption, so close to being able to jump over them, so you have to keep your eyes on Artico, Sonya, Max Strafe, because they'll be the deciding factors on if they send a Titan home.
Oh man, in a really sticky position right now as well. Have lost some members. WMNDY up against Passion UA on the other end of the screen. Passion UA is falling. Cloud9 are down, but WMNDY stay alive as Passion UA fall.
Passion UA, I swear, first time on land, 33 points, 1 point shy of making the move here for Omit in the top 10. They should feel more safe. The only team that can best this is we need a North Eption win.
Omit cracking into the top 10 now. As you say, have just 2 teams behind them. 2 teams so far behind them, however, that they should be safe. North Eption and Tom Young-Kung would need to kill almost everyone in the lobby and find the win to just beat out Omit. But LG is a lot less safe, Tiff.
I am not comfortable if I am Sweet, Funk, or Slayer. North Eption has fallen. That means Luminosity may live to see another day.
Omit very well could stay in here. Second place should be theirs. Spotting a team in front of them, WMNDY will have to push. Not as Sarah on the other side. WMNDY go on the push. Find Omit in the tunnel. There's nowhere to go, and it's all up to Blast and Lufka.
Blast, Lufka. So much competitive history between the duo that is left standing on your screen. So many eliminations, 6 to boot. Wingman comes out. They send a WMNDY out of our lobby, and they turn their attention forward.
Tom Young-Kung, the last team alive that could somehow, with a miracle, make it in up against Not a Sarah and Geared. TYK risk it all. They go for Geared, but they're losing so much of Asia's health on the way.
TYK, a last-ditch effort. They meet a historic run, but only have 2 eliminations, and Dexter has fallen.
With Rena finding that knock, it's almost sealed the deal for TYK. They should be falling out, but every team playing patiently. Geared searching for another win in the elimination bracket, and Na'Vi seeking their very first of the series.
Na'Vi want that. Na'Vi need that, but TYK need every elimination and more. And for now, Geared, they send over straight onto TYK. Asia looking to fend it off, trying to hit the reds. We want Dexter back on their feet.
I can't believe they got this, but Geared aren't committing just yet. Na'Vi are the ones going much harder. It's giving Geared the opportunity to wrap up onto them from the high ground. TYK go down. The final 3v3 starts ticking into existence. Na'Vi still hold height. Geared all the way on the low ground with an evac tower. And we cannot forget, Tim, the chance to use Horizon.
Zillich, keep your eyes. The turbocharged Havoc has been a nemesis this season, knowing just how OP it's been, but from the high ground, it's Na'Vi and Panic falls. Na'Vi looking to staple their names, keep their dreams forward, prove they're not just a 40th place team on land. Na'Vi find a map win.
Putting themselves in the top 3 of elimination round 1. This is Na'Vi back with a vengeance, breaking the curse, as you said. This is one more step closer to Matape finally overcoming the legacy that he previously set.
Kinda. Tyler, Matape have put in so much work to change the course of their fate here, at LAN, and it is showing. Kinda such a young demon, historically played with Element 6, has won multiple MVP nominations throughout the regular season and is just amping up here on the stage.
There are 10 teams, of course, that get to move on to the next round. Another chance to fight for their tournament lives and for a spot in the finals. Na'Vi are one of them, but they're going to be joined by so many others. Omit, in fact, clinching their spot in that game was the performance that had my heart pounding the hardest.
For those whose journey ends here and goes home, our hearts go out to you. Thank you so much for bringing us all of your skills, everything that you've worked so hard for. And may your journey continue on again.
Now, with that, we are still looking towards the next round, but Tiff, I got one more thing to say. Geared Gaming really showed up this round. South America, they could be making the finals once again. All of their hopes are going to be pinned on Geared. I want to hear what the desk has to say about the series that we just witnessed and what we can expect moving into the next round.
Well, vamos, South America. Geared Gaming take the win in our series, but it is bittersweet in the Galen Center. As you can see now, teams packing up some for the final time this weekend. Yes, we have sent 10 teams home. It is not an easy time for those teams that did not make the cutoff into elimination bracket number 2, but that is the threat of ending up in elimination bracket 1 after the group stage. It is real. Yet in the same way, Zephyr, Jayhawk, Graceful on the desk again, there is hope now for some teams. Notably, if you listen to this crowd, LG just narrowly making it out, rooting each and every time one of the teams that could have surpassed them got out. Let's take a look at series overall results for our elimination bracket 1. And there it is as it stands on the left-hand side. Those will be your teams that head into elimination bracket 2.
Once again, to reiterate, it's a fantastic start and something to at least paint some potential threats as we look towards our next elim round after winners. Geared Gaming, notably a massive success for the South American region that we had not gotten to see when it came out of those groups. And following them, I'm a little bit sad, but they still place high in second with 57 points. Kinatrope representing a lot of that openness that we started talking about early on in the broadcast that gave them their strategy to at least send them high alongside the rest.
And then I want to mention Na'Vi and Wonton Dumpling. Wonton finishes first in their region, kind of an unknown factor, but a little slow the past 2 days. They finally show up today, a really strong set. And then Na'Vi, can we talk about the storyline? They finished well in EMEA so many times. The last 2 lands weren't able to make it out of elim round 1. They finally do it, and they did it in style.
I'm happy to see more EU representation as well with Omid coming in, but also WMNDY staying strong. They have showed a strong performance throughout the whole tournament, in my opinion. Fell a little bit short, came back up right again, but you know what? I have to root for my boys. Cloud9, having repping that myself in the land. Always happy, and with my choice today being, you know, Disguised also came through. I've seen teams adapt really well so far. A little bit iffy though, because, you know, they adapted to this lobby. Can they adapt to the next one? Remains to be seen.
And they will have more to play with and play for. Teams on the other side of things, though, obviously Oxygen Esports. We had picked that Jayhawk as well. Did not make it. It was just 1 point that separated them. We can even go back into match 6 to see how that transpired getting to that moment. But Passion UA, another big story. Max Strafey finally getting to land, just narrowly missing out on that chance to go to finals, but a valiant effort. Jayhawk, walk us through somehow that final circle of some of the disappointments, but also why it worked out in the favor overall of Geared and these top squads to take.
Yeah, we get one of these zones that's just south of Monument and Fragment, and there's not a lot of playable space early, so we saw as the ring started to close, there's a lot of teams on the outer edge that are going to have to fight before they can move in. Omit takes the really one playable spot in the center of the map, but everybody else is on the edge fighting. TYK was one of those teams that effectively did clear their southern edge, but they didn't get involved enough in the action, so they narrowly miss out. Oxygen, another team out on the edge, wasn't able to win their fight against Geared, and that's the 1 point that they fall short of. If they win that, they're heading to the next round, and it felt like throughout the whole set, they were playing edge, but they weren't winning their fights out there. Riddle, another team just on the outside, doesn't do enough in this one, but LG, they get just the points needed earlier in the game. A clutch fight over Icicles. to push them through. And in the end game, like I talked about with Na'Vi in style, they come out, they get this big win, holding the height against Geared, and they're going through.
Graceful, you mentioned it so many times, just get 6 points each game. Well, they got 34, they got 4-1, but basically 6 across the board, and they were able to survive just barely. Not what you want to do, though, going into Elimination Bracket 2.
Yeah, you really don't want to leave it up to like one big game, because when you have like, you start to breathe heavy after, you know, first 3 maps are bad. Now you go into the next map saying, oh, we had a bad map. Can we turn it around on this map?
Yeah.
And you really don't want to leave it up to that last game. But as we could also see, that fire under them, some teams needed that, and they pulled through just in the end, just in the nick of time, right? Even right on the mark at one point.
Maybe just to remind you of why you're here in the first place. Sweet, you know he knew it was do or die in terms of calling that wrap around in zone, making it through the pressure from BR Demons, fighting Northeption in that building, getting down and then getting Punk back up and doing it again.
I want to talk about Amit, though, real quick before we move on there. A huge shout out to them. People forget that before this series, they were actually out of it. They were down in 11th and 12th, and they had a remarkable game setting up on the top end of that zone. But as we kind of peel down, take a look at the rest of us, there were some attempts never to change. Boogie Borders, they had their chance. They tried to put up the KP, but when it comes down to it, making some of those long-winded transitions, especially from the edge, as you were pointing out, Graceful, it got particularly difficult, and as a result, their journey has come to its end.
Well, the world of Apex Legends has traveled to North America for the Split 1 playoffs, but right now, in this moment, after our Elimination Bracket 1, it is all South America. Yeah, that is the rave. We've got We The People standing by with Panic from Geared.
LA, what up? I am here with Panic from Geared Gaming. Absolute insane performance. You guys won the series. Before the SLAN, there was a lot of talk that the other regions outside of NA and EU wouldn't do too well. That's not the case. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that coming from South America is very hard, performing well in a LAN, but we did it. We have to play well in losers 2, it is, or winners 2. But I think we're capable of doing good.
You make me proud as somebody who was born in Brazil. Tá bom? It's crazy how ALGS is a global event, right? You have players from all over the world. Who is the toughest team to take a 3v3 against?
I think probably Alliance, yeah, or Dark Zero. Dark Zero is not losing any fight.
Yep, and outside of their, gun skills, what makes them the toughest teams to go up against?
Talking about guns, probably they are pretty good in long range, so you can't really get close to them and fight them good, yeah.
I mean, their mechanical talent is absolutely insane. So you told me before the interview that your family, your whole entire family is watching. What do you want to say to them? Say it in Spanish and in English for the crowd here.
Okay. Muchas gracias por apoyarme tanto siempre. Y nada, lo aprecio mucho, lo aprecio mucho. I said, thank you for your support, always supporting me. I appreciate it a lot.
It's nothing but love here. Shout out to South America. Shout out to you guys in the crowd. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, peeps. Panic from Geared Gaming. Congratulations yet again on making it out and thriving in our Elimination Bracket 1. But Elimination Bracket 2 is upon us later on in the day. You will see Geared Gaming, Panic, and the rest of the squads you just watched there. But in a moment, we have more to discover. That's right. Who will be going into our match point finals on Sunday? We are about to find out. Coming up today in just a little bit at 2:30 Pacific time, we're going to be going straight ahead into our winners bracket. That's where the conversation of can Dark Zero continue their historic record-setting one of over 240 points in the group stage and do it against the best teams who have performed alongside them. Aurora, Alliance, TSM, all of that coming up in just 45 minutes, so do not go anywhere. Also, if you want to follow us on Play Apex Esports to keep in touch with everything that we're doing, make sure to do that on X and, of course, twitch.tv/PlayApex. That's it for right now. Go take a little bit of a break. We will be right back, though, with the winners bracket. We're sending 10 teams to Sunday. You don't want to miss it.
that Farupa does it again! Player, what are you doing as he moves in? The knock grenade, he clutches it out, Bastion, maybe the hero!
Gets Heroes into second place.
Spaghetti, until the melees of give Heroes the dub!
Are now in the last two squads, it's them, and still the solo from WM and EY.
The whole crew celebrating, stand up, relish it. You know Geared are gonna swarm on it, the knockdown shields. Can we do it? No, Geared, make light work of that cleanup. The Galen Center is packed. Na'Vi looking to stable their names, keep their dreams forward. Proof they're not just a 40th place team on Lynn. Na'Vi find a map win.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend?
Everybody want
down for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
Thank you, EA, for sponsoring this video.
TSM might take game number one. That's gonna be a 1v3. The drop down. TSM, baby.
Oh, it's so good. So good. Come to land for the food. I think it's a really close match. It's all fun. Feeling real good.
Got TSM. Fighting.
Yo, yo. Welcome in. Can you go ahead and show this off? Champions. Once again, we got a fourth one on the way too. Next year, don't worry. Old Messi looking over me. Keeps me safe. That's my max. What was it, 14? I don't know how this happened, but here we are. I'm just running the pre-Japan prep here. Cheers. Let me know what you think.
Evan?
Yep, that's me.
It's fucking cool, dude.
First one.
Apparently our flight got delayed, by the way.
That's good. Pretty good. For an airport, it's pretty solid.
Where we at, CEO? Tokyo, Japan.
Welcome. What's up, brothers? Welcome to Japan. Apple juice.
Get those tired eyes. Sleepless.
I haven't had Monster in like 3 days. It's deprived.
Alright, so we're at this burger joint, and we have this beautiful burger here. This thing is definitely bigger than your average American burger. This thing is massive.
The cheese spilling over.
Oh, it's an American flag.
It was crazy. You know the American flag for all this cheese that we got going on?
I didn't see the American flag. We would pick the one restaurant that has an American flag stuck in the burger.
I don't know which one to get.
Where are we at?
This one?
Is Strong Zero?
Can't believe this guy. Middle of Pro League, he's getting franked already.
The best chocolate so far in Japan, right here. He's about to salivate.
Do like a Dave Portnoy like chocolate review. Yo, yo, yo.
How you doing, buddy? Yeah, good to see you, bro. Chilling. Yo, big dog, what's up, man? Yeah, my room also smells like good. Yo, big E, how you doing, bro? Chilling, man. You're fucking tired, man. Good to see you, Tony. What's up, bro? I had to brush my hair off. I was doing this thing. He's coming. You're not coming, too? Have fun, guys. You're probably bad at darts, huh? Cool. All my homies hate you. Yo, you get no more food. Get out of here.
What's going on here, bro?
Get the shoes off. That's a cheat.
Alright, single 8.
It's not looking good. We're falling apart.
I posted a photo at Champs in Raleigh, and it was like the X Games photo, and then it was like the Birmingham crowd, and it's pretty crazy to see.
You think it'll be even bigger? Nice to meet you.
Very, very, very proud.
Thank you. Thank you.
Funny.
Thank you.
Number one player. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Hi.
Purple House.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Have fun in Japan.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you guys. We'll see you on the weekend.
Thank you. First day in Japan rap. How you feeling?
Buzzed. Feeling buzzed. Ready to sleep.
I'm ready to knock out. Very, very tired. Normally right now, it's like right when I'd be waking up. Now it's when I'm going to bed, so.
Morning, Mr. Studio.
Good morning.
How are you feeling today?
I got a headache from the beer last night, but we're chilling. We're going to Family Mart to get a cure, and then we're gonna get food.
Evan 12 HP right now. Evan before. Not looking good. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually like a 297, I'd say. Feeling pretty good.
No, this one says 98, right?
This side's 297.
For the camera it says 98.
This one says 12 on this one. That's why it's 22. It's 12 out of 100. What HP?
What HP are you at?
I'm at like a 75. Need some food. Definitely need some food right now. We got a banana milk in here. That's good.
It's really good, yeah.
That's so good.
It just tastes like I put bananas in milk.
Tastes like a banana smoothie.
Yeah, do a smoothie. Or like in a blender.
Yeah, that tastes really good.
See the photo skills?
The photo skills?
Yeah, how do look?
Got my shoes in there. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I'm terrible.
Evan's like, yep. It's pretty good to me.
Got some purple shampoo and conditioner. I hope it's purple shampoo.
Got the most random stuff here. Got this little Hello Kitty ornament for my mom. This little thing with a wagging tail. Perpetually wagging tail.
Where'd you guys? What's up, man?
Yeah? No Uber? Yeah. You got a brag, guys?
Well,
I'm going to a punk on a second. The elevator broke.
Did it break?
this looks absolutely incredible. I'm a little bit too much potentially. Oh my lord. Do the rice first?
Oh, actually, like that one? Yeah, I love it.
Oh wow. That's incredible.
This is my little guy right here. You see? You see? I didn't even say it this time.
Yeah, he's actually sick in here.
With you and Drake on the couch here. This is fun. Did you see that one?
Now for some Zaza in Japan. That funky smell to it, you know? Real earthy smell.
Why are you hogging too, cheater? Dang, I can't even reach.
He's got one with the right arm for support and one with the left to show the watch.
God, I love being a dumb American. Is that lit?
I don't know where we're at. No Bezo.
What?
Bezu? No Bezo? No Bezu?
It's like hot pot. It's really good. What would you say? What do you rate it, Evan?
Out of all the Japanese places I've been to, I give it like a 7. I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of hot pots because like the moist meat always throws me off. I kind of like it dry. Or like the meat should, or the juice should come from the meat, not from the something that you put it in. I just think boiled meat is kind of like it's not how meat should be eaten. I like it grilled, or sauteed.
For context, you did pick hot pot though.
I picked it for you guys. It wasn't for me. You think I'd include what I want? It's not. I don't pick. Yeah, for sure. Selfishly. For sure.
I always watch the YouTube and the Twitch.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Got TSM.
fighting. Yep, you guys can trust me, right? You guys trust me?
Where are we going?
We're dead. Where are we going?
He just looks around.
Where are we going? Hell if I know.
Evan thinks he's the IGL now. He's trying to lead us to find something, and he won't tell us where we're going, so.
Yo, a nightclub, church, seems
Trying to go to Flamingo.
wrong. What do you do?
They're coming for us.
I feel pretty tired. I feel like I can knock out and sleep for like 10 hours right now. But I say it was a pretty good day. Got a lot of good food, a lot of walking. Got to just explore a little bit. So, solid day and I'm ready to pass out.
Evan got the, what are those?
These are the Nike boot Maxes.
Got the photographer.
Those are fake, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here in Tokyo at the Apex Legends Museum, and we're about to head inside.
One of a kind, limited edition. Cannot be gotten anymore. Out of stock.
The board with history of Apex Legends. Yeah. That's what we did.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the boxing gloves. Yeah, throw the boxing gloves on.
What's up?
No way.
They call you Da-E, which is Big E, you know?
Oh really?
Yeah.
Da-E? Da-E?
Well, if Hal also did miss, he also wins. If I did miss, I also win earlier.
Yeah.
There's so many, there's so many
things that could have happened that could change things, but that's how it is.
But then again, if you did punch me out, I think I would have just quit. I think I would have just quit.
That would have been bad. That would have been bad. He's super excited. Super excited.
Good job, buddy. No, this one. Thank you, EA, for the incredible tour of the Apex Legends Museum. We're super excited to go do some kendo.
We are here to do what, kendo?
Yeah.
What city is it? Ken?
I don't know.
We're here somewhere in Japan doing some kendo. We're here to show some American muscle. My strategy is to hopefully not lose, and maybe hit Evan in the head a little bit.
I'm going to, I think I'm gonna. I don't know what my strategy's gonna be. I think I'm just gonna try and hit and not get hit. That's the plan.
Can I make a prediction? Sure.
I think Evan is gonna hit Hal as hard as he can.
Finally, all these past 3 years, finally get to unleash all my anger.
Yeah, we're gonna be looking for one after this.
My plan is just to make trades and just outpower the other person. No speed, no technique, nothing. Just pure power. American power.
Light! Okay, it's the basic steps. Yeah, next! Yeah.
Go. On this side. Go. Hey, that's right. Go. Go. So harder. Harder. Go. Alright, shout the go. Potato.
That was interesting.
I don't feel comfortable hitting hard, bro. I don't know. It's like weird.
You're gonna miss by
Also, the footwork is really hard. Like the footwork is super hard. About to get hit in the head.
Man! Way hard, like they're way harder. Are you serious? Man!
I have to go against Yukio. I'm scared because he's a god at kendo. It was a tough battle. Very tough battle against a skilled champion. I didn't realize he could keep going because your balloons popped like right away.
Yeah, we were about to corner. I thought I was out.
I thought you were out, and then it'd be a 1v1, and I was like, he's dead.
So now you guys have a great experience of kendo. Reps, how was it?
It was hard, very hard, especially going against Yukio.
Yeah.
He's very skilled. I'm brand new, so it was a lot of fun though.
But it was a really good fight.
You think so? Yeah.
It was very close.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun. How about you, Evan?
It was so fun. Super fun. It's actually way harder than it looks. It's more exhausting than you think it would be because you're just like, I don't know, you're not like sprinting long distances, like you're not moving around a ton, but it's just like you really are. It's so exhausting.
Your shouting was good, actually.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was trying.
That's good. How about you?
I think it was really fun. It looks way harder than way harder than it actually looks at. But I also think like you get gassed out because of the mask. Like it's so tight, so it's harder to breathe. But it's really fun. I definitely recommend like trying it once for sure. Like if anyone's ever in Japan. We're getting a private room, I guess, because CEO shit.
And it's an absolute privilege to be with TSM players in Japan, in Tokyo today. So today we started out with the Apex Legends Museum, and now we're at a yakiniku restaurant in Ginza with TSM, Kosuke Garoa, and Yukio.
First time, never had kimchi before. Usually get scared because it smells really bad when last have it.
The one minus make smells bad.
Yep.
Best friends. Yeah. We're gonna hang out in undisclosed location.
We usually like go to the gym and stuff like that, like work out. But I don't know. He likes to read books and stuff like that.
Yeah, read a lot.
Yeah, he likes to read a lot.
We meet up with a lot of Apex people too.
Yeah, we go to like
dinners.
There's Japanese barbecue in Texas, so we sometimes do that too with like Apex friends.
Yeah. Like Minecraft.
Yeah. But yeah, gym, Japanese barbecue.
That's about it, bro.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
We don't do much.
Apex every day. Apex every day. Obviously to win, but also just do better than Dark Zero. That's like our main goal. But yeah, just like we're not doing so well in Pro League right now, but I think we're we're just worried about LAN. Pro League is kind of just like a practice and testing stuff. So, but yeah, winning is always the goal, and that's it. Like basically create a dynasty, even though we already did that last year. Maybe just go for winning every LAN this time, not getting a second. So.
What do you think of that?
Huh?
What do you think of the food?
It's amazing.
Dang.
Yeah.
Good.
Good morning. We're at the breakfast buffet in the hotel. You should actually look at this. Our first hotel is like way worse than this, but yeah, I think we have pretty much free day today. We have like 30 minutes of rehearsal at like 1 or 2 p.m. And the rest of the day we're gonna have a Kobe beef reservation. I'm excited for it, and we're gonna be shopping a little bit I think today. So that's the plan.
Yeah. Fries? Oh my god. I'm gonna go get some food. I was really so tired last night and so brick. I literally left my key in the door. I put it in the door and opened it and left it there. They put a note under my door and it said, hey, you left your key in the door. We brought this from office. I have to go grab it.
Jesus Christ.
I fell asleep instantly though. When I
How do you even do that?
Bro, I was so tired.
Bro, you should have seen, like, you missed out last night. You should have came out. Bro, we went to like a sushi place, like close by. And somehow, like, we were all like just drinking like sake and like beer, like we were getting just like drunk.
Yep.
And somehow Tempo ordered soup, right? And he gave him everything but the soup. Like, you know how, like, let's say you make a chicken noodle soup, you get like noodles in the chicken, but there's no like water. That's literally what they gave him. I was actually dying, like I was crying how like funny it was.
We are at the Apex Legends Asia Festival right now, Winter Edition 2024.
We got a box to get into. I got Horizon, let's go! Nice.
Show the camera.
They're ready for it. Sick. It's actually so sick. I'm the technical major, sure.
Yeah, it's really cool. The gold frame too.
Anything on your bucket list when you come to Japan?
My bucket list? I'd say just to try the, Hal's been recommending this Kobe beef place. He's been praising it for the last few months almost. So I'm really looking forward to trying out this Kobe beef. Heard great things about it, so it's definitely one of the biggest things that I came here to do.
This time around, I wanted to go see the coastline and see the water and everything.
I think the best way is probably described as well-rounded professional team. And I think our goal in the tournament is to kind of just win as usual.
I want to say thank you to everybody who came out to the Apex Asia Festival. Super excited to see all you guys. Haven't seen you guys yet. I know there's so much love for Apex and TSM here in Japan.
Ganbarimasu.
We got on the train, and Evan and Jordan wasn't getting on the train because they're too busy messing with the vending machine. So they missed the train, and now we're just me, Tempo, and Ryan on the train. My teammates, by the way. We're waiting for our kids. Why? They're idiots. Oh, I see them. No way.
1番線の電車は中目黒行きです。
Ready, guys? Where to?
What's up, guys? Yeah, basically, Evan and I were checking the vending machines out at the station, and then we turned around. Next thing we know, there was 3 people gone. The train, they're in the train on the window waving at us with the door closed.
I think this is probably the best steak I've ever had in my entire life.
This is A12 Kobe beef. It's definitely good. I want to compare it against the A5 though that I got too.
I've been here before. I think it's amazing. Let's see if it still is. Still is.
thing wasn't budget. It's a trap. Scary.
Nice young. Shit. Why is there plastic on this?
Real good. Milk bread. I don't know where the milk comes in though. It's really fluffy and soft. It's kind of like a Hawaiian roll, but way better. We're at the Apex Asia Festival venue. About to get our makeup done. Get my face cleaned up here. I don't think I need it personally, but they insist.
We're in the makeup room to get pretty.
You think you need it?
No. I bet like less than 30 seconds. Watch. I got the Alpine Air Forces. Got the Gucci pants. I got the kid jacket yesterday. And then yeah, the jersey, the new TSM jersey.
Yo, we're here, baby, with the B stream.
We're waiting to get onto the stage or the introduction of the tournament. So we're chilling backstage right now. We're gonna be going up soon.
About to go out on stage, get a couple wins real quick.
TSM might take game number one. That's gonna be a 1v3. The drop down and TSM, baby. Who else would it be?
Feeling great. The boys are feeling real confident. Everything's working so far, and we're feeling real good. Off to a really good start.
TF gets eliminated.
Wow.
Here we go. 3v3.
CR versus TSM.
As CR now with a wide swing.
Verhoeven picks up one.
That's huge. Juice trying to move forward. Can he do it? It's not going to be possible. Armor Sub comes out. Oh my God! And TSM in game number 5. TSM takes the W here, man. GG's. Well played.
Hey buddy, you're in a close-off area here.
Can I take a picture later?
Yeah. I love the sweatshirt. Nice to meet you. I love that. The best. Best sweatshirt.
You're so big, bro. What are you doing?
A lot of fans coming to this event today. There are a lot of fans of TSM coming today. What's your thoughts?
We had a huge meet and greet and meeting all the fans. It was so nice to meet them, take photos. We also got a couple gifts from our amazing fans. We saw a lot of signs out in the crowd, like spelling out like Imperial Hal, Reps, Verbals. Yeah, it was just amazing to see that.
They're back there talking about emotions. I don't know what's going on. The guys want a group photo, so.
Oh yeah!
No, you're making fun of me.
What's up, Jordan? How you feeling today?
Good. Just got up though. A little tired.
There's a first and second place team right next to each other.
Jack right there?
Yeah.
Oh man, right next to the enemy. That allows for some sabotage. Might have to like just sneak in there. No one's looking. Grab a mouse and keyboard and just take it.
We're here for them to take the anger off of me. On me, I guess. But they're punching this bag before the tournament.
Ready for a camera guy? We're gonna punch this thing as hard as I can. Hopefully I don't miss.
そうだ、回は壊れなかったが、62キロ、62キロです。
I love you.
I love you too.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
On scan.
一旦がっつり漁る感じですかね、TSM は。
最初のサプライズ。
チャージセンチネル、このシーズン20の。
Uh-oh, and here it is, a 2v3 for TSM. Oh! No.
Yeah, GG.
Oh
And
my God! And you will regret turns to you will not regret.
That's a huge scan now. They can definitely capitalize on this.
Oh yeah.
They should just jump on that guy. He's 1 HP.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. They can't get too crazy about it. Actually, lies in the back though.
Oliver Holtzman has his fed face. He missed the window.
Oh my.
But he gets in anyway. Reps covers his back.
Bro, he just got bailed the fuck out so hard. My God. Verhulst, his teammates got his back, and that is a blessing.
1枚見えていた。ハルが落として。ラウンド3の縮小なので、まあかなり厳しいのでもう一度戻ってきそうですが。
And here we go.
And they go for this. Bro, they've been loving this spot.
Oh my God, same team.
I think that's Riddle.
That is going to be Riddle. You killed him off. You're on the clock to get
Good shots.
Going down.
Biggie.
Oh my God, and of course.
プロマッチバトルロイヤル優勝はTSM です。おめでとうございます。Congratulations。DZ さん TSM です。
チャンピオン取りましたね。世界大会でも日本の大会でもチャンピオン取りましたね。
Apex Legends Asia Festival 2024 winner Pro Match Battle Royale Champion is TSM! Congratulations!
Home, the Apex Asia Festival. W in Japan. Feeling real good.
I'm really hoping that we get to win an ALGS in Japan as well.
Sorry.
Japan, I love you guys. I love the fans. You guys are amazing. I can't wait to come back.
Did you see your abs?
Oh, no.
Oh. Thank you.
Look, man, just won a championship, but you know, I just want to stay in my room. Oh We shit,
need
am I in
food.
the TSM vlog? Oh my God, Team Solo mid. Oh, no longer TSM. It's like some
3 sexy men.
Some shit. Yeah.
Good morning, CEO.
Good morning.
Trip. It's pretty good, you know. We came in, won a LAN. Now we're eating at this wonderful restaurant here. That's the final LAN send off. And it was an incredible trip.
It was a good trip. We won the tournament. Can't wait to go back to the grind though.
That's it. Nothing. No peace, nothing. Just can't wait to grind. Go back to the grind.
Our work trip is finally over. We can go home and rest and finally chill a little bit. Play some Apex, do a little competition. This was a hard fought trip here. We barely made it out alive. And we get to finally go relax a little bit.
Last day, heading back to the airport now. Sucks. Japan was a lot of fun. Now it's time to go back though and grind for ALGS.
Los Angeles is alive and well here at the Galen Center. The crowd behind me is excited because they know they are sending 10 teams to our match point finals on Sunday and 10 teams to our elimination bracket round 2. Stakes have not been higher here at the ALGS in our split 1 playoffs. It is day 3 and we are about to get it on. My name is Randy. I am joined on the desk with Glitter Explosion, Hodzik, and a special guest in front of this live LA crowd, Mr. J. Beebs, John Larson, a designer for the Legends team. You've known him across, I'm sure, much of X, his talk and his impact on the game. John, it's so great to have you with us today, and thanks for taking the time on the desk, my man.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here and honored to have a segment with y'all. Thanks.
Well, it's going to be a blast. I wanted to give you a shout out. I'm sure everyone in the stands as well. Pretty excited about season 21 and wants to know a little bit about what you can tell us about what is coming forward, what's unfolding. Big points for those at home and watching. What is season 21 going to bring us in Apex?
Yeah, I mean, we just had a huge one in season 20, and we're keeping the momentum going in season 21. The map update to Broken Moon is huge. Alter is meta-breaking for sure. And then we're bringing that mode back that we said we never would in solos.
You know, I think this was, Hotzik and Glitter and I, we were able to have a little panel with you guys before we started the show, and it was great to hear your thoughts and get a deep dive on it. We will deep dive a little bit more with Ian, the designer of Alter, later on in our halftime show, so stay tuned with that. But in terms of solos, what was the thought process of bringing that back? Because we've got a Sunday show match with creators, and there's also this big initiative to bring back a very highly requested mode.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we just the players wanted it. And so, you know, we like listening to feedback all the time. I think this version of solos improves on a lot of friction points that we had the first time around. So it's not going to be the same sort of solos. I think we added some features that will remove a lot of the frustration around third-party rates or getting a frustrating drop or having to manage healing economy. So it's just going to feel a little more dynamic, and yeah, we'll see if we're going to be welcoming feedback.
I can tell you from firsthand experience, it is very exciting what you guys have done. I think this is going to take for sure, but of course you will be the fans of that, and you're going to get your first chance at getting a sneak peek, a glimpse of what it looks like to see solos played live here on Sunday. I told you guys I was going to play. I'm actually now not going to play. I'm going to be hosting that, but that's okay. You didn't need it anyways. I don't need to, you know, show everybody up over here. I would have won.
Oh, really?
Probably. But we're going to have the first showdown. It's going to be fun. And John, I'm sure you guys are going to be around in the crowd. There's some more Respawn devs in front of us as well. So the whole team's going to be here watching and seeing how it unfolds.
Yeah, I forgot to bring my controller today, but I want to check out that station for a bit. But yeah, I think it's a really sweet opportunity that we have set up this time to get more people involved in these ALGS events, both from a content creation side and then just fans that are showing up and having the opportunity to participate and compete against the very best.
Well, you know, having a relationship with the fans as a designer is a huge element as well. I've got a very good friend, Garrett Martini. Shout outs to him. He's a designer. And, you know, it's part of having those relationships, being in the crowd, being with the players, understanding what they want. And you guys do a great job of that at Respawn. So thank you so much for all you do. We'll continue to talk more about that. But let's turn our heads towards what just occurred, Glitter, because, you know, we had a huge elimination round. We sent 10 teams home, but 10 teams still alive.
Yeah, and it was a hard-fought battle to even get to that point of the competition. When we show you those points again at the end, 1 point, and this is always the case at these lanes, it is 1 point that separates the squads that are able to make their way through to the next stage of the competition and the ones that have to go home here today. But let's start talking about what we saw, because in the first two matches, it was literally the story of Kinotrope. I mean, talk about a strong opener. They start not only with this win here in the first match, knocking out Geared Gaming, but then going into match number 2, run it back and do it again. And they really wanted to make sure that they were going to solidify their shot at making their way through to the next stage. But when we headed to match number 3, this was something that the entire green room was blowing up about, because in the final moments of match number 3, we watched the solo Bastion, the IGL for Heroes, with an insane clutch with C9 and Riddle Order in the wings. I mean, that was nutty.
Beautiful stuff with the Bangalore heirloom as well. Hotzik, it would be first 3 games, Kinotrope would stand out, Heroes as well, but it would shift pretty quickly to South America starting to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, we saw an insane performance out of Geared Gaming again. I think I mentioned it earlier in the cast with them. Nobody, I mean, you look at all the tier lists that people put out, you know, Nice Lick, throw out a little tier list, all the other content creators. You know, I don't think, most of the time, South America has been pretty criminally underrepresented within the ALGS lands. So it's actually really sick to see with their backs up against the wall, Geared Gaming coming out absolutely swinging. I mean, delivering a crazy performance that nobody probably really expected. And I really want to highlight one thing that actually, you know, from being on the perspective of having lost the losers bracket, how painful that can be. Obviously, we have a huge storyline with LG just barely scraping by literally 1 point. And then the 3 teams below them, OXG at 11th, Passion UA at 12th, and Riddle at 13th. It's a crazy amount of luck and like just unluckiness that kind of can go into that, where the 5th game, in particular. OXG was 4th with 6 kills. Passion was 3rd with 4 kills. Riddle was 2nd with 6. Obviously, when you lose, you want to look to eliminate all of the bad games, and you want to talk about that. But this one in particular, like, the bad games are going to happen, and they suck. But when you have really good games like that and you lose by 1 point, it's a really, you know, as a player, your mind is just racing at, like, should I have just thirsted this kill even though normally I wouldn't? Like, you know, all these really horrible things. So, you know, hats off to all the people that came out. Really unfortunate, but unfortunately people do have to go home.
That is a great point. I mean, when you look at the little moments, I know that Oxygen Caustic ult was one that was big in our green room. You should have done it. You would have taken out DSG. You would have had a full 3. You would have then been able to win that 3v2 against Kenotrope instead of a 2v2 where they had high ground on you. Little things can make the difference, and the conversation is you may have a great way to use an ult, but if you have a good way to use it, you may not get to that great way. So let's just use it well as we can. As we look at the teams, though, as we turn towards what's ahead of us in the winners bracket, JB, since you're here with us, you follow competitive play, you've seen these teams in live and in person. A lot of great names from all around the region here. Who do you have your eye on? What kind of stories are standing out to you when you look at these 20 teams that are about to play?
I mean, I think the thing I'm noticing early is here at this home field LAN in LA, we're seeing the international team step up with, I know, 4 of the top 5 teams being from regions outside NA. So that's been awesome for me to see. You know, I love seeing Aurora with the off meta pick with Lifeline. I mean, Hardeki's always going crazy on Lifeline. And then Dark Zero, just doing Dark Zero things.
Doing Dark Zero things. We will save a little bit of time to talk about them as well. Glitter, really quickly, just big picture overview. I mean, there's so many stories here in our winners bracket, and we're going to find out, you know, who's really showing up today.
Yeah, and I think if we see some of the really aggressive pushes onto some unsuspecting teams like we saw in groups yesterday, those teams at the top that benefited from it last time around could potentially catch some people on the back foot and benefit yet again.
One of the things that you do now have to deal with as a top performing team is that when you're spread in these groups, A, B, C, D, there's usually an opportunity to excel beyond your peers. However, when you put them all together, how does that shake up, Hodzic? You've been in this situation before. It's a different beast altogether.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes, I'm sure you watch like the streams and tweets, oftentimes you'll probably see this sentiment echoed through pro players. But one thing that every single one of them usually believes, and I talked to Zach Mazur this morning on the shuttle to the arena, every pro player generally, like, you look at every single upper bracket final across every LAN, most of them generally feel like that lobby is actually harder than finals. It is always completely stacked, and the games, I mean, just from like coaching and playing, the games are some of the hardest you will ever play. It's just like the competition is fierce, and everybody, it's one of those times where, you know, you always hear that play won't work on LAN. This is the kind of lobby where those plays won't work on LAN.
Well, you know, there's always these stories that come about on LAN. What happens with teams when they're succeeding? You have these teams jump out in front. Dark Zero, 100 points more in a group stage than anybody we've ever seen. That's insane. Surely they're going to win. But sometimes it just feels like we keep repeating the same story. And a team like TSM, who somehow is always down and out for a while, finds a way to get back into the conversation. Some of you might even be thinking that it's scripted. Maybe it is.
Hi, my name is Woodrow Hawks, and I play the role of Imperial Hal, and I'm the TSM captain. And to be honest, it's the hardest role I've ever had in my acting career.
Hey, Ridgewell. Okay, so look, we're going into game 6. You're going to come in 3rd against Dark Zero, and I need you to go on 1st.
Cool, sounds good.
My name is Dwayne Pipe, and I play the part of Verholst, the lovable, friendly, warm character that everybody knows and loves.
Hey, my name is David, and I play the role of Reps, who I would say is probably the best player on the team.
I'm Samuel Hobbs. My friends call me Sam. I was lucky to get the part of Raven, the TSM coach. He's the real brains of the operation.
Okay, everyone, let's skip to page 10. We've got TSM winning again in Game 6 at Lightning Rod Zone. Let's talk through how this is going to play out.
We wanted TSM to win for a really long time, and the fans love it when they do. So the writers have been doing great work and making it seem as real as possible.
My God, and it's such a thrill watching the TSM fanboys go crazy over what they think is a real tournament win.
Let's talk through day 3. TSM will be coming off a rocky day 2, and people will be wondering if they still got it.
Oh, that's perfect. And then we'll give them their zone in the final game.
You know, we could even get people to call the Lightning Rod zone the TSM zone. People love that.
Yeah. Verholst, though, shirt on or shirt off?
So part of my role on this team is making sure that Hal doesn't get too angry.
You idiot! What the were you thinking? What are you doing?
Can we get even angrier?
Why is this guy so angry?
Keeping Hal emotionally regulated isn't an easy job, but it's a really important one.
Wait a minute. They want my shirt off?
It's actually pretty lucky that EA has chosen us to win so often. It's been a huge boost for my career in Hollywood.
My name is Hamilton Bushranger, and I play Zero, Hal's arch nemesis. The role is a lot of fun to play, as I get a lot of free reign to really be creative and tilt the TSM fans. As an actor, I really like that, as I feel like I can really make the character my own.
Hey, my name is Tyler Smevens. I play the role as It's Timmy. I enjoy ratting and griefing TSM in their story, and my character really enjoys getting under their skin.
All right, guys, TSM's gonna take this one, Game 6 on Lightning Rod. Now remember, only 50% TSM talk on broadcast, otherwise it gets a little too obvious.
And then do we just go straight into the trophy lift with fireworks and
We'll probably stop filming and reset after like line 16, which is Onset coming in saying, Hal comes down from the heavens.
Could be a bit much.
Okay, listen up, guys. We're going to be filming a post-game reaction. TSM has just narrowly lost in the final circle. Are you ready, Ridgewell?
What's my line again?
It's just the one word.
Oh, okay, got it.
You good? Everybody's good. Okay, everybody. 3, 2, 1, action.
It's been a great time so far, but we haven't gotten the script yet here for playoffs, so we'll have to see what the writers have in store.
Oh, well. You thought it might have been scripted. It actually is. Oh, man, what a fun time the crew had filming that one. Jay Beebs, you got your little acting cameo there as well, man. That was a convincing performance.
Yeah, man. Hopefully that kicks it off here in LA. You know?
I mean, so great glitter as well. I mean, straight to the fireworks. I mean, sometimes it can feel that way a little bit with these guys.
And you know what? They thrive in the situation that we're kind of making fun of. Sometimes they have that slow start. It's like they want to have that additional pressure because when they have it, they do that much better. It's what we're seeing now, okay? We've made it to winners, and we were questioning them in the first day of groups.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really the thing. I look at Apex as we are a certain esport that does some things in a way that a lot of other esports try to do. I think Match Point Finals is one of the greatest things we bring to esports. I think also this TSM story, whether they're performing well or not, Hodsick, at times, it could feel like one of the most legendary runs we've seen some of these teams ever have across any esport, especially when you look at HAL. So a big hats off. It can feel scripted, but in a way, there's truth to the comment.
You don't understand the frustration that some of the players have when we're all sitting there and it's match point and like we're counting down the teams. We're seeing all the teams like eliminated, and then all of a sudden we're just like TSM is still alive, and then the frustration that comes through, not with just the tournament ending and we didn't get our chance, but just seeing them win again is so it's something that every other team feels together. We come together in unity in that one moment. So it's something. I mean, it is spectacular for them how they've been able to do this in a BR of all games.
And the great thing is now we get to look towards a team that has had also a lot of history, and if they win this time around, could be in a position to start taking that conversation their way when it comes to the annals of history in Apex Legends, and that's of course Dark Zero. What they have done so far in this bracket run has been legendary. It has been historic, Glitter. No other team has done some of the things that they've done to get here, winning by 90 points overall in the group stage. It is unprecedented, and they are looking like the team to beat. No doubt.
Absolutely, and we would be remiss if we didn't talk about it. I know everyone says group stage is a little bit different, but what DZ did over the last 2 days was, like you said, absolutely record-breaking. I mean, you have to consider that they started off, for them, slow with 51 points in their first series. That's insane that that's slow for them. They went up to then 76 and closed out yesterday with 121 points in one single series for a total of 248, something we've never seen done before here in ALGS. And then you combine that with the fact that we heard Jen and Zero talking to peeps in their interviews, radiating confidence, saying that it's far too easy. And then Jen with 21,000 696 damage.
Wow.
How?
You remember that just off the top of your head from yesterday,
Yeah,
right?
obviously. Yeah.
That's incredible. I mean, it was that big of a number, to be fair. Hotsick, Dark Zero, they do look unstoppable, but this is the real test, right? Winners bracket here.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, I would love to. It would be cool to see them like continue that domination, because I'm someone who's a fan of like, this is a BR. There's a lot of randomness. So to me, it's really impressive, especially as a competitor, that to see these teams continue their success. But I'm going to play a little devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
Alliance, group stage, formerly known as Group Stage Warriors, a great team. I have some of the utmost respect for them. They're one of my favorites. When they set their previous record, I think of like 203 points in group stage, they fell very flat in finals.
That's right.
So all I'm saying, I mean, Dark Zero at the moment does look really, really unstoppable, but it is just group stages.
It is just group stages. We are now heading, though, into this winners bracket, and it is going to send 10 teams to match point finals. They will get to rest the rest of this day, but there's still 6 games of work to be done. And with that, it means our talent have decided who they think is going to come out victorious. Not necessarily who they think will perform well, because that could be a lot of different teams. But as we head into our talent predictions as well, I just want to say that there is a lot of representation. Auroras, Alliance, Virtus Pro, a ton of Dark Zero. You're going Alliance, Glitter. I think that's a pretty strong pick. Unlucky you slotted into that team so well.
Beautifully, and I know that you said you might be questioning them a little bit, Hotsick, but it was specifically because of the performance that they had yesterday, where once they were secured for winners bracket, they decided to target anyone else who might be there. Went after Disguise time and time again, and that level of confidence that actually ended up very successful in giving them the most kills we've seen on the day with 24 in that 3rd match in the series.
Yeah.
If they can bring that into today, they will absolutely succeed when it comes to this winners bracket.
Yeah, I'm actually going to echo your sentiment. I also picked Alliance. Mainly because, I mean, they always look good in the group stages. That's generally where they really, really come out and shine, and like they show their colors. But one thing that really impressed me was the switch up on the contest on DSG. I actually talked to DSG yesterday, and they expected it game 1, and they had a comp ready for it. Come game 2, because no one came game 1, they switched back to their normal comp game 2. They had a feeling, they said, that it was going to happen game 3, but they stayed on their normal comp, and then Alliance came, killed them because they had the Horizon. It's much easier to contest that POI with Horizon. And just seeing, as like a competitor and coach, seeing that kind of play call being made, it really demonstrates that the team that makes that call and is really confident and then drops one of the biggest nukes ALGS has ever seen, it demonstrates a lot of confidence and a lot of understanding of the current tournament that they're playing.
And sometimes that's just it. Winning this tournament, 4 days of excellence is all you need to lift that trophy. JB, thanks so much for hanging out with us. Great cameo in the all-scripted piece with TSM, and hopefully we'll see you around. And he will be walking around for our fans who want to talk with him, some Apex legends as well. All right, Los Angeles, you guys ready to get going? That's what I thought. Let's send it over to our casters. We've got 2 of my favorites and a rejuvenated man who took yesterday off to bring you his dulcet tones. It's Onset and Gaskin.
Thank you so much, Rainer, and trust me, I didn't want to take yesterday off, but we are back, we are here, and I've got to ask everybody, we ready for some winners bracket action? I think they're ready now.
Exactly what we needed to hear, because of course we are. We had a record-breaking day yesterday. Multiple records broken in different ways. Dark Zero, of course, breaking the group stage points total record, and then Alliance breaking the record of most kills in a single series, single game. Unbelievable what we saw yesterday, and it can only get better here, surely.
Yeah, an incredible day yesterday. Like you say, record-breaking day on numerous fronts, but now we really are starting to get down to business today, right? We are having eliminations happening. We're sending teams home, and more importantly, right here, we are sending teams through to that grand final. The top 10 in this lobby down will go through to the final, and for everybody who attended this event, who qualified for this event, that was the #1 priority.
And of course, remember, if you do qualify through the winners bracket to the grand final, you can get a points advantage depending on where you finish in that top 10. So it is massively important that you're able to grab some of those points. We will be starting today on Storm Point. This is great news for a few teams who have been able to get more points on this map and mode, but it does mean we are going to see a couple of contests for some of our biggest and best teams.
We certainly are indeed. We'll keep an eye on them as we roll through the games, but getting those contests going your way early on is so vital, knowing that a place in the finals could be up for grab. And if you're contesting on Storm Point to start with as well, you don't really want to be going into the back end of this series over to World's Edge thinking, hey, we have it all to do. We can't afford to have a bad game.
There's a few teams who have even upward of 70% of their points on Storm Point as well. So if you are starting here and you are one of those teams like Reject Winnity, for example, you have to make it count here. Otherwise, you're going to go into World's Edge and you're going to be behind. You're going to be struggling on probably your poorer map.
As we fly through Storm Point to look at some of those drop spots that you can expect to see teams dropping at as they come out of that dropship, you're going to see some of those contests. Not Moist, of course, dropping down at the southern side. We've seen a lot of southern zones throughout this split. No surprise to see them having a very good record based off the fact that we are seeing those zones and where they drop. But 2R1C, I've got to say, very impressive to see them in this lobby. I think they were one of the sleeper teams in groups.
Yeah, they had an incredible end to yesterday to push themselves into this winners bracket, and they've demonstrated that they can hang with the biggest and the best in ALGS. Now, there is the first contest on your screen that's going to be happening on the northern side. Serenity and Furia, and then not quite as far away, you've got also TSM and Red Rams as well. Another contest that's going to be happening on that northern side. So there's going to be a lot of commotion on the northern tip of Storm Point, but whoever wins those engagements, of course, will get that advantage, because we have said multiple times, northern sides and northern POIs can be very helpful in Storm Point.
Well, here we go then. Legend Select is where we find ourselves, and I don't think it's going to be too many off picks, as we've seen that meta start to slowly kind of establish itself throughout the days. One team we haven't even mentioned, right? Crazy to talk about, Dan. Aurora. And it's crazy to think yesterday if Dark Zero wouldn't have done what they did, we're probably talking about how North American teams kind of really haven't turned up as yet, but Dark Zero put that to rest. They were destroying lobbies yesterday. Aurora were doing something very similar and are going to be so dangerous in this lobby. Well, here we go then, everyone. The winners bracket is live. Match 1 is live, and we're straight into Storm Point.
And we are straight into a potential scrap here as well, and it is going to be TSM. What does the script have to say about this one? That would be my question. And of course, we know they expect this to happen, but it's going to be Red Rams on the other side, and they are able to just split this POI. You can drop just south of it, of course, and get plenty of loot, but then it's not fun for TSM. They wouldn't really want to share this.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It looks like there's an agreement to share it at the moment. We have seen a lot of fighting going down on that small building where you're going to see Red Rams stuck right now. They are looking to fight. They are looking to hold TSM out, but it doesn't look like this is a direct contest. Both teams probably realize, or TSM certainly realized, that maybe the contest didn't quite go their way that they wanted yesterday, and they're showing them quite a lot of respect here.
Does look like on the overhead map as well, Furia are not taking the contest up at the wall. Instead, they're going to be dropping down south towards Coastal Camp. So both contests that could have happened don't seem to be actually resulting in any gunfire just yet, but we are expecting TSM and Red Rams to potentially collide on their rotation. So we can start to talk about where that rotation is going to be. We're going all the way southwest down towards Cenote Cave for this one.
We certainly are indeed, and one team that's going to be very happy with that is going to be Aurora. Now, it's an interesting one, isn't it? When we talk about zone, we talk about having prio positions. Aurora, you'd say of all the teams here, probably not that bothered that the zone is coming towards them. They like to, a lot of the time, spend their time collecting Evo and coming into the fight a little bit later on with those red Evos, with the purple Evos, and fighting their way in. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this one, because as you can see on your map overhead right now, Prio is all theirs. They also have Ring Console. They should not be moving too far from Cenote.
And interestingly, we've still yet to see Aurora get a victory here at Split 1
crazy, right?
playoffs. So considering the way they have been playing, maybe this is going to be the perfect chance for them to demonstrate when a zone is coming their way, they can play a bit more conservative, they can play placement, and they can actually find a win. Because when match point does come around, we will be asking those questions. Can they find the victories? As now we can see everyone starting to make their way through the map, and it is a long journey for a lot of these squads.
Just to keep you up to date as well, we were expecting a potential contest at the wall, but it looks like Fury have actually given the wall up, and they're dropping over at Coastal Camp at the moment, which is going to be good for them for Prio for the zone, but also shows, again, respect and the fact that all teams seem to realize what is on the line at this point in the lobby. Elevate, what a performance it was from these gentlemen yesterday, Dan.
Yeah, they kind of got overshadowed. Considering the performance they had last evening, you would have think that every other day, every other series, we would have been screaming and shouting about Elevate, but Dark Zero took the plaudits. But we really have to give credit where it's due. The way that this squad has been built and the way they've been playing has been unreal, but can that momentum carry on here today?
Well, inside of the armory right now, Complexity trying to beat them on the rotation. You can see both teams just kind of, again, showing respect on the rotates. Nobody wants to fight, even though we did see that scan come in from the E8 side, which is going to show Complexity's position. It looks like they're going to understand that E8 maybe have the run on them here, and they're going to try and replan to play around this cannon for now. Looking across the armors, it's blue all round at the moment for Complexity. They do have the option maybe to hit one of those Evo caches on their way forward, but for now, it's all about getting to zone, and that's something that Complexity did so well yesterday.
And they've got a composition that benefits from that as well. Just kind of go up into the sky, find somewhere to call home, and then just plant those walls down with Rampart and make a fake base, as it were. And it has certainly made things difficult for those trying to push up and siege where they have taken. Now, 2R1C, we did mention earlier, fantastic performance yesterday to get into this winners bracket lobby, and now they seem to have found a quite tidy home, it has to be said, here on the southwest side.
Interesting, right? Because they probably got here thinking they're not going to be able to get this building, and you can see from the smiles on their faces, they're like, oh, we've got this building, which is great news for them. It means they're set up for the long game. As we can see, Moist also making, not Moist, sorry everybody, making their rotation in towards Cenote as well.
Sort it out,
I'm sorry, I'll get there everybody. I'm just trying to shorten it up, all right?
So two very different rotations I'm seeing on my map as well between Red Rams and TSM, but right now still just watching Not Moist, and I think all these teams that are in these southwest buildings are going to be able to cohabit for quite some time. What's important is picking up the extra damage on the teams that are arriving a little bit later here. You can see Furia also making their move. You mentioned they went to Coastal Camp, so they split Coastal Echo from Not Moist, so Not Moist were a little bit lower on their armors and their potential chance to get good loot.
Looking at the kill feed, you can see Aurora up to their old tricks, and it's Complexity who are finding out at the moment as well. You can see where Complexity are at the moment, and Aurora are playing that high ground. Some of those growth areas as we see Complexity actually getting eliminated, as Crazy Raccoon have something to say about that as well. So Complexity out early, they did try and slam into the center of zone, and unfortunately for them, too many lines of sight for them to survive. Weren't able to get those Rampart walls down in time to really establish themselves.
Yeah, it wasn't really a slam dunk, was it? And sadly, when the grenades start to come in, when there's Nox gas as well, it just becomes so difficult to try and stay alive. So a frustrating start for Complexity, but a chance for them to assess kind of what went wrong and what they could do differently, because they're going to have a long time to think about it. That was our first real engagement, as we have Crazy Raccoon. They just snuck into the winners bracket yesterday. They only needed a couple of points for a few games, and they found it on Storm Point. Actually, not so far from here, so they'll be delighted to be in this lobby. The first time Crazy Raccoon have made it into the winners bracket at ALGS any playoffs, so delighted for them to be here.
Well, it looks like E8 having a little bit of a scrap at the moment, and that's going to be against Team Liquid Alienware. And we always talk about how they're one of the best fighting teams in the world, right? Team Liquid Alienware. Well, I think E8 are showing that they are made of stern stuff these days. Being able to get 2 knocks in that situation, not quite able to finish off the third, certainly able to finish off one player who was down, but E8 are scary. And I've got to say that, you know, Maze of Moments, as they were once known, is turning into Maze of Magic from what we've seen from their results.
And with Liquid, I mean, yes, they're an incredible fighting team when it's a straight 3v3, but with a circle like this, you're very rarely going to get a straight 3v3 when you're arriving in the zone. It's trying to just wedge yourself into any building, any nook or cranny you can find, and Alienware have had to back off because of those knocks that have happened, but they are still alive, as are the rest of the lobby, of course, aside from Complexity. Now, Virtus.pro and SSG might have to take a fight here, as they're both making the same movement through Barometer, but there is high ground to work with Virtus.pro, and you can see they've heard that there's some commotion below them, but haven't quite spotted out SSG yet.
Well, I think they know where they are. You can see the pings are coming in here from the POV of Way. Scanner's going to give that information. And this is up to SSG to navigate now. VP up on that high ground. They haven't got to do too much. The zone, of course, is going to move, but it's not going to be for nearly 2 minutes before they have to.
It shows that they are going to be a real threat in this lobby. Now we get an overhead map. You can see Fnatic and Red Rams are still very late on their rotation and might meet each other, especially with one player arriving late, probably being spawned back in. TSM are down at Sito Station and 07 out by the mills. There's only, what, 5 teams outside of this next circle. This is going to be mayhem when everyone does eventually collide.
And I think it shows as well. Complexity is a great example of how from lobby to lobby, the style of play is changing, right? I would say that in the previous group games that we saw Complexity in, they were able to slam into zones and find good spots because there were more teams playing in and around the edge. But now, with how many teams have rotated so quickly, you could see that that was not a priority position, and they were LOS'd out almost immediately. Fnatic, though, we talked about this fight. We're seeing it right now. A little bit of damage being exchanged between the two, but no first knock coming on either side.
No, but it was a lot of damage that Fnatic were able to do on Red Rams, and Fnatic trying to push up on that advantage, and were considering the chase, but they realize it's not worth it with the zone coming in the next 30 seconds, but they might meet again. Look at the armors on Fnatic as well. 2 reds to work with. Again, another benefit of running the lifeline. We've seen Aurora really make this a popular composition to have.
I think the understanding of this EVO system and how to play this game has really given the likes of Aurora, Alliance, even Dark Zero yesterday a little bit of an advantage into some of the more traditional ways that we've seen Apex Legends played over the years. Fury are now might have a little bit of a surprise coming up on them as SSG have moved from Barometer and are now underneath. They will be safe in this next zone, but it looks like they want to take the fight as Zainu jumps into the Beast of the Hunt.
Yeah, Beast of the Hunt wants to get the damage. Oh, it's flesh damage, but just not quite enough. And it's so important. If you're the player on the receiving end of that, you have to turn the corner. You have to get into a place, but not able to do so. Keon, he'll fall.
Zainu gets that knot. The Hemlock being the weapon of choice to just get that little tickle of damage that they were so desperate to get to allow them now to move forward. Madness is overextending here to try and get that finish. But also in the kill feed, you've got to keep an eye on what is happening elsewhere as Made in Heaven are taking some shots. But look at this, Keon's also being taken down. And all of a sudden, Furia, who were thinking, hey, we have the first knock in this fight, are finding it not so isolated.
And it's only going to get worse if you're one of these teams that doesn't really have a safe position in this zone, because now the outsiders and the late rotators are going to be arriving and they're going to be a threat to your spot. And as soon as they do start to threaten it, those who are in those buildings can start to grief you. They can start and get involved on a lot of that damage. 07, who we haven't really checked in with. Again, an amazing performance, especially on Thursday earlier on this week. Can they look to try and find that same form here?
Well, you can see they're desperate to try and capitalize on the damage. There's 2 players down to about 10 HP and nothing more. But they weren't able to quite get those kills on their side, just to clear a bit of space around them. But as you can see from the top left-hand side of your screen, they are bang in center of zone. One team who's not is Fnatic. We talked about their armors, we talked about their rotate. Well, it's part 2 of their fight against Red Rams.
Yeah, now they have the advantage where they can hold out Red Rams. Red Rams sure can try and retreat all far east if they really want to, but if they keep running from Fnatic, eventually they're going to run into someone else. You have to imagine the Red Rams need to be aggressive eventually.
This fight is completely and utterly isolated as well. There is nobody else in the vicinity to try and third-party this. And that's why Fnatic are more than happy just to sit here, wait for the damage to be done and try and convert some kills, because they know they've got the armor, they know they've got the angles. For Red Rams, they're just trying to escape from this situation. It's a perilous one for them.
Yeah, it looks like Red Rams are still going as well. They are going to still retreat away from this one and continue to move east, but they have lost a player to the ring. This is where fights in this situation are just not enjoyable to be a part of, especially when you're being in a position, being held out by gatekeepers. Now Red Rams going to have to try and do something as a 2. How much do Fnatic commit to this, though? That's the biggest question here. Looks like one of them is definitely leaving to zone, and I imagine they all will at this point. So Red Rams will live to fight another day, but they have certainly had chunks taken out of them.
Well, from the northern side of the zone to the southern side of the zone, SSG are trying to force their way forward. They have 50 seconds or so to get into this zone. Let's jump into the comms with SSG.
That's my ult. I'm good here. Good on me, probably.
Yeah.
Right in the corner. I got hit.
Oh, we're good. Don't barrel down.
Smoke the 10. Scan a 4.
Yeah.
I'm back. Right above us.
Damn it, above us.
Can we swing or not?
Yeah, swing. I'm calling you up. 18.
Crack down top, 120.
Yeah, I'm giving back.
Wait, 1 HP. That guy's 1 HP. Watch, I knew.
Yep.
Watch east.
Bro, we used our ult. Check for evac.
I know, the evac.
I'm going to. No, he used his evac already.
I used it.
Check for evac, please.
We can take it, guys. Come on.
Go to it.
Wait, 4 seconds. Taking it. Ready?
Take it.
Yeah. Where do you want to go? Just left, probably?
Yeah.
Left or good out?
Yeah, I just stuck on left. We can maybe slam bottom building or something, or...
I'm flying over.
Maybe in here.
Maybe over here.
There's a team there. Probably left.
Okay, maybe over here.
Right. Yeah, it's shot here.
Slam here. You're gonna get shot from the right.
Yeah.
I mean, we did run in. Yeah.
That's all you.
I don't know. I'm fucking dead, bro.
Can we go slam building? Can we go push building?
Yeah, there's a team there. We go bottom now. Right bottom.
I mean, we just have no quick.
He won the fight to start with, but could not find a place to play, and that is because the zone is so stacked at the moment. They took the blind evac down, and unfortunately, like I mentioned, with so many teams that we saw earlier on a map overhead already inside Cenote. It's just nowhere to play.
Yeah, Liquid Alienware just got eliminated as well, so we're starting to lose teams as TSM. It's reps with the Kraber again. And can TSM really be a threat from this position? The answer is yes, because Fnatic are arriving from the north and will struggle to get past this choke, but TSM still need to consider how they're going to get a little bit further south themselves.
TSM did have the evac available if they wanted to use that in the inventory. VP trying to make their move as well as Red Rams are trying to force their way into a zone as a duo. 16 squads still remaining here. Virtus Pro trying to hold the duo out. Sharky taking a second to make sure he's healthy enough to take this fight without really throwing it away, but there's a little bit of a gas for them to deal with here, and it looks like someone else is trying to get involved. It's going to be EA as the gas comes in from the caustic, and the 30-30 from Zap is going to take down Wayne.
Yeah, Virtus Pro have to retreat to what is a slither of safety inside this building, and I'm sad for them because in about a minute, it's not really going to be very safe. And there's what, 7, 8, 9 teams, 10 teams outside of this circle. It's going to be mayhem. The teams that are going to benefit from this, Serenity, 07, Crazy Raccoon, they're all in the center of the zone at the moment. You can see Elevate there on the edge. They're going to look to try and maybe pick up some kills of the squad we were just watching being able to come out of that building, but then they still need to force themselves into zone as well. 2 blues and a purple, it's not ideal for Elevate right now, but it might just be a little bit more of damage and they could find themselves.
Little bit of damage coming in, but it's not enough to get that knock to really deal with the team who's trying to push up. A lot of teams in the vicinity, like you quite rightly mentioned, on this eastern side of zone. There they all are. Beautiful job from the observers to show you the lay of the land. You can see Alliance are underneath as well on the low ground as Elevate now realize that they have to make this move. They have no other choice. The zone's about to close behind them as we see a couple of kills in the feed just to open up a little bit of space.
Yeah, this is squeaky bum time now. Everyone's starting to move and getting a little bit worried about what's happening. Crazy Raccoon and Serenity will fall. Remember, they were both central teams, so that will open up a gap. Aurora have noticed that gap, but we're still watching the east. We're still watching these squads trying to force themselves in.
Well, look at Red Rams. They just took the Trident. They just flew in. Elsewhere, you can see Reps with the Kraber in the feed. He's going to take down one of Aurora, who are in one of those power positions. Elevate going to turn and try and burn, but for now, it's about being safe. And I think they're just about safe as they smoke off the building.
Just in, but they are vulnerable from one side, so they're trying to reposition. But sadly, when you do so, you get spotted. There are angles to be shot, and Elevate, they're down to just one player. And it looks like this could be the demise of them. Zap trying to get a bat off of some sort, but not able to do so. Elevate will be eliminated, as were TSM, 12 squads left.
The lobby just being cut in half here. As you can see, Effect goes up to the high ground, as do the rest of Alliance. Fnatic will fall as well, and we are down to 11 squads. The lobby has been cut in half in the last few moments. This zone has taken no prisoners. Hack is trying to slide down as Effect will find himself on his back.
Aurora eliminated. We spoke about this earlier. The zone came to them, but they couldn't get to that final circle. But you know who is in the final circle? Dark Zero on this far southwest tip. It's exactly what we were seeing yesterday. They're in prime position, but only blues to work with at the moment. But they are in a spot where they will be able to shoot a lot of these teams arriving a little bit later.
I mean, at the moment, as it stands, Dark Zero are the only team inside of the zone. Everyone else has to fight their way through each other to even get near it. So, as crazy as it sounds, there's an opportunity for Dark Zero to continue their winning streak from yesterday.
Dark Zero, 2R1C, Not Moist. They're the 3 teams with the best positions, but you can see Not Moist and 2R1C don't want to allow each other to have said position and are starting to posture up against one another. A big grenade here could be everything. You can see the ticks of damage, and they really want to send this.
Well, Gil gets that first knock with the Arcstar as well. It's such a good caustic ult. It just cleared so much space for them. Waltzy has fallen though, so this is not as comfortable as you would imagine. 2 Rats, 1 controller, dead. Legends Gaming dead as well. As now Made in Heaven, they're making a late run for it, Dan. Not Moist eliminated.
Made in Heaven come in, but it doesn't matter because now Dark Zero, they were able to get the damage they were looking for, and they go up to purples, and they want to send this one. Sykes protect Zero. Make sure he stays alive by pushing and getting aggressive at the right time, and Dark Zero are just continuing their form from yesterday.
Dark Zero just holding down that right trigger at the moment and beaming everyone who tries to step into their zone that they are holding so well. Up on the high ground, you have 07 as well, but Dark Zero, they're commanding the space. It's incredible to watch.
This could be 4 wins in a row for Dark Zero, even though the points from yesterday won't matter in this lobby anymore, but a victory and the momentum that they would continue through would be massive for their chances here in the winner's bracket. All 4 other teams are outside of the circle, and they have to move in now.
Dark Zero just looking for kills at this point. They feel they probably have the win sewn up if they don't make a mistake. 07 have been eliminated. And I think in this lobby, in this winner's side, nobody wants to win this group more to get into that finals after what happened at the ALGS Championships. We have 2 squads remaining, and one of them is Dark Zero.
It's Dark Zero versus Reject Winity. Now, this is where have you got those ultimates? No Nox Grenade for Sykes, so they're going to back off for now and try and find a little bit of elevation to get a good angle here. Look at the armors on Reject Winity. They win the armor battle right now, but we know what Dark Zero are capable of, and we know the way they've been fighting and the form they currently find themselves in.
No bang ult here to stop the cross comfortably for Dark Zero. However, Reject Winity have to move across the open ground. The question is, do they have a bang ult to throw down to clear Dark Zero off of this head glitch, which is so difficult to push against? It really is going to be about utility here.
What a way to start Storm Point today, by the way. 2 of our best performing Storm Point teams from the previous rounds now fighting each other, duking it out here in the winner's bracket.
This is what I love about the way that Zero plays, by the way. Just takes an angle. Gonna get the scan, get the information. Takes an angle, always able to retreat. He's looking to be proactive in this situation as the Caustic Ult comes in.
Gets thrown down. You can see Bang Ult was still being waited for by Reject Winity. And Dark Zero, they don't want to allow this to come into a situation where Reject Winity get a chance to push. They're forcing the narrative.
They're trying to force it here, and they're going to get that first knock. Jimburn goes in and takes down Sangyu. Now the rest trying to follow up on that damage, but it's all down to Sykes. He's left on his own. It's a 1v1 to win it. And win it he does. Dark Zero. The only thing they know how to do at the moment is win.
Is there no one else? Is there anyone that can challenge this team in the form they find themselves in right now? Unbelievable what we're witnessing. We may never see something like this ever again, with how Dark Zero are dominating these lobbies, finding themselves in the best possible position regardless of where that zone is pulling. And again, they do it in a very emphatic fashion.
Just incredible. Honestly, it's incredible. The synergy we're seeing between these 3 players in every single engagement that we see them in. I mean, you could take yourself back a couple of moments, right? Where Zero, 10, 15 HP, swinging in, doing damage. Sykes is there to back him up. Jim Burns holding the left. Everybody knows their responsibility in these fights. And in those final moments, it's, again, Zero who just takes that off angle, gets that initial damage down, and the 2 roller fraggers, they do not need a second invitation, and the clutch factor as well. That's something you can't teach sometimes. Sykes looks like he's got it.
I think when you're picking up a player, you want someone that's going to trust your IGL, right? Trust in your calls, but also be there to protect you, and it's exactly what Sykes has been doing. A perfect addition to this squad, and they rack up 24 points just here in match number 1. Shout out to Reject Winity as well for making it 18 points on the board, 9 kills, very impressive, and Virtus Pro round out the top 3 here. Wow, we are witnessing something special.
We really are. I mean, how many wins in a row? They win the last 2 of yet 4 in a row.
This is now 4 in a row, the last 3 yesterday. So Dark Zero in the form books, quite literally.
I mean, that must be the greatest form we've seen on a live event. 4 wins in a row from a team is... We'll have to check the record books, of course, but that seems like a record to me. Surprise, surprise, we're breaking records once again. It'd be crazy, right? Every single land that we go to at the moment, it seems like the next one is like, there's no way we can have something as astronomical as we had last time. And then it's like, oh, well, I think you'll find actually it's 4 in a row now, and we're looking for our 5th.
Just records after records. It gets more entertaining every single event. And you can still see good points picked up by those who are kind of 4th through 10th. 07, 6 points. Red Rams, 8 points. Made in Heaven, 9 points. Those 6 kills, they could be massive for them in their chances of progressing to the final. Remember, only 6 games, but match 1 did find a big victory for Dark Zero. Now, page 2, Aurora, despite the fact the zone came down towards them, only able to find 5 kills. Now, or 5 points, should I say. You mentioned it, Aurora do prefer to play edge. They do prefer to try and join that fight a little bit later once they've got those armors. So they'll maybe be hoping the zone shifts away from their POI a little bit more often.
It's so crazy, isn't it? Like, Aurora play their own game, and it's worked for them so well up to this point. We'll take a look at the stats from our winning team, though. Dark Zero, and I mean, it's just clockwork, right? I mean, the thing I love about this, and you might look at Zero and you're like, hey, Zero gets no kills, but he gets 4 assists. He starts so much of the damage that is cleaned up by Jim Burton and Sykes, and it's the cliche is a well-oiled machine, but it really does look like a premium well-oiled machine at the moment, Dark Zero.
Yeah, and you've got to have just give credit to Zero on the Bloodhound as well. So much information that he has, but also relaying that information to his team in the perfect way, it has to be said.
Well, the question is, can anyone stop the dominance that we're seeing from Dark Zero? We'll have to find out when we get back from this break. Map number 2, just around the corner. They're trying to force it here, and they're going to get that first lock. Jim goes in and takes down Sangyu. Now the rest trying to follow up on that damage, but it's all down to Sykes. He's left on his own. It's a 1v1 to win it. Five squads remaining here, as we might see Snipe down, brought back into the action. A stick there onto Bronzy as well, as now Letter E are going to make their move. The bubble goes down, the ultimate goes down from the core stick. Keeping our eye on the feed as these teams fight, as Snipe down is brought back into the game. He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipe down's still trying to do what he can do. He got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's going to go down, and the rest of TSM is all down to Reps. Reps goes off. Oh, what have I just slipped?
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to the beautiful Los Angeles, and welcome back to the Galen Center, where we are seeing something quite special. The first game of our winners bracket, won by Dark Zero, making it 4 games in a row, carrying on from the group stages yesterday, that they have managed to claim as their own. It is something special you are witnessing right now. The question is, can anybody slow down that momentum?
Well, that was the big question we asked at the start of today. Can that form carry on into today's competition? Because all those points they scored yesterday, they mean nothing in this winners bracket final. However, they have shown that form is very much the exact thing we needed to see here. And just look at the swagger on these gentlemen. They are confident. They know that they are doing something special.
It's a wonderful feeling, right? When you are one of those players and you're in this kind of form, you feel invincible. And as you walk back to the booth and you look out on the crowd, which I'm sure that Jim Burton is doing right now, you just think, get me into that next game. Let me do what I do best. And it's up to the rest of the lobby at this point, Dan, to really come up with an answer for it, because at the moment they are looking like a team who remembered what happened at the ALGS Champs and wanting to put it right.
Yeah, things didn't go well for them then, and sometimes those are the perfect things you need to kind of push you forward and make you even better at the next few events. We can look back at the final circle as well that we had previously, just to kind of deep dive it one last time. But I think when Dark Zero found themselves in this position on the southwest side, we noticed it when they were just on blues. They had held this position for quite some time, but because everyone else started to arrive, they were able to get up to purples just off of damage and the kills they were able to get.
One thing that's really important to notice as well there, you just caught it at the start of this clip, is that Sykes has an ult excel, and I think just winning that fight beforehand allows them to grab a few loot boxes, rummage through, and without that, does he have the caustic ult available for this fight? Probably not. So having that caustic ult just put the pressure back onto their opponent.
And it was well played by Dark Zero, because recognizing that they've only just got their ultimate up, you know full well you might see on the other side Reject Winity. They're also waiting for their ultimates. They were probably waiting for a bang ult to be able to help them to get out of their position. So instead, you take the initiative here, you get aggressive, and you surround your opponents, not giving them the chance to smoke, not giving them the chance to get a bang ult down. And Dark Zero, when you see Sykes in a 1v1 like this, I don't think there's ever any question of who's going to win that one.
I mean, I'm going to say, if Sykes with almost full red armor against a player that's got 40 HP loses that, I think Zero probably tosses him off the stage. But it's the kind of one you expect him to win, and it's the kind of one that he wins day in, day out. He has been playing some superb Apex Legends up until this point, but up until this point is where we find ourselves, right? Match number 2, Storm Point, it can all change.
it can all change, and I think that Dark Zero, they are aware of what they are currently doing, and they know eventually, you think, all these wins are going to stop, right? You're not just going to be able to win every single game, although that again would be another record if they were able to do so, but it's about being consistent enough and still picking up a good amount of points, even if the circle doesn't go your way.
I think the scariest thing for the rest of the lobby at the moment is if Dark Zero, let's just theorycraft for a second, right? If Dark Zero win this next game, and they pretty much solidify their place in the grand finals, right? And they have a lot more to play for, of course. They want the bonus points when they go into that grand final ahead of match point. Other teams are going to be worried that Dark Zero might start changing where they drop. Start trying to put pressure on teams they see as threats in that grand final potentially. So I think the rest of the lobby has to be extremely aware of what Dark Zero are doing, not just now in these games, but maybe in the rest of the series as well.
And of course, it was a kind of beneficial circle for Dark Zero. They're well aware of that. We're well aware of that. It did pull down towards near where they are dropping. So now if we get a different circle, we will learn how Dark Zero are going to kind of navigate the map in a way where they could do it yet again. But that's what we learned yesterday. No matter where that circle ended up, Dark Zero was still finding their way in the most advantageous positions. Now, Legend Select has happened. We can look across the board and see a lot of familiar faces, of course. You've got your Bloodhound, Caustic, Bangalore as the most common composition. But we have seen a few Valkyries start to come in. We've got, of course, Complexities, one where they have the Rampart alongside it as well. By the way, the voice of Rampart is going to be here on Sunday, if you didn't know. So if you do want to meet her, you can.
A lot to look forward to, of course. We've got the match point finals tomorrow, which it's going to be something that you don't want to miss. When has that ever let you down? It is just one of the best days in the esports calendar. If you see a live event, Apex Legends, and you know the match point is going to be there on the Sunday, it is something you want to clear your diary to be a part of. We've got some Made in Heaven fans up there as well. Love to see that. European representation, I'm with you. We also see Nicewig. Link in bio.
What a handsome man. By the way, the cutoff in the previous elimination bracket was 33 points. Now, of course, we can get an example of that and see maybe what the cutoff could be here in the winners bracket for getting into that final. But with Dark Zero doing Dark Zero things, that cutoff could even be lower if they keep on consuming the points in the way that they are. I want to see kind of something different, though, out of some of these squads. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of conservative efforts where people are just playing a little bit safe, where they're not necessarily pushing where they could.
Do it for grandma. Our pause was far too long. Anyway, let's talk about the rest of the lobby down. Let's talk about the circle, because obviously we're lauding a lot of the praise onto Dark Zero, but something very important to talk about that you highlighted there. They land over at Mill. That was a Cenote finish for them. It's not a zone that's tough for them to get to. It's good prio for them, and we know that with the Trident over at the Mill as well, they can get there pretty quickly with some good armor, and they can work their magic as they do so well. But how do they approach a different zone now with this lobby? We have seen a lot of congestion in and around that zone, a lot of quick rotates in comparison to maybe some of the more edge-based play that we saw in the groups. My question is for Dark Zero, and this is the next question, the next challenge for them to overcome, right? If that zone is a long way away and you have to travel through the traffic that we're seeing in this winners bracket, are you able to get up and do the same kind of things that we've seen when the zone is a little bit closer?
I mean, it happened yesterday, so I have the expectation of yes.
Yeah,
Dark
same,
Zero
to be honest
can
with you. I'm like, yeah, they will.
certainly achieve it, and I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting 5 wins in a row. I think the biggest comparison we have to look at in that game was Dark Zero and Aurora. 2 of our most informed teams coming into the winners bracket. You've got Aurora dropping down at Cenote, and you've got the Mill for Dark Zero, and 2 very different games. But match 2, it's locked, it's loaded, and it's a chance for all those teams who struggled in match 1 to make up for it here.
Once again, keeping our eyes, though, on Lightning Rod, and we're keeping our eyes on the contest. It looks like a very similar pattern of where players are landing, and TSM once again choosing not to engage immediately.
It's probably because they don't really need to. And also, we've seen Red Rams have been very good in this contest as well. So TSM don't want to just throw everything at them. Instead, if you can kind of split it and get something to work with, then it's better than having to just take a risky 50-50 where you're hoping you get a good weapon off of drop.
I'd also say as well, you know, you get the whole of Lightning Rod, you've still got some pretty good loot to leave with. It's not like you're leaving with half loot, right? It's kind of a greedy drop at the northeast side. You get a lot of, you almost get 2 POIs to yourself if you can claim it all, which is what TSM of course want to do. But Red Rams are saying, hey look, there's enough for both of us. If you want to try and challenge and be greedy, well, we're going to make sure you work for it. TSM are going to have to leave now with a little bit less than they would like, of course, but at the same time, at least they're leaving without the contestant finding themselves having to hit a respawn. So I think this is the smart thing to do for both sides.
Yeah, TSM get all the scraps as well when they kind of maneuver their way down on the eastern side. There are buildings that might still have things in that they can work with. The sad thing with the rotation for TSM is they have a lack of being able to hit survey beacons and ring consoles with the way that they were maneuvering previously. Now, they might be able to do it as Stormcatcher here, especially seeing this circle heading down towards Pylon area, but then you know that Red Rams could beat you there, for example.
One team who does have very good prior to this zone, no surprises, Liquid Alienware. And the reason that I say it's very good is because they have ring console, and I'm pretty sure they have a survey beacon as well. So when it starts to get busy, they'll have a good idea of not just this zone, but if it pulls away as well, they might find an evac that they'll be able to hit a bit later to get into zone as well. SSG got pretty good prio as well. You look at it, Not Moist as well. Furia all with good prio to this zone. So keep your eyes on those teams. 2R1C once again making a quick rotate here as well from Jurassic.
And Liquid Alienware, we've seen it already this tournament, one of the better teams at finding victories when the zone does pull their way, as we check in on Legends Gaming and see how their rotation is going to be. Now, they're going to be moving down from the likes of Stormcatcher, and it's whether they try and force themselves into Pylon or hope for some sort of weird zone shift away from it. But judging by the map overhead, most teams here are going to be committing to Pylon.
E8 with the evac, looking to play the backside of Pylon. Or are they going to try and take the height away here? The height has actually been left, and not quite sure where Team Liquid Alienware actually are in this position and what area they've decided to play. If they've decided to play maybe the outside of it, but Elevate flying in there. You can see that the initial ping was to the pyramid buildings on the outside, the little compound. I think they imagined that some of the prior positions, like the height that they've landed on, was going to be taken, but they changed their mind because they're like, hey, it's height's free. There's guaranteed KP for us later on if we can hold.
You do have to be a confident fighting team if you are going to take the height, because it sometimes is that, oh wait, where do we go kind of moment when you are flying in, and high ground often ends up being that last resort option. So you've got to expect to be getting into engagements, but as you mentioned, you've got a lot of open area that you can shoot towards and potentially level up Evos and get that extra damage. Now, Not Moist were putting down some suppressing fire onto Furia, but they're just going to back off here and start to think about getting Evo themselves with the survey beacon down at Coastal Camp.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting zone, right? Is this going to pull towards Pylon, or is this going to pull to the other side, to the northern side of the mountain structure, towards the waterfall? And I think a lot of teams at the moment are probably looking at their IGLs and going, what's it going to be, boss? Like, what side do you think we're going here? Because it's one of those zones which is not a guarantee. I think, look at the kill feed though, 07, they're taking some damage, some serious damage from Legend Gaming.
Yeah, Legend Gaming getting 2 knocks, and 07 are going to have their backs quite literally against the wall here. As we now check in with Complexity. Remember, in match number 1, they full sense it, they slam themselves into the middle of the zone, and then they quickly die. By the way, 07, they did just die, down to 19 squads. Let's see if this is a better landing for the Complexity squad.
I wonder if they're going to try and play for the height. Oh, they are taking damage though, and it looks like they're going to have to try and retreat to one of the hallways underneath. Yep, there's someone there as well, isn't there, Mon? Who's going to find that out? He gets taken down, and this is 2 Valcolts in a row that are not looking too healthy.
Lou's gone down, and now it's just about trying to save something here for Complexity, and it's going to have to rely on Monsoon to be like, all right, I'm the last surviving player. Can I find somewhere just to hide, to maybe get some placement points? But sadly, there's just so much congestion already here at Pylon. And Complexity, they tried the same thing, tried to slam it into the middle, just not working out. It's great having the rampart, a great idea, but if you don't even get the opportunity to get the rampart walls down, composition doesn't really work.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough start here for Complexity, and I think, again, it's just the nature of the lobby, right? There's just a lot of teams who are here before them.
Well, there were so many times in the previous games, Complexity wouldn't have got triple taked out of the sky, right? But these lobbies now are the best players and the best teams in the world who are in form, who are hitting their shots, who are not missing. And sadly for Complexity, they will at least lose 2 players because of it.
Well, Crazy Raccoon is set up inside one of these halls that you can see right now. They're one of the teams that did a bit of damage to Complexity as they fell from that skyward dive. Looking elsewhere and looking at who's not in the zone right now. I'll give everybody 1 free guess. Aurora, correct, well done. Fnatic, they're not inside the zone at the moment. Alliance are right up by the wall, and Red Rams are working their way to command center as well. Reject Winnie just outside it, but everyone else is in the zone at the moment.
This could be a scrap here. TSM versus Serenity. TSM getting aggressive. You can see Beast of the Hunt is slapped into Imperial Hal, but Verhoff's taking a lot of damage into 2v3.
Yugi's going to get that first knock, and Hal's not going to connect in the way that he normally does with that spray. However, pokes back out. Reps is going to be there to give him a little bit of help. It takes down Bugi, so it's a 2v2 at the moment, and Hal can just take his time here to pop that battery.
2v2, but there was a thirst onto the TSM player, so there's no possible revive, and now here comes the push from Serenity, trying to force their way in here. They really want to take this fight, and they may be able to get the res if the player could just crawl out.
In the meantime, Dark Zero have been eliminated, so while TSM fight, Dark Zero will not make it another win in a row, which opens things up completely. Serenity, you can see they managed to get Bugi to crawl out, and now they're back up to a 3, but this is so much pressure from height. TSM though, unfortunately for them, are going to find that Verholst is just a death box.
This is also so much noise. Reject Winity now have just flown in to try and join things, and TSM say, actually, we are out of here. We've got the banner. Let's try and get to a respawn beacon so we can get back up to a full 3 and just not get involved in what will be a very messy fight. It's sad because this position that has now been won by Reject Winity, one of the best positions they could be in right now with where the circle's going.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Such a good building to be holding. It is one of those buildings that people try and share a little bit later on, and you can come under pressure from so many different areas. But for now, TSM, you can see they don't really know where they go. They're trying to get out of the zone. They're trying to work their way towards a respawn beacon probably at some point. But SSG are now holding them out, who drop over a launch pad here, and they're saying, hey, you want to come over here? Well, you're going to have to go through us.
And when we get a look at the map overhead, that circle is going to be a heavy shift, which is what you were asking. You were saying, is it going to be pylon side? Is it going to be north of the mountain? I whisper ever so slightly, but I know that all the players have the white noise in their ears, and they're not going to hear me anyway. But look at that. That's perfect for Reject Winity, and that's why it was massive. They were able to force TSM away from that position and get involved at the perfect time. Say no to Serenity, say no to TSM, and now they hold an ideal spot.
Well, here's Made in Heaven. They do not have a ring console hit that's going to give them the information that we are going far north from where they find themselves right now. And instead, they're looking for some KP. Cinetic going to jump down here with Taxington and try and find that opening damage that they can collapse onto. And it looks like Shubi and the Kill Feed is fighting against Fnatic as well. So E8, all of a sudden, they're in a fight, but we'll stay with this one for now. Good spray coming in, but not again enough to get that first knock. But maybe now this is going to be that first knock. Yes, indeed. Cinetic gets one, Taxington gets another, and Fnatic are struggling.
Yeah, Made in Heaven have been able to do the job on them there. Really, can they get the final kill, though? That's the real question. There's going to be some heroics. No, 17 squads now left as Fnatic will be eliminated. But can Made in Heaven reset? You can see there's a lot of teams here that are trying to do that damage, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to finish them off, so they should be okay.
Yeah, they will be okay. They'll be able to reset. Just got behind the cover of that, not only the smoke, but that truck as well. Monsoon's still alive, by the way, as the solo is here. Come Aurora. Now, we were talking about how Aurora didn't have their best game considering the priority they had to the previous zone, dropping over at Cenote. Well, this is more like the zone that they like to play. They can work their way around the map, get a few care packages coming in from that lifeline, and make sure those Evos are charged up when it comes to those team fights.
Again, we're going to get another comparison of Aurora versus Dark Zero. Dark Zero eliminated and Aurora still alive, as now TSM back to a full and healthy 3. And maybe they'll want to try and re-engage on the Reject Winity squad that kind of forced them away a little bit earlier. But first, there's a couple of teams now they might have to get through. The first being SSG, who are just below them to the northeast.
Well, one thing that they can do right now is use this vantage position to scout out what position they want to try and play next.
Enemy spotted.
So TSM get the res, they get out of that situation, which looked really perilous at one point with the amount of teams that were shooting down onto the duo. It just shows the importance of survivability. It is a crazy thing to say, right? It's a battle royale. It's all about survivability, but it's recognizing this fight, even though we're at 2v2, there's another team. We just need to get out.
It was a good call from the IGL. Sometimes you just have to suck up the ego and say, look, we're probably going to get third parties here. It's a little bit too much in the engagement we currently have. Let's reassess things, and thankfully for them, they were able to get away. I mean, it could have been disaster, right? There could have been teams waiting near the respawn beacon they eventually found themselves in, but they maneuvered themselves around the map in a way that they could get back up. As now Elevate still holding the top of Pylon, but have they had the news? No. In 17 seconds, they're going to get the news that this is not an ideal position to be holding. And not just them, about 8 other teams, actually, that are all in Pylon right now.
It's crazy how the game plan will change, right? They're probably thinking right now, hey, the zone's going to be finishing over here. We're going to play for here. Let's clear this side. But now it's going to be, okay, the zone's pulled away from us. Let's look for KP. Let's look for KP and get our placements through there and try and fight our way to zone a little bit later. That's what's going to be going through the mind of the man on your screen right now, Zach Mesa, the IGL for that team. as we take a look at that map overhead.
So quite literally, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams down over towards Pylon are all going to have to go now either far west and force them themselves through that choke, or that eastern choke as well. So there's going to be teams waiting for you. This is going to be carnage.
One thing to point out here is Alliance have the complete control of their side of zone at the moment, unless Made in Heaven make the rotation that they're about to make. So Alliance, I hope you're watching your back at the moment, because they're probably thinking, hey, we have a great spot here. We haven't seen anyone behind us for quite some time. That's going to change right now.
I like how quickly Made in Heaven are moving,
already.
and you can see the bullets are being fired, and that might just discourage Made in Heaven ever so slightly, and you can just see by the arrows on the screen, they are backing away from it. Now, Pylon is going to be a party here, because now everyone is leaving at the same time, and you don't really want to get involved in the engagements. You want to be the first one out.
I was going to say, Pylon's the POI, and everyone is piling on at this point to try and escape, to try and get out, to try and find where they're going to find that next zone at. You can see EA are trying to move. They know now. They have the information that the zone is not near them, so they have to try and think of the next plan and the next rotate. 18 seconds until the zone closes, and it looks like they're looking for some kills.
Yeah, Elevate, I think, have realized they were one of the first to move out, so they can do both. They can gatekeep for a second here, get some damage, maybe get some kills, and then they can move, and they should be one of the first teams to get into the next zone. But 3 seconds until all of these teams out of Pylon are going to be forced into each other. But Elevate, they've done a good amount of damage, but still no knocks yet. But here they come, and the Prowler is going to do a lot of damage here.
Good damage coming in from Zap, and more importantly, does not get taken down. One will be cleaned up immediately by Shubi, and Shubi's looking for the second as well, and it looks like this could be the end of game number 2 for Crazy Raccoon. One more player's alive. He's been a bit of a nuisance, but CR will fall as EA will survive.
That was a very isolated fight for Elevate. I think they'll be delighted with that one, but now they need to be thinking about where they go, because they're running out of time. Might have to take an evac tower and potentially even try and go over the mountain, which is never really very fun. Or they just try and sit on the southern side. 2R1C have just lost a player as well to Legends Gaming, who are going to be on this southern side I was talking about. These buildings are still in.
Over to the POV of Koithel. With that Hemlock in his hand, looking to do more damage as Aurora now make that approach up onto TSM. And TSM are under so much pressure at the moment. SSG get involved as well. Complexity gone. Monsoon could not hold on as the solo, as TSM, as you can see, will fall as well.
And Aurora just doing Aurora things like sharks in the water, taking out anyone who was just even remotely weak there. And now on this southern side, it is a cluster bomb of carnage. Virtus Pro, Legends, Elevate, all trying to stay alive, whilst we just saw 2R1C and Not Moist, and now SSG and Alienware eliminated.
I think this will be a little bit frustrating for SSG, knowing that they had such good prio to this zone at Launchpad. To find yourself going out just outside that top 10 has got to be very frustrating indeed. Legends Gaming, though, looking to clean up the final pieces as everybody is forced towards zone. 60 seconds is all you have to win these fights, as Zach Mason will go down, and VP are also in the area involved in this fight.
And even if you win this fight on the southern side, you're still going to be out of luck, because when you try and make your rotation, you're probably going to be greeted by the likes of Aurora. But Legends Gaming down, Virtus Pro, they're not quite the kings of the south, because you've got Elevate on the other side. It's a straight 3v3 here.
It's a 2v3, I think, at the moment. Zach Mason was down. Not sure
wow.
if that res has come in, and VP can smell blood in the water. But Wade's going to go down, and now it is a 2v2.
2v2 in a real chance here, but Virtus Pro, they want to send it. They want to take advantage of the angles they currently have. Is there any grenades, though? Doesn't look like they've got anything to work with at the moment.
Just needs to take their time here and finish off the final player. It's only one survivor, and he will fall as well. The Corset will fall, as will Elevate. We're down to 7 as VP are forced forward.
Where do VP go, though? On their southern side, they have to go around the mountain. Aurora are waiting for them on one side. If they were to try and go over, they'd be greeted by the Alliance as well, so it might just be them out of luck.
Well, the good thing for them is they've just won so many fights, there might be an evac tower available in one of those death boxes to make that decision. So they have some options still available. But as you can see on the map overhead here, Aurora will hold them out if they try and walk this in.
We can also give credit back to Reject Winity, who did find this position so early in the game when they forced Serenity and TSM away, but Serenity have found their way back in, as Aurora now making their way into center zone. It looks like they're just going to be happy to play the cannon and the truck here.
It was an evac into the center of zone, and they managed to survive for now, but that Arc Star could be a problem. Made in Heaven are eliminated in the meantime. Just managed to get that Battlefield time more ready to make sure that he didn't go down, but Aurora playing the cannon, it's not the best spot in the world to play, but at this point, you'll take any.
So Reject Winity, Red Rams, Serenity, 3 of the most likely teams to win this one, but we know what Aurora can do. As long as they don't get pinched by Virtus Pro and another team, they will have an opportunity You can see Alliance with a real chance on this western side as well. The only trouble I think that Alliance is going to have is this zone pool. They're going to have to try and shift themselves quite far east, and there's a lot of teams on that northern tip who are going to be able to look at them when they make their way in.
They're probably going to have to try and take a fight with Aurora at this point, Alliance, but Aurora are kind of pinched between VP, who did walk all the way round to the southern side of the zone. As Alliance now make that move to try and walk up just a little bit, and here goes Effect, and it is going to be Alliance who forced this fight, and why wouldn't you, with how they were fighting yesterday?
Alliance versus Aurora is a mouth-watering affair, but I don't think Aurora were even given a chance with how Alliance were able to just push up on them, and now Alliance will truly dominate this southwest side, and they can walk in. They just had to get rid of Aurora.
Aurora have one player still alive, but like you quite rightly said, they have now taken this space away, and they can look at VP in the eyes and say, you've just seen what we've done to one of the best fighting teams in EU. Do you really fancy having another go, especially with Unlucky and Effect with those red evos?
And Virtus Pro, they do have an opportunity now on the southeast because they were able to walk up, but it's still Reject Winity and the position they found themselves in so early on. And I tell you what, the pylon is going to do wonders. They can't get grenaded off the top of it. They're not going to get bang ulted off the top of it either. They can stay in this position for quite some time and be a real threat to the likes of VP, the likes of Alliance, who are moving from the south.
It's always the thing, right? You have the height, but at some point you have to drop. And that means guns down for those 2 or 3 seconds. Little bit of a slow burner here as all of a sudden the teams are safe. Alliance are the only team who are outside of that zone right now, but you see that spot there? That cheeky little rat spot? Aurora's still in this.
They are indeed, and you know what? We've seen it happen before. By the way, Reject Winity now close to taking first position in the overall standings here. But whether they will get the opportunity to do so will remain to be seen, as now the circle begins to close and people start to move, ultimates start to drop.
Wait, look at the bangles. I mean, there's 2 or 3 bangles falling on Alliance right now as they try and take on VP in a 3v3, but Serenity, one of those Rolling Thunders, one of those ultimates from Bangalore, it was theirs, and those missiles, well, they did so much damage to Alliance, who now have to try and turn a 2v3 in their favor.
It opens things up for Virtus Pro, because they're in a 3 versus 2, and they might realize it now. They do have a big box to play behind here as well, so they don't really have to commit to this one, but as soon as they get that scan information, as soon as they realize it's a 2 they're up against, they might just try and push it.
Can you imagine if they brought that respawn down just to try and bait Alliance? Just saying, hey, we got a knock already, we can put this down and maybe you can think about getting a res, but instead, they've got to think about surviving instead. Pricey's left on his own.
It's Reject Winity from the high ground, just deleting everyone that even pokes out right now as Virtus Pro down to 1.
Might be a 1v1 for Alliance here on the other side. I'm not sure if they've managed to get a res or a reset, but you can see Pricey now is left in a position where he's trying to win this, trying to clear them out. Alliance will be eliminated, so that damage that came in, you can see the reaction from VP. They know how important that was, as Aurora will fall as well.
And Reject Winity now will be the leaders in this lobby. I said right at the top of this show, their best map is Storm Point, over 70% of their points on Storm Point, and that's going to be even more increased after these 2 games. A top 3 finish previously, and now they're going to look to try and make it back-to-back here. Top 4 at the moment, but they're in a very commanding position. They've got high ground over the likes of Serenity, and actually Red Rams are going to be below them here. I think Reject Winity odds-on favorites right now.
Got the ult excels available as well. Pricey just trying to survive as long as he can at this point. Just hoping to maybe force a couple of teams to engage with each other. I think he's got the timing on this bat before the Arc Star will do damage. Maybe he's going to find a knockdown shield to play between. He's still alive, by the way. You've got to give it a Pricey here. He's doing everything he can.
It's miserable on his end. Virtus Pro will be eliminated, and now Reject Winity will get confirmation they're back into the top 3 once more. So Red Rams, Serenity, Reject Winity, all as a full 3 here. Now, you did mention it. There could be and will be a moment where you've got to drop off this high ground, and if Red Rams can plan this one successfully, they might be able to third-party everything and try and force Serenity and Reject Winity against one another.
Serenity, I think, were one of the outstanding teams of the group stages as well that weren't talked about enough. Their composure in endgames was something, for me personally, that separated it. Now we're going to have to see if they can keep that composure again. Do have Beast of the Hunt available as well, so almost there as Red Rams make their move. They're playing for second.
Yeah, Reject Winity now can just be the bullies of this lobby, and they've got ultimates to work with as well. Finally, they will put Rolling Thunder down, but now you just have to stay next to the pylon, don't take any damage, force the other 2 teams together, and then join the fight at the very last moment. Sounds simple, and they might make it look simple, to be honest.
Firing down shots from above. Reject Winity helping out Serenity underneath them. by doing all of this damage. But now it should be a case of dropping. They've seen the knocks on either side. Are they going to have to be forced to move down from the high ground? Are they just going to be able to shoot the fish in a barrel? As now they make their move. Reject Winity looking for another win here, and they will get it.
Storm Point continues to be Reject Winity's home ground here, as they put even more points on the board and find themselves at the top of the leaderboard here in the winners bracket. And they say to Dark Zero, okay, game on, let's have a race. You might have won 4 back-to-back across 2 days, but now we start to be the ones you have to catch up.
Understandably, after game number 1, all the talk is about Dark Zero, right? But it's very easy to forget. Even after a monster performance from DZ in game number 1, there's a lot more Apex Legends to play in this series. 2 games done, 4 more to go before we find out who is going to be going into our grand finals and Reject Winity. A win in a 6-game series, knowing that the top 10 go through to the grand final, so much pressure gets taken off your shoulders.
That puts Reject Winity on 41 points, which should guarantee you to be in the final, with what we saw earlier in the cutoff being 33 points in the elimination bracket. But you also want to go into the grand final with the bonus points as well. So you want to be finishing at the top of the leaderboard, so you get 10 of those points going into grand final. But let's talk about the zone shifts, shall we? Because it caught the majority of the lobby off guard. The teams that didn't get caught out were those who were arriving late, so they had to go with something a little bit different. Honestly, it makes me feel a little bit better after we had the zone guesser piece earlier, and I see that, you know, the pros get it wrong too.
I mean, I'll be honest with everyone at home, I sat down afterwards and I was like, you need to go away and we're going to have a conversation about some of those zone calls because they were dreadful. Let's take a look at the match results though. Reject Winity, 23 points overall. I bet you're glad I'm back.
No, actually, I hate every moment. No, it's good to have you back, and it's good to have Reject Winity, back in form here on Storm Point. Serenity on the other side, though, they'll still be delighted picking up 12. Virtus.pro, especially you consider the position Virtus.pro were on that southern side. It was very difficult to try and win all those engagements, get the kills they did, which was 7, and then still find themselves into that final circle.
Yeah, I think you quite rightly highlighted the kills for VP, right? They were the ones who came out of Pylon last. With those kills on board, they also did a huge amount of damage onto Alliance, which turns a 4th place into 12 points, which is more than Red Rams in 3rd. A huge amount of KP for them. And speaking of KP now, we mentioned that Pylon fight. Look down the bottom there in 8th. 11 KP for Elevate. That is a monster amount considering their placement.
That is making the most of a bad situation, or making the best of a bad situation, right? They realized the zone was pulling away and they got involved in scraps and they won them. On the other side then, the bottom 10 of this leaderboard, we did see Dark Zero eliminated early. They weren't able to get into a priority position like they had done in the previous games and found themselves with 0 points. Complexity attempted the dive into the center of the zone again, unable to do so, but they did pick up a kill at the very least. Monsoon doing something as the solo rat to try and get them at 8 points on the board.
Well, we'll take a look at the series results as well, just to see how things look. And wow, do they look different after 2 games. We were waxing lyrical about Dark Zero after that first game, but we really should be talking more about Reject Winity. 20 kills and 21 placement points down. 41 in total is mighty impressive.
But I said they needed it here on Storm Point because World's Edge has been a very different story for them. They're going to struggle, you would expect, just based off statistics, but actually momentum might allow them to play a little bit different and a lot more relaxed going into World's Edge. Remember, throughout the tournament, there has been times where teams would start on World's Edge and then you're suddenly chasing the game, and that can be a very different experience and sometimes an unenjoyable one.
At the other end, we have to quickly say, by the way, 2 games gone, 4 to go. After this next game, it's going to be halfway through. Worrying times if the leaderboard looks the same for those teams in the bottom 10. We'll have to see if Game 3 is going to change those fortunes a little bit for them when we get back from this break. We've got plenty more Apex coming your way. One more game on Storm Point. They're just going to be able to shoot the fish in a barrel as now they make their move. Reject Winity looking for another win here, and they will get it.
So they'll maybe be hoping the zone shifts away from their POI a little bit more often.
It's so crazy, isn't it? Like Aurora play their own game, and it's worked for them so well up to this point. We'll take a look at the stats from our winning team, though. Dark Zero, and I mean, it's just clockwork, right? I mean, the thing I love about this, and you might look at Zero and you're like, hey, Zero gets no kills, but he gets 4 assists, he stops.
This world is so fragile. Wants to start throwing stones.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs live from Los Angeles. And oh my goodness, who is that? Alta has made her way into the Galen Center and playing a few tricks we might see on some of our audience members. Wow, what a costume that is. Great cosplay that we're seeing. An amazing onset to see some of our fans already making costumes for legends that have only just been introduced.
I mean, it takes me weeks to do a basic task, let alone something that productive. Amazing cosplay coming out here in LA. And keep your hands on your phone. That's all. Keep your hands on your phones and wallets, everybody.
A portal could appear at any moment, and I cannot wait to play Alta when she is added into the game in just a few days. It is going to change the game of Apex Legends, and we'll have to see how it will affect competitive Apex Legends here at the ALGS as well on set.
It's going to be a lot of fun for sure. Every time a new legend is brought in, you know, our brains immediately go, is this going to work in comp? Are we going to have some fun in comp? And when we were having a conversation with some of the devs the other day, it was like, I think there's certainly some potential to see some Alta in the competitive landscape, and we'll have to see what happens in the next lap.
Also, just looking at this, can you stop getting bigger? Your arms are far too large, and they are literally the size of me at this point, but you look great, so at least you've done that.
I mean, I wasn't very well yesterday, as many people know, so I just sat in bed eating all day.
So I didn't mean large like that. Just look at so much arm. Anyway, we can start talking about the games once again. Stop it. Leave me alone.
Okay.
I think that Dark Zero will now want to reply, right? It's going to be one of those series where you've got Rejectmanity, you've got Dark Zero bouncing back and forth. And I think it'll be a disappointing match too for Dark Zero. You know, they've living on that high, you've got 4 matches in a row, you've got all that swagger walking back in, and then you get no points. So that's going to be an answer that they need to put out here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to look at the other end of the table, to be honest with you. Yes, understandably, Dark Zero are going to be looking at it and going, especially with the standards they set themselves yesterday and today, and thinking anything outside of a win is a disappointment. But you've got to look at the bottom 10, right? You're looking at those because they're the teams who want to get into the final, don't want to go through the grueling elimination bracket. And there is so much Apex to play if you go through that elimination bracket. It takes so much out of you to get back into that grand finals that nobody really wants to have to go through that. So you're looking at the, you know, the likes of SSG, TSM, understandably down there as well. There's a few big names down there that are thinking, hey, this next game on Storm Point is so important for us.
And it can turn around very quickly. One big game and you can suddenly start to be more relaxed. You can start to think about potential grand final. And even though in regular season, the likes of TSM, you can see on your screen, Storm Point was their home. They had the majority of their points there, but actually in scrims and so far this tournament, World's Edge has been a little bit more kind to them. So we'll have to see whether the transition to a new map will be better, but you don't really want to put yourself in that position. You need to step up here in match number 3.
I mean, you could probably ask LG in the previous rounds. You don't want to leave it to the last round. It takes a lot out of you. And even though, you know, that's the elimination bracket, that's just to stay alive. It's, you know, nobody from this lobby that we're seeing right now is going to be going home at the end of this. It's going to be either through to the grand finals or into that elimination bracket. But you just don't want to go there. It feels almost like the loss, right? It's crazy.
Well, we can take a look back at the final circle from match 2, but it started a lot earlier for me in this game when we had the zone shift away from Pylon and we had Reject Winity who forced Serenity and TSM out of this very exact building, and they were rewarded for doing so early on because they had the high ground. They also had one of the ideal compositions to hold said high ground, but they were very patient. And as always in these final circles, patience is everything. It's what you need. But it was how Reject Winity were so aware of every other team and the areas they found themselves in, taking down the last. Remember Virtus Pro, for example, doing the damage and just not allowing anyone to push up onto them.
Yeah, I think the discipline that they showed as well in these final moments is very impressive because there was a couple of knocks on either side when we get down to this final fight. And a lot of the times you'll see one player go, okay, we've seen the knocks, now we have a 3v2, whatever it is, there's one player alive, and then you drop and it's like, oh, there's actually 2 players alive on either side, we might have miscount, oh, I'm dead. And everything kind of just falls apart in front of you. But the discipline they showed to drop as late as physically possible certainly made it a little bit easier for them, and I think Red Rams decided, hey, we're going to try and play for second here as well, made it a little bit easier on them as well.
Yeah, Red Rams having to move maybe hurt Serenity a little bit because Red Rams, the only position they could go was into Serenity's area, and then it was a straight 3v3, they would have thought, but sadly, Reject Winity very much involved. I mean, look at the damage. They were waiting for it. They knew full well there was only one place Red Rams could go, and sadly for the Rams, they didn't really have the abilities to give themselves enough cover. That's where something like a Gibby bubble would have been massive, right? And that's where the meta can just hurt you a little bit.
Yeah, you always look at like, what legend could we have had to make the situation better? Well, you got to do what, we've only got 3 legends you can play. And I think one thing to point out here from Sangyun as well is just the beautiful small little things, right? Small details, the placement of that bang-on, going right to the edge of zone, throwing it down at the feet in a way that Rolling Thunder was going to cover as much as that final zone as possible. And even though it didn't do a huge amount of damage, it forces teams to scarper, it forces teams to make decisions, and then it's just about cleaning up the damage. And we know these 3 guys, they're more than capable of making it easy. Oh, wake up, Banana Man.
Well, he's awake, but he's awake.
Wake up, Banana Man.
The cameras are always watching here at the ALGS. You cannot afford to fall asleep, otherwise we'll get you.
Don't worry. Banana Man, next time we come back to you, you're going to hit us with a huge amount of energy.
There he is.
There you go. Wait, that wasn't live.
It wasn't live,
We've been
no.
flummoxed.
But that's what I'm saying. They're always watching. They'll catch you. Actually, I respect it. Get a little nap between games. The soothing voice of Onset back on the screen.
Absolutely not. No
and then
excuse.
you wait for the next match to get going.
How's that pizza, by the way? It looks pretty tasty. Thumbs up, thumbs down. To be confirmed.
To be confirmed. No
Yeah, we'll
thumb
find out.
actually was displayed, but we're just waiting for the players to get ready, of course, for match 3 and the final match on Stormpoint here in the winners bracket. And we started talking about it, and I'm sure that the conversation will be carried on when World's Edge comes up later. The bonus points going into the grand final. If you finish first in this winners bracket, you will get 10 bonus points to start with on Sunday, and then of course second 9 points, third 8 points, so on so forth for the top 10. There are also bonus points, which you may be familiar from Pro League when we added that. If you win 3 games or more, you get a single bonus point, and that would happen here at LAN as well. That point would be added to your total starting on Sunday, but that may not happen with how competitive this lobby is.
Well, I have a gift for you, Dan.
That is a concerning statement.
Well, I don't actually have a gift for you. Production has a gift for you, and I know you love your stats. So we're going to look at Reject Winity right now, and we have some statistics for these 3 gentlemen after that win in the last game. And I kind of want you to talk us through them, because I know that you're a man who loves your numbers.
20 kills, 28 assists, and 8k damage. And I think that the biggest takeaway from those numbers is the teamwork we're witnessing from Reject Winity, the effectiveness of how they are targeting the same individuals and making sure they get those knocks and then prioritize the right legend at the right time. When you go into those 3v3s, you need to be thinking, what is the biggest threat? Who is the biggest threat? If you're going up against a Lifeline team, that has to be your target. If it can be your target, wipe her out so that no reses can happen. And I think that Reject Winity have really been able to demonstrate incredible... I'm sorry, I tried to continue talking, but he's still staring at me.
Keep going, because I'm hypnotized right now.
Still staring at me.
It's just really weird to everyone at home, but I am... I won. I was having a staring contest. I won. 1-0.
They've been incredibly consistent all tournament long, and if they carry on with this form, we might be looking at Reject Winity starting off Sunday with 10 extra points.
Well, it looks like the lobby is almost ready to go. Map number 3 is about to start. Store point for the final time before we move over to World's Edge. Now we're starting to get into the pressure games, I would say. Things starting to feel a little bit different if you're not in that top 10. You start to look at how many games have gone instead of how many games are still to come.
Nervy times for those in the bottom 10, and you rightly alluded to it. You want to make that change. You want to find those points here on match 3 so you're not chasing things on World's Edge. But I just feel like the further we get into this, match 3, match 4, match 5, it's going to get more and more nervous for a lot of these teams, and that can really impact your style of play. So whilst you still have an element of comfort here in the 3rd match, please just put on some points so that you can get it a lot more comfortable going into match number 4.
I would say match 3 and match 4 as well. Probably the last of the predictable matches on how people are going to rotate, how they're going to try and prioritize their points. Because when it gets to match 5 and match 6, people are thinking, hey, we need to find points. And that means we need to kill some more teams. And that means we need to take more fights. And all of a sudden, the lobby starts to get a little bit more unpredictable. And unpredictable lobbies means that your game plan can be challenged, and your ability to hold on to one of those top 10 positions can certainly be taken away from you.
Well, we're into Legend Select, and as always, Bloodhound Bangalore have been topping the charts with percentage pick rates for Legend Selection, but I am appreciating the variety on that 3rd flex pick for a lot of these teams, and a few interchanges as well. But match 3 is here, ladies and gents. Thanks for not sleeping like Banana Man. We're into the game.
It's just unfortunate. You're never going to live it down unless you bring the energy today. Match number 3, store point for the final time in our winners bracket. Keeping our eyes again on Lightning Rod, no surprise. We haven't seen a direct contest between TSM and Red Rams. I'm also just kind of keeping my eyes on Dark Zero as well to see if they do anything funky. They're not doing anything funky, they're going to the mill.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing this lobby has lacked, or not lacked, I guess, is no direct fights in the early game. Everyone's being pretty respectful of one another, and again, another sign of how good this lobby is. You don't want to take that early fight, and a sign of how important the points are that you can accumulate here, because all it takes is one bad drop, and suddenly you're staring at your death screen for the next 30 minutes.
Well, here is the point of view of Verholst, aka Dwayne Pike, as we found out a little bit earlier. Red Rams again, same loop path for both teams, and you can see Red Rams, I would say, look a little bit more willing to engage on this. Tika-chan is always kind of looking and trying to call out the positions of the TSM members. This is a good way to get the Evo up, and maybe if you go into that first fight with a bit of blue, it's a much more comfortable feeling than those white armors that we're going to see most teams dropping with.
Is this the same game?
It could be the same.
Is this just match 2 again? Because this circle looks awfully familiar.
Imagine it goes pylon.
This is going to mess with the heads of the IGL, right? You've just seen the zone shift away from pylon in the previous. You get a somewhat similar circle here. I'm sure it's not directly identical, right? And then you might just say, well, maybe we commit to the other side.
Well, I really want to go to a listening with Elevate, if we could sort that out, by the way, because they're going to be the best team, right? To try and work out what's going to go on, because you saw they went in earlier, they were like, this was pylon zone, then they were the team who had to make the rotate late. It was a crazy one. I want to see how they're tested, how the grey matter is working for Zach Mazer and crew, on what area they choose to play. Elsewhere, you can see Complexity, who have had 2 pretty poor games with similar strategy that hasn't worked for them. Trying to crunch themselves into zone with that Valko early and just not being able to find a comfortable spot to play.
Well, let's see where Legends Gaming go here. Of course, they're going to hit the Evo on the way just to get up to blues or get close to it. Now they will get the blue, of course, and now it's about where do you go? So I can already see that 2R1C are going to hit the northern side of the mountain. Liquid Alienware, who dropped at pylon, are moving away from pylon as well. It would be the most trolly thing if we saw it being a pylon zone now. The double bluff of the ALGS script.
I think that's the big indication for me, right? The fact that Liquid Alienware have decided to move away from pylon. They've gone to the northern side. Great shots coming in from Guild, as you would expect from a man of his talents. But this is going to be not moist set up for the long game, so to speak. You can see they have ring console information. They know where the zone is going to be going, and they've got their spot nice and early. Elsewhere, you can see a little bit of wildlife being put to sleep.
So sadly for Legends, if they keep moving south, 2R1C are already there, and actually it is 2R1C who are shooting Legends Gaming now. Koifor's taking a lot of damage, too much damage. Now Legend down to 2, and Liquid Alienware, they say, we don't really want to be in the pylon party. Let's push out, let's get aggressive, let's do what we do and take some fights.
The Finn came in as well, so now they're in a little bit of a shambles situation. Liquid Alienware are looking to see if they can clean up some of the pieces of this fight. And they might be able to get some angles to do so. Elsewhere, you can see 2R1C. They are chasing down the remaining players. And there's only one alive, I believe, but I think they just about managed to get away. 2R1C, you've got to be careful, though. The Liquid don't do that damage. You don't find yourself over-chasing, overextending, and then two Team Liquid members just find an angle to 3-2-1 you, and before you know it, you're in a little bit of a horrible spot.
And obviously for 2R1C, without the ability to get a ring console with this composition, they have to rely on the survey beacons, so they had no idea really where the circle's going to go, and sadly they will catch the last pieces of Legends Gaming. Well, sadly for Legends Gaming, but great news for 2R1C just to pick up some KP.
Well, VP versus Fury is happening on the southern side of the map right now. You see Caustic Gold's going in, grenades going in as well, and it looks like both teams are trying to back out of this for now. Man, just got to be so careful. He's so low, and even though VP have a huge armor disadvantage here, they're not backing down from this fight whatsoever. They, of course, have the geometric advantage having the high ground, but I think both teams trying not to engage, trying not to go down early, and it is a case, again, of nobody really wants to fight in these situations with the games just slipping away.
Just having a look at the map overhead as well and seeing which teams are moving slow, which are moving fast. Virtus.pro still thinking about this one. Not Moist kind of holding them off at the moment. Good damage being done from the Hemlock just to keep teams at bay, as now Serenity and Complexity are going to have an engagement nearby to where we saw the zone finish in the previous game. Exact spot, actually, is now Serenity are really under fire. Complexity, can they find some success here in match number 3?
Well, Complexity have tried the same strategy, but this time at least they've managed to stabilize. They've managed to get some walls down. Now it's about dealing damage outward to protect this position. This was a position that saw the team underneath manage to take second place, I believe it was, in the last game. But landing this early, you always know that somebody's going to be trying to contest it a little bit later on. And if you can't get up to purples, you might have a problem. Serenity on your screen right now, trying to hold out the rotates that are coming in from Pylon.
So if the circle does go to the exact same finish, or at least nearby, Complexity in a brilliant spot now. They've got those walls set up. Rampart and Sheila will certainly say something about anyone trying to push them too. And Serenity really didn't have a choice to take that fight, because with the Rampart walls going down, it just became too difficult to try and take that away from them. And actually, look at the spacing we're seeing from Monsoon as well, saying, look, we're not just going to tuck ourselves in behind those Rampart walls and allow people to press up on us. Let's actually take some space and show that we can engage.
I think the crazy thing is right now, it's the teams that aren't in zone who might be hitting survey beacons on their way forward, and they're just seeing where all the teams are stacked up at the moment. They're not going to know if it's Pylon or towards the waterfall again. So everybody at the moment is in a little bit of a rough spot. And speaking of which, 07 again find themselves in a rough spot. It's been a quiet start to this lobby, as they only have one player now on their feet, Reject Winity, who have been superb in the first 2 games. Well, they're going to clean up these KP, and it's going to be more points for them.
I think the good news is that this lobby has been very top-heavy, with the likes of Reject Winity and Dark Zero mopping up those points. 10th downward, there's only a few points separating everyone, as Alliance and Red Rams are kind of caught in a scrap here. Very far, it's very isolated is this fight, but they are taking a lot of damage from the ring.
Yeah, this is deep in zone, deep in zone. All the way at the northern point at Zoo Station. Red Rams take some damage and try to escape, but this is one of those fights that you're looking at and you're going, is this really worth it for either team at the moment? Hackis will get one knock. You can see the ring is going to take Tico-chan down, and now you can see Unlucky with a great angle as well. It's going to do huge damage, and Red Rams are, well, they're in problems here.
And Alliance will want to kind of right those wrongs of previous events where they were called a group stage team and they didn't find the success when you get to the latter stages of the tournament. And it all starts here in the winner's bracket by teeing yourself up for Sunday with some bonus points. They're in 8th position at the moment. There's still plenty of Apex Legends to play here. Fnatic now doing a lot of damage, but the Pylon is going to at least absorb some of that, but they should be able to get this fight.
I mean, this is a clean fight. It's Reject Winity who go down as well. The team who we have been talking about being so brilliant in the first 2 games. The winners of our previous one, well, Fnatic just wiped the floor with them.
Alliance still chasing and sadly haven't been able to get a full wipe, but they have been able to at least find some loot. You can also see in the kill feed TSM and Furia going at it. Keon has fallen to Imperial Hal. As we get one last look at this overhead. So it is going to be a different circle shift. We're going further east towards Launchpad.
So nobody got it right. That's apart from SSG, what we're trying to say. A really tough zone, this one. It's one that finishes out in the open. So playable spots, the one that SSG have is going to be an absolute godsend. Their job is going to have to be to hold on to it, though, because being one of the only buildings that's going to be in late means that a lot of teams are going to try and take that off of them, or be forced to try and take it off of them. Furia, we saw Keon get taken down by Imperial Hal, and they haven't managed to get that banner. And now they're having to play the high ground. The good thing is, though, for them, you can see this high ground is going to be safe for quite some time.
How is Keon that far away? But Madness is going to be sending himself down with a little bit of cover from Vaxlon to try and get this banner and hopefully get Keon back in the game. At the moment, it's ring around the rosies just with where that death box actually is, but we'll find it, and maybe there's still a chance here for Furia to get back in there.
Well, Dark Zero versus TSM. In the kill feed, you can see Complexity taking a little bit of damage from 2R1C. Kimchi is going to go down, but we'll keep our focus here for now, as this story has been writing itself. Great spot for Dark Zero in this zone, though. You can walk this one in so well if they can clear their backsides. Complexity, though, you can see this might be another rough game for them. Monsoon is left on his own.
2R1C will just hunt him down as well, and it should be as easy as 1, 2, 3. Complexity go down. 17 squads now remain, and 2R1C find themselves in 11th place, 10 points. Jacko has a red armor to work with as well. The Lifeline team's really benefiting from her kit right now, and the fact that Lifeline is so powerful, I think, is an amazing thing for Apex Legends, because she's one of the OGs. She was one of the best Legends when I first started playing the game on Apex's release, so things coming full circle and seeing her back on the front stage is amazing to me.
I mean, it's quite crazy, isn't it? We're seeing what the likes of Bloodhound, you're seeing Bangalore, and all of these early on Legends finding their way back into the meta, even this deep into the game's life cycle. Is fantastic to see. Sykes is in the kill feed, though, and looks like they're having a little bit of a scrap themselves. TSM trying to move in on this, though. One knock has come in. Well, that's going to be Red Ram's Datch, who goes down. Furia eliminated in the meantime as TSM trying to just scarper their way in towards the edge of zone, and here comes a fight with Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid, they are low at the moment, but they have taken this fight many a time. 07 get eliminated. Sykes has just gone down to a grenade as well, so Liquid Alienware are able to get damage onto Dark Zero, who have now lost 2, both grenades finishing off those players. Red Rams also will fall on their rotation.
Liquid trying to take the high ground here as well. You can see the armor core swap has come in, which is going to give Jaguares just a little bit of extra HP as Alliance have just been scanned.
And I am wondering, did Effect actually get that med kit off? Because that's going to be a big difference, and I think he did. So at least it's a 3v3, but sadly Alliance have taken a lot of damage here.
I mean, they're going to be back down here, TSM, by the Bangalore ult that comes in. Dark Zero eliminated, by the way, but by being back down, you can see everybody has started looking at this. The Bangalore is almost like an alarm clock going on. Off, excuse me, for everybody who was inside of the zone to look out, and by doing so, it looks like Alliance have managed to force their way into the zone. TSM now have a problem.
Well, what an aggressive position we've seen taken by Hackers as well. Really wanted to get involved in this fight. Does take some damage, but TSM not able to capitalize at the moment. What a 3v3 this is, but there are other teams who can add to the damage. Look, it's 2R1C looking from a distance and can really influence this fight.
Fnatic taking down one of the EA members, Zach Mazer, as well in the kill feed. I'm pretty sure these shots are onto Alliance, who have decided that that fight is not for them for right now. E8 versus Fnatic. Heavy armor advantage here for Fnatic. All of them in their Sunday best, dressed in red at the moment, and it's a 3v2. This climb up is going to be golden. One goes down, another 50 spray is going to be good. And Tatsuki, wait a minute, Yuka's going to clutch this now. Yuka will clutch it. Fnatic will win the fight against EA elsewhere as well. You see Crazy Raccoon into the action themselves. Dogwell left on his own.
Does manage to get the bat off, so that's job number 1. Also, Peacekeeper in hand. It's been great to see the shotgun used throughout this event, by the way. Different regions just showing that different weapons will be used a little bit more. So Maiden Heaven versus Crazy Raccoon. I think it's a 1v1, but sadly the 1v1 is going to be joined by other players. So you've got to get this job quick, or you need to get the hell out of dodge. But it looks like Arctic's going to push Dogma.
Dogma got the armor swap though. This isn't going to be easy, but he's got a chunk away. Doesn't get that kill though, as you can see. It's Fnatic who come in to steal some of those kills away. Elsewhere, as Fnatic clear this side of zone, TSM in a fight, and Verhol's got that first knock.
TSM versus Alliance, and as you said, it's first knock, it's first blood, and it will be pushing on to get the full wipe. Alliance are out, and TSM get some kills on the board, and most importantly, get some points on their side.
Finally, something for TSM fans to cheer about. It's been a quiet day for them so far, but one fight, one action in one game could completely change what happens for the rest of the day. This is a look at your map overhead. Serenity, bang, center of zone. On the northern side, you have TSM, you have Liquid Alienware, who are going to be able to play those docks, those fingers of Launchpad a little bit later on, but the real traffic here is down on the south side. You have Not Moist, Aurora, VP, and SSG about to be joined by Fnatic as well.
Yeah, everyone on that southern side is going to have a difficult time. Liquid Alienware, the most interesting one here, because we mentioned it right at the top. When Pylon was their drop, they moved away, they found themselves over towards Launchpad. It was a perfect read of a circle for them, and now can they take advantage of it as Aurora have just lost Hardeki?
Yeah, they tried to jump in that trident and make a play, but unfortunately they weren't able to do so because everybody looked at them and everybody just rained down damage, and now they're going to have a caustic ult to deal with as well.
Dear. That's just not fair.
Aurora, this is rough.
Well, actually, it might just be karma with how Aurora were playing in the early games in group stages. As Not Moist look to try and pick up some extra KP. Oirain has now gone down, and Waltzy gets the kill. Hardeki is confirmed as a finish as well. And now Not Moist, they can hold a good position, but in 10 seconds on Zip, they've got to move, as do Virtus.pro, as do SSG. So yes, Aurora are a distraction right now, but you need to start thinking about that bigger picture.
Hey, Nine Impulse has got a Buster Sword. That means it's going to be difficult to deal with, all right? I've seen this story before. One still alive here for Aurora. Not Moist have to make that plan, though, as you say, on how they want to rotate in. Nine Impulse might be able to jump in the whip. Jump in the whip, he does, and boost away. Aurora might be in zone.
Use this as a distraction technique. Everyone else is going to be looking at one another with the zone closing in. SSG are very close to Virtus.pro here, and they know it, and they know this is going to be a difficult fight for them because other teams were in the area. Confirmation, Aurora eliminated. Hal getting the last bit of damage.
VP underneath, that's a great caustic ult, though. That's going to force them out. Zainu is trying to angle them out as well. SSG looking for the KP. Great shots coming in from Frex, but the zone is a problem.
Zone is a huge problem, as are Fnatic. Not just the Volt, but the Kraber with a couple of bullets. Could be the end of the likes of SSG, but just whiffs it. Doesn't matter, SSG still eliminates.
VP gone as well, SSG eliminated, as you say, and Nuka! Nuka F's them up, that's a shot with a Kraber.
Now Liquid, they've noticed TSM on the other side here, and TSM have gone down. You can see the death boxes fall to the floor, and they will not be a problem for Liquid Alienware, and they can get the res now. Liquid in a brilliant spot on this eastern side.
Not Moist are trying to move up on this, though. They're trying to take some angles. They do get the res, and Not Moist will be eliminated. So quite rightly, as you say, now Team Liquid control the dock. Fnatic, though, in such a good spot.
22 points, 4th place at the moment. Really could do with a victory here, and it's 6 bullets in this Kraber. And that is a terrifying sight, not just red armors, but a red weapon that's about to be put to use. We've already seen one headshot. Maybe we'll see a few more. All the meanwhile, by the way, all this commotion's happening. Serenity still sat center zone, but now Liquid Alienware have to take the fight.
Look at these shots coming in from Jaguares, by the way. Pretty damn good, but the problem is it might be a numbers game as they are eliminated. It is Fnatic again, who add yet more KP to their total.
Fnatic are on an absolute tear at the moment. I think they will confidently take any fight they're presented with, but they just need to time it correctly, because now it's a 3v3v3. Serenity, 2R1C, and Fnatic. Fnatic are outside of the circle right now, you can see on the southeast side, but they should be able to just walk their way into the southern tip.
Huge news for them, though. They just found ult XLs. You saw 2 players pop in those ult XLs as well, which means that they might have the bang ult available. They might be able to jump in a Beast of the Hunt. All these things that can just tilt the battle back into their favor. They have 18 kills.
They have been smashing this lobby apart. Potential 24-kill game could be on the horizon if they were to get these remaining 6 kills. And remember, we saw Alliance doing exactly that in the group stages, setting records. Now, Serenity, though, have been here for quite some time. They've been able to set everything up, but Fnatic just lost one. 2R1C in the kill feed, actually managing to take one out.
Yeah, maybe they're going to be the team who just change things up a little bit here, and Fnatic now find themselves on the low ground, being angled out by both teams. And 2R1C up on this rock are just looking for the KP. They don't want to swing, they don't want to be too aggressive because they know the fight will come to them. Fnatic now losing 2. Fnatic Fnatic eliminated. It's a 3v3 for the win.
Most importantly, 2R1C did not take any damage there, so it's a straight 3v3.
Oh, the swing's gonna come in. The swing's gonna be good, but it's not good enough for that first knock. Missy will get it though. And 2R1C, who watched over so much of this fight go down, might be in a position to win it. It's a 1v1. Exactly, what have you got? Gets the fit. Gets the armor swap. But can he get the win here? Behind the knockdown shield, we have yet another 1v1. The spray is not good! And it's 2R1C who will win game number 3.
And what a reaction, what a pop as well, getting that victory. It could be a win that sends 2R1C into the grand final. They know how important it is to put those points on the board. They find themselves up into 3rd position in the overall standings. And 2R1C just keep getting better and better as each day goes on.
3 games, 3 different winners from 3 different regions. It's called the Apex Legends Global Series for a reason. And we're starting to see that this is an international tournament where anyone could be in place to win it.
Photographer straight in. That's Joe Brady, by the way. Best in the game.
Best human in the game.
Best human
on earth.
Ever. Just making sure he gets a quick snap. And what a moment it is. A victory like that on the main stage. There is nothing like it in gaming. If you've ever competed on a main stage and had a victory in any game, it is such an adrenaline rush, and especially in Apex Legends, where you have the element of what if, of can we do it, will we do it, and that final release when you get that victory is unbelievable.
And it's even more of a release, as you would say, because now they're in a position with a win where they're thinking we might have done enough to make finals. We might be in the grand finals of the Split 1 playoffs. And outside of that, Dan, with that win, with 3 different teams winning here in our 3 games of Storm Point, it means we are set up beautifully before we head into World's Edge.
Yeah, World's Edge is going to be incredible to watch. You do not want to miss it, but that does mean it's just going to be more of a comfortable time for the likes of 2R1C. I don't think it's job done yet, but I think it might just be a few more points they need across 3 maps. So that's very much achievable. You can play a little bit more relaxed. It's not like when you're in the situation on a Sunday where you're trying to get to match point with that extra little bit. You can play a little bit risky. You can push yourself out there. You can push fights because you've got 3 times to do it.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about the last 2 games being in position where you've got to make something happen. You have to change the macro you've worked on so hard in the build-up to this tournament. It really is just the ultimate kind of relaxing feeling to go into the next map and think, hey, we've done a lot of the heavy lifting here, and World's Edge is going to be a lot more fun than maybe we were expecting. But that's going to do it all from us. An absolute pleasure to bring you the first 3 games on Storm Point. We're going to send it over to the desk. Rain Day, it's over to you, my friend.
Thank you so much, Mark. Dan, congratulations. Great cast to kick it off here in our winners bracket. 3 games down, 3 games to go. Storm Point is done and dusted, and we have seen Reject Winity jump out in front alongside a great game of Fnatic and 2R1C taking the win in match number 3. I'm joined, of course, with Glitter Explosion, Hotsick, and we've got another special guest here on our desk, Ian Holstead, a character designer at Apex Legends Respawn Entertainment, who has worked on our latest Legend Alter. So, Ian, it's great to have you here, and we're so excited to talk about her in just a few.
Thanks so much.
And what we'll see here with Ian, as you can see later on, is the in-depth nature of how Alter, maybe some of the mechanics work, a little sneak peek at the perk tree, all of that in just a moment. But before we get to it, let's get rid of the business here. Match 3, Glitter, it was 2R1C, the pop-off moment there. To me, that felt like something that, as a team in EMEA that is often present, yet never really having that huge spotlight, it felt like this was the moment that they said, hey, pay attention to us, because this is what we can do. This is who we are.
And I'm glad you said that too, because we were talking about that in the green room. I even said it to Hotsick, like, we didn't get to see them in the first 2 matches. They weren't really doing a whole lot. And we talked about Fnatic in this 3rd match a lot too, because they were absolutely slaying out, but 2R1C brought it back, and we saw them do that in groups, so they had those pop-off moments as well, kind of reminding everyone why they're here at this LAN.
Yeah, no, I absolutely loved what I saw out of them, because we haven't seen too much. We've talked about them here and there, but one of the things I really loved, when you have those end zones where it's 3 teams on all separate rocks, everyone is kind of just playing their angles, trying to not be the one team that gets pinched. And I love that 2R1C, they noticed that they had an opportunity to be the bread. You know, they got Fnatic in the pinch.
Classic.
Yeah, they got Fnatic in the pinch. They made sure they were the meat of the sandwich, killed them, and then not only that, but took that massive momentum. Like they could have just kept playing that rock, played it slow, but they took the fight even further and ended up winning the game. It was honestly really well done end game by 2R1C.
Well, great end game there, a great start to it as well. It's led us to the results that we're going to bring up on the screen in just a moment of how things stand after 3, with 2R1C in this last game getting 23 points. But maybe the bigger story there, Glitter, Fnatic with 18 kills, still, even though getting 3rd place, the overall points leader in match 3.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. When we say that slaying a game, they had 18 kills all the way up until they were pinched, like Hotsick was talking about, and that alone is more important. Those points are what they're focusing on. They want to try and make their way through to the next stage of competition. And also, we haven't even really started focusing on it, but now that we're halfway through the series, those advanced starting points heading into match point finals will be important, and these teams are fighting for that.
Absolutely. I mean, teams looking here, Liquid Alienware, Not Moist, TSM having decent games, maybe for the first time in the 3. Stormpoint has been rough for a few teams, though, but it was rough in match 3 for our bottom 10 teams here as we transition into obviously some moments that they're going to want to shift up. Reject Winity, one of the few teams down there, especially as well as Dark Zero, who can be okay with taking a game off. They've done enough to get themselves in top 5 as of now, Hotsick, so they'll be confident moving into World's Edge. But again, we're running out of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dark Zero, love that they came out strong. I mean, they came out with a statement, right? And it's great on the flip side for the competition's sake to see that they're not exactly running it. Every game has had a different huge successor so far. It's been really cool.
And looking at these teams too, there's so many stories here. Red Rams, who have been the bane of TSM's existence, have found themselves with at least 16 plus points here heading into game 3 and now game 4. How will they continue to improve on that in World's Edge? We will see in just a moment, but I think our series results are ready to be displayed. That would put Reject Winity at the top after 3 with 43 points, 16 points clear of 2nd place Fnatic. 2R1C after that big win. Notably, Fnatic and 2R1C both rocking Lifeline in that final zone and taking a 2nd and 3rd place. Maybe there's something there about AJJ. Dark Zero, Virtus Pro rounding out our top 5. And when you continue to look at this, what stands out to you the most, Lauren, as we get a big overview of our top 20 as it stands here in our winners?
I actually really like your shout towards Red Rams. We watched them be super aggressive in groups yesterday in that contest against TSM, and they didn't do that this time around in winners, opting to go a little bit more safe and get those points on the board. And that's possibly because they also have the contest when we switch maps with SSG, and that didn't go well yesterday. So maybe they're trying to hedge their bets a little bit, and they actually did pretty well for themselves with that.
I think so too. This is a game that is obviously, there's so many components to Apex Legends. It's tough to have the level of consistency that some of these teams are showing. A big shout out to Reject Winity representing APAC North, but also a big shout out to Dark Zero continuing to make those statements. And the teams like Red Rams who feel like they're thorns and sides, but wait a second, maybe that's not doing justice to that story. They might actually be here to take it all as you would expect. And any quality global contender that is here on this stage knows they have what it takes to get it done. However, I know that somebody else on my desk has what it takes to get it done. And by get it done in this circumstance, I mean create a cool character, a cool legend coming out in season 21 of People. So Ian, talk to us a little bit about Alter. What does she bring to the table, the new villain that will be entering into the Apex Legends Pantheon?
Yeah. So Alter brings a lot of different ability diversity, and I think that she's going to offer a lot to all kinds of players. So with her tactical, she's able to create portals through surfaces, and not just walls. We're talking ceilings, floors, angles, all kinds of stuff.
And walk us through, as we could see her abilities. Her tactical looks like it's going to be already immediately, we could see some of the utility in a high-level situation, right? But her passive, valuable as well.
Yeah. Her passive, I think, is really critical for giving her a little bit of sustain and keeping your team on the move, right? Alter is a skirmisher. You don't want to stop and have to, search for more loot. And I think this is going to be especially strong in a competitive setting where there's death boxes all over the place and the players are so tight on inventory, right? One grenade can be the difference between, winning or losing, or running out of ammo in the last ring.
That is absolutely true. Need more light ammo. It's a statement that's been played. As we take a look at the video, if you haven't seen Alter coming up in season 21, the newest legend to enter into the cast, adding 26 now to the playable roster. in Apex. Remember to download it for free and play. She will be bringing not only her villain arc, but her ability to maneuver through surfaces. And as we see this, Ian, I want to talk about interactions. What's some cool stuff that Alter can do with her tactical, with some of her abilities, before we jump into the ultimate?
Yeah. So her tactical, I think, really rewards people with deep map knowledge, and I think there's going to be a long journey of discovery from all the players, right? So, for example, on World's Edge, you can go from Lava Siphon to Harvester without exiting the tunnel, just by going right through the wall.
Wow.
But, that's not all, right? We maybe have some fun legend interactions, too.
Okay.
So,
Can you give us a little sneak peek at what those might be?
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
come on, Ian.
if you're running a Wraith, and you got it an Alter as well, a Wraith can put her ultimate portal and place it while going through an Alter tactical.
Wow.
So
really,
the two of them can really wombo combo to make some very powerful rotations from Wraith and do some stuff that maybe the enemies aren't expecting.
One of the things we love listening to you talk about Alter, Ian, earlier in the week was the passion and the thought that you put into this character. I know people are going to love it when they see it. Walk us through these perk choices and kind of the conversations you expect players to have in their heads when they're playing a game of Alter, whether it's in ranked or whether just casual.
Yeah. So we found it really interesting when you could either lean your playstyle into the ultimate or the tactical. And so at the first tier, you can get your ultimate a little bit more frequently. You have it when your team needs it. Or maybe you're trying to play really aggressive. You want to know when you're breaching into an enemy, which person to target exactly. So with the Void Vision, you get to see your enemy's health bars while you're phased and a little bit afterwards so that you can precisely target the person who's weak.
And that's a huge element of being able to just be prepared for the situations that you're entering, which Alter is going to create a lot of those. Walk us through that level 3 perk and then spend a little bit of time breaking down the ultimate and the impact you think, especially maybe how you might see some of the players behind us on stage using that, some of their pro play.
Yeah. So with the third tier of upgrades, the Eternal Nexus allows it not to time out. Normally it will time out after about 2 minutes, but in this case, you can stick it, it'll stay there until it's found by enemies and destroyed or killed by the ring. But this gives you a ton of versatility for your team, right? You don't have to worry about throwing it out right before you do something. You can throw it out there and know that that is a safety point you can go back to at any point going forward, and allows you maybe to hold more angles or take up more space than you'd otherwise be able to. With a tactical cooldown, it's a pretty sizable thing. So the tactical normally has a 30-second cooldown, so this cuts quite a bit off of it. But additionally, if you've got a gold helmet, that'll mean that you have 100% uptime on your portals. So
what? Hold on, I think you misspoke there. Sorry, I thought I heard you say 100% uptime.
That's right. That's right. So the portals exist in the world for 15 seconds, and I think it'll allow a lot of opportunity to play really uniquely around your portals, and I think that people are going to do some crazy stuff with it.
Ian, it's really insightful. So cool to have you on. And again, spending some in-depth time with Ian earlier this week and now on the desk, I tell you, there's so much thought, so much care being brought into these legends. Alter coming in season 21. It's going to be a show. Thank you so much for your time, Ian. It's been great to have you.
Me here.
Oh, of course. We'll see you around the venue. Again, more Respawn developers will be joining us on stage and hanging out with us throughout the day. Hodzik, Glitter, we'll get back after these 3 games go. But right now, I got to send it down to the man himself, We the People. What's up?
LA, what up? We are here in LA at ALGS. What's your name? What's your favorite thing about being at a LAN?
My name is Ashley, and the environment here is just totally wild. Like, it's such a unique way to watch the game. It's such a crazy experience. 10 out of 10 recommend. It's been so good.
It's our first LAN, by the way. My dude, what's your name, and what do you think of the new Legend Alter coming out?
Yeah, my name is Thomas. The new Legend looks awesome. Very interested to see how it plays.
Yep. Well, crowd, make some noise. We are live from LA. Rain Day, take it away.
Throw a curveball at me there. Thomas is like, I don't play Apex. Looking over through the script right now, TSM 16th place. I mean, Sorry, we're not talking about Dwayne Piper or anything like that. What is good, everybody? Welcome to the ALGS. We are here with some more action, and it's looking a little hot in this lobby, Gino. Hopefully we don't catch that.
Yeah, no, it's been a great start there on Storm Point. We're going to finish it off here on World's Edge and decide 10 teams who make it through to Sunday.
So crazy with 3 games remaining before we find out which of these 10 teams will be meeting up with the rest of the squads that are in the elimination bracket round 2. The crowd is heated up. Are you guys ready for some Apex?
Well, we've got so many teams here. This is the hardest lobby we've seen all weekend. Sometimes, you know, we say this is the hardest lobby throughout the entire tournament, right? You know, teams are playing for that top 10, okay? They're playing conservatively. That's certainly what we've seen so far over at Storm Point. As Onset was alluding to there, though, it might start to get a little crazier towards the edge, towards the end of this, at the edge of some zones, I'm sure. Now, we're having a look at some of these potential contests that we've got coming up here. If you remember, Red Rams and SSG were a little wary of each other at times over at Climatizer, and sometimes splitting worked better than actually going for the contest. Red Rams running away with a win at one of the times where they didn't actually engage each other in the end. Serenity, after the first 3 games, they've got themselves into another potential scrap over there with Made in Heaven. But that said, Fragment next to Monument is free, so maybe there's a chance that one of those teams pops over and takes that.
Could be absolute huge here too, as we see the 07 complexity 50-50, although we could see maybe one team landing on one side of Lava Fisher before rotating through the Mirage Trois here. While we do take a look at the squads landing over by World's Edge, and this being our last 3 remaining games for this winner's side, it's nice to note that a lot of these teams see where they're sitting after Storm Point if they have any opportunity to maybe grief one of these squads here on their rotate. I love how Dark Zero is taking Trials and Skyhook West away from Aurora. We know that since this squad has been running the lifeline, they want to look for that gold knockdown shield. With that mid-season patch, they could guarantee that knockdown shield, but it's even better when the whole squad could get that full reset. As we see the 50-50 coming down here from Space Station, they're already going to land on top of that roof, sharing a lot of that space that Climatizer has, but which of these teams will come out on top, or can they potentially get third party but elevate who land between Epi and Survey?
They're on the north and the south of Climatizer at the moment, so as you can see, fairly split. Most of these contests don't seem to really begin in earnest until the teams get into closer quarters. I think, you know, that's probably one of the biggest differences between, say, like a ranked game and, you know, all you guys play at home versus these top-level lobbies. When they have a bit of space early on in these contests, you very rarely see teams at this level take a knock, right? They play their lives very carefully, and you do have to kind of get the full push going on to really finish someone off. So here's the full map with everything that we were seeing before. So Serenity, no, not there in the middle. They've left that one over to Made in Heaven and gone all the way down to Dome. 07 take over Mirage Trois and Lava Fissure with Complexity. Having a look around for them. They've gone over to Fragment, right? That was empty just before. So, okay. It's actually turned out to be a fairly peaceful affair to start off with.
And really great once they find out where the circle's pulling. I mean, they do have that survey that's right there over by Fragment East. Even better, if you look at how Space Station just quickly had rotated away from Climatizer, we were expecting that 50-50, but rather peaceful again, as Red Rams are going to be able to also have the ring console and the circle beacon. Legends on their rotate. Trying to get their heads in the game here. Sitting in 14th overall.
Yeah, Legends, they need a few more points, but maybe they'll find it here on World's Edge. They are the team that gets, on average so far, the 3rd most percentage of their points from World's Edge, 63%. Some other teams that are struggling so far, you've got TSM on 10 points. They get the most, 83% on World's Edge, so expect a little bit better from them here, as well as Elevate They're not doing so bad with 18 coming from Storm Point. They have also typically at this so far at this LAN got 72% of their points coming over from that from this second map. So there's just a couple of teams to think about when it comes to the differences between how these two maps play out.
And how they're going to work into that with this map too, whether they want to play on the edge, want to play for circle positioning as well. Not Moist being on that cusp themselves. Going to be able to rotate north away from Serenity as they're going to be able to loot the rest of stacks. They have a ring console to their south. Seeing where the circle is already going to be pulling, though so many squads have gotten ahead of the curve so that way they could sit down in that positioning south side of Epi.
Medkit here. Let us follow it.
So, continuing on a very similar pace so far to Storm Points. Not much action in the early game. We're going to have to wait for these teams to get a little more bloodthirsty. I mean, you never know. Dark Zero versus Aurora, even 07 actually in the vicinity over towards Countdown and Skyhook, and they're actually quite split. All of them, 07 split off from each other.
Talking about looking out for blood, I've never seen a hot and cold team like Furia before. They could literally go from 0 to 100 real quick, and this is the time where they really need to start strapping on those shoes because they were sitting in 19th right now with only 1 KP, 2 points, complexity in 20th here.
Okay, so this is that situation we were talking about just before. An interesting one as well, because one of Dark Zero's members, as you can see here, Sykes was on the other side of the tunnel. All 3 of Aurora's members were inside the tunnel. And if Aurora had somehow realized this and turned on either side, they could have caught them off and had a 3v1 or a 3v2. They don't. Instead, we're seeing the gift wrapped perk come out from Hardeki this early in the game, in round 1, to give him that Evo cache.
It's not too late here since they can't get to trials. Of course, they could rotate through that vault side. Dark Zero already know this and know their pathing, so they are right behind them.
Well, Aurora are about to understand it because they try and scan it. I don't think they even got it off. Where was the smoke? Oh, man. Dark Zero going straight in now.
Gonna be able to pull off that shield bat as the Beast of the Hunt has already been popped sliding down the hill. Although they do get that first knock, this is gonna take a bit for them to try to re-engage. Trying to take an off angle is Zero with the Hemlock. Having that slight high ground too, but also the positioning advantage when it comes to getting closer to where that next circle is since they have that information.
Okay, so they get the reset. Dark Zero deciding to go further into the circle and just take position up on outside Aurora rather than pushing the issue.
While they are rotating through survey, see a sniper in the distance. Red Rams by that bridge, north side of Epi. Space station on one of the legs on the north side of Epi 2, just hanging off by the lip, but Dark Zero on this outer rotate are going to be able to use the replicator if they need Evil Harvester. Not like they need it. I mean, they're on full purples, but red doesn't hurt. We know that Dark Zero are on their own side quest when it comes to a lot of these rotates and trying to prioritize the Evil Harvester.
Yeah, and if you look at the data around this, Vicky, in terms of, you know, the timings of when these teams are getting up to the blue shields, the purple shields, the red shields, Dark Zero are a complete outlier. I mean, they are in so many different respects, but this is one of the ones that has made them head and shoulders above the rest of the competition in this switch over to Season 20. Their macro in that way has just been phenomenal, and big shout out I think needs to go to both ZZ and Privacy, their coach and their analyst who helped them to develop these strategies.
Ooh, nade galore. Shubi having to drop down from the high ground because they're getting shot from behind here too. Now having to be on the outskirts of the circle, playing up the little lip. Just gonna constantly jump before he's falling into the lava. There's nowhere to really hang out on that lip as Dark Zero have approached from that back end of the circle.
So they are back within the zone now. Scan reveals there's someone waiting for them on the other side of that truck. They need to pop some medis before they really want to take this engagement though. Sykes will start it off.
Get a little bit of damage though, sending out that Nox nade. having to decide what they want to do, knowing that that team is still below them. They're not the issue for right now. The scan giving them the information that they need, as E8 have not only been able to get that reset, but get on top of the high ground here, trying to wrap right behind Red Rams.
Aurora and 07 still all the way back. May even be a problem for Dark Zero later on. But then switching over to the east side of the circle, we've got Virtus Pro, Not Moist, and Liquid Alienware. All sitting around this overlook part of World's Edge. Looks like Liquid are trying to go further in.
Sykes, though, being able to get the finisher on Tico-chan. That's the fight happening right above Elevate. Well, Elevate do note this, they're still playing at a health disadvantage, still rocking full blues, just like Red Rams, but if anything, they're in a way worse position since now they're at the man disadvantage. See Zero as confident as ever. They do get scanned by the team that's on the low ground. They know, again, that's a duo right here. He's gonna have scan in a second before seeing where that squad still is on the high ground, but I like the split position that we're currently seeing from Dark Zero.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams around them at the moment. A lot of space in the middle of the ring as well. This is going to be a very precarious situation for Dark Zero. Is this the time when they strike? They've had one match they've done phenomenally, and then it's fallen off the last couple. Their hands might be a little cold at this time.
Team Liquid Alienware, Yanya coming into play right behind E8. I like the teams that are fighting for this northern part of the zone. It has a much better rotation. If the zone does become volatile and pull more towards the south, you'll still have that lift of the high ground here with that positioning advantage. Elevate, still noting that there's a team right in front of them. They could get that Bloodhound scan before they decide if they want to move from here, but they're safe for now. Care package on the ground. Complexity. They need to showcase what they've got in store for us, sitting in dead last at the moment as CR looking at them from the other side of the building. Nobody going to engage first with that care package being mighty tempting, but Monsoon is waiting for you with that charge rifle.
Oh, okay. Well, the smoke's on top of it. Is that the opportunity? If we see someone drop their gun on the ground, that's a pretty good indication that they're going to try and go for it. Monsoon with the old 2x chargey. This is basically the other hotspot on the map right now. One up towards Epicenter, and then quite a few teams down at Fragment.
Oh no, though. 07 getting the trade, Amphi for Hockeys. But it's with these caustic barrels. Look at this, painting that bottom four. Can they get the res? As 07 I try to poke at them from the high ground before dropping down. Knox grenade ready to go. Clearing some space, but they need some suppress fire. Effect slides in. 151, landing these hemlock shots. The caustic gas doing enough to knock Nags.
Yeah, thank God for that. I mean, he went down just to throw the ultimate, and sure, it does buy a lot of space here for Effect to try and use the gold knock and get his teammate up, but no, in this moment, the knockdown shield is more valuable.
Oh, no way, what? The thermite? No way! That was unintentional. Even after trying to bait that res originally, now 07 get third party. This fight was going on for way too long by Monument. It is Reject Winity that have now moved in. Whew. Huge nade here from Oogly. They're gonna be able to get the finisher onto Nags. You see Monsoon's charge rifle in the distance. Alliance now tagged with two other teams for 10th. The competition is tight for these squads to continue their domination within that next winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, from 7th place, Elevates on 19, all the way down to 12th with Alliance on 17. That's not much splitting these teams. A single 3v3 will move you around and change your fate from being in the winner's bracket, or sorry, on the Sunday, getting through to the finals versus having to try your luck in elimination round 2.
Legends Gaming on the other side here. Beast of Valheim has been called in from Space Station, Zainu, to get that information. Watson Gen has been put in. Enough with these fences though, sending out some nades on the other side. And while this fight happens here in Epi, it's more squads now trying to make an appearance. They lose out on player K. Huge swing as Koifel is going to be able to find Zainu. Oh, can't clutch it up though. It's only up to Strafing Flame, who's taking a different angle. He's got the Mozambique, but no hammies. Space Station eliminated in your feet. This is what I was worried about with so many other squads here. Now Reject winning here, looking to actually join in on this party.
Oh, Strafing takes a shot in zone, and that means he cannot make it around the rock to get back in. Moving back up to where we saw Dark Zero before. Again, most teams sitting on the periphery of this zone. It's very hard to find position inside it until right at the last moment. You're going to expect some very late rotates in. Liquid are close enough to perhaps walk in. You can see they're trying to ping out other teams or potential spots where they can head up.
Subject spotted here.
The Dark Zero, they're further behind. Depending on what kind of survival items they've got in their kit right now.
Let's go that way.
They either need to move early and do some damage.
Zipline here.
They need to go late and hope that a couple of other teams are flying in at the same time. Because so many teams are sitting around down here at Fragment at the moment. It's going to be tough, 4 or 5. I only see one of those getting in there.
It's just tough when you're here so early, Gino. That's why you're seeing the full blue Evos for all the squads stuck right by Fragment. Fnatic, Crazy Raccoon, Complexity have not moved from the train station, the middle of Fragment. TSM meeting a lot of these squads when it comes to this circle shifts. Very out in the open, though. It's gonna be crazy here now that the circle's closing in. Let's see what Virtus Pro do on this zipline. Not Moist playing right underneath them, waiting.
Okay.
Axon's gonna be able to get that knock onto Zero, though, while that fight is happening on that north side here. More squads have now flown in from the sky. What is that? 3 to 4 teams have taken the sky so that way they can land into the circle.
Yep, this is exactly what we were talking about. They're all picked pretty much the same window to pile in here. You can see BP getting slaughtered over here in the right under the rocks, but TSM feels like they're gonna have to do the same, literally walking through fire to try and fight their way out of this one.
Maybe the scriptwriters are working overtime right now because the onslaught of nades forcing Hal into a corner. 2 rats with controller are eliminated in your feet, and look who's looking to swing onto Hal. Cleaning them up. Made in Heaven playing off that low ground. Complexity in the middle of those bins. Virtus Pro playing this as a duo.
Aurora's gone down.
Let's go to this area.
Complexity setting up the rampart walls up. The top here, that could be a nice way to try and buy some space in. You know, the top of that mountain there is just, it's really all snow. There's barely any rocks, barely any cover. That's why these teams are coming in at such a late stage. Any earlier than that, they know they'd be too exposed to the teams rotating in behind them. Serenity have played it well by trying to be very close to the zone and the next circle. They're all the way down the south and there's no one behind them. Furia, they're up the top here, but Reject is sitting right on the edge of the circle.
And Fnatic continue to claim heads as well, sending Crazy Raccoon back to the lobby while Furia have this high ground here. Being a little bit lackluster in terms of attachments for these weapons, but not Moist have found themselves on the high ground. This was a team that we saw swing onto Hal, dropping all the way down, preventing the spot from trying to reset right behind that gold knockdown. Gale taking a bit of damage, trying to close in the gap with the concept barrels, and Teeth taking a different angle while Waltzy still holds the high ground to prevent any of the squads from trying to take the same spot and knowing that Fury is on the other side.
Oh, wow, that's clutch. He can pop the evac tower from the height so his team gets back up to join him. Reject. They've won the fight against the team to their north as well, and just a single member of Team Liquid Alienware is going to be in between Moist and Reject trying to make it into this next circle. Serenity moved down south, but yeah, this Moist, they're really up top here. Let's have a listen and see how they control this high ground.
27, bang one, dead. We gotta walk another team. We gotta walk up on yours. Dead. Right in front of you, on your right. One on here, climb it up. Two. One more. No! I'm resting. I'm not. Coming up. They get shot. On my ping. Oh my god!
swing in and take the solo that's not moist, and now they're the ones on the high ground holding the triple take. Complexity, nowhere to hide behind those amped shields now. They have the loot at their feet. With Serenity utilizing those Complexity Rampart walls, they're the ones split on the low ground. Our last 2 squads remaining here for this game number 4.
Fnatic very close together here. They're clustered, but they do have the high ground. That said, if Serenity can stall them out without taking too much damage in the next 20 seconds, they're all going to have to pile up. And at that point, Serenity is spread out. They've got different angles. Will this bang ult from Yuka be enough? They've still got the Nox gas grenade. You can see they're trying to work out, but they're stunned. Do they even hit it?
That's why they preemptively threw it, but Leica taking a lot of damage. So has Suzuki here as Yuka. Can he hit the Kraber shot? He gets the shield break. The follow-up, and he holds the high ground. Crack after crack with the Kraber. Leica and Suzuki come in to clean up on aisle 3. Taking their time on this rotate. They lost out on Leica. Now they're prioritizing the shield bats. Sliding in, the last one alive, and Fnatic with the patience. The safety protocol to take game number 4.
Big effort from there from Fnatic. 51 points on the board now. Almost joining their APAC North brethren at 55. That's Reject up the top, but wow. It feels like it's been a long time coming for APAC North to show up. The last couple of lands, it has felt like they've slipped a little, Vicky. Usually a couple teams will make that final day, but they were becoming less and less impactful. Going into this one, there were a lot of high hopes, especially for Fnatic and Reject.
Wow. And that's with 12 KP after taking that dub 2 here, Gino. 3.2k damage. What a phenomenal day it's been so far for Fnatic. I mean, they had a little bit of a slow start. Building up to this is the team that usually shows up in these day 3s when we enter the bracket stage here. I see the sigh of relief from this team. Smiles all around. But it's getting that momentum after taking that game 4. Let's not forget, they also fought for that high ground alongside Not Moist. When Furia was on the other side of that cliff, guess who cleaned them up? It was Fnatic.
Yeah.
So then they claimed the high ground, but I specifically love the way that they played that final circle. They took a lot of damage despite having all those ults that they threw out. They take the dub with 12 KP, Serenity come in second with 4 KP, the only team to come out of the chaos that was all the squads that had flown in from Fragment side, rotated from that south side of the zone.
So the couple of teams that really benefit off game 4 here, Fnatic, Serenity, Not Moist, and Reject. Most of themselves finding the top of our leaderboard at the moment. Serenity continue to impress. And we also see Liquid picking up 9 points. They were one of those teams I think we were looking at on the bubble here, Vicky. You've got to remember, getting into the top 10 is quite important here. Not only do you get through to Sunday, you're also going to pick yourself up some extra points.
Always like to have that when it comes to match point format. As we take a look at the second page, DZ, they finish off in 12, but they were able to get 3 KP. TSM right behind them with 1 KP. They were one of the squads stuck over by Fragment side. Even looking all the way down in 07, had to play that a little bit out as a rat. It was chaos whether you're coming from Fragment side or even what we witnessed from the squads that wanted to rotate more so by that northern edge, leaving Epicenter.
Okay, having a look at our top 2 teams that went head-to-head at the end of that one. You can see it was a bit of a slow burn there for Serenity, biding their time. But, you know, when you have a look at the damage, sometimes that tells you more of the story than the kills. Serenity obviously having to work to get to that spot, but they don't benefit from it as much as a team like Fnatic, walking away with 12 kills.
But the chef's kiss on those shield breaks using the Kraber, enabling the rest of his team to push in on that opportunity. Serenity still finding themselves on that slight low ground behind those amp shields. As we take a look at the series results thus far, look at Elevate in that 10th place spot with 19 total points. And right behind them, it's Sharks in the Water, Red Rams, 17 points. Alliance tied with them with 17. Aurora, I mean, this is so tight. Just one good game from any of these squads, looking all the way down to even like Crazy Raccoon. I mean, you can never know what to expect going into match 5 and 6.
No, that's really fair, especially, I mean, you know, going from 8th upwards, it's starting to get a little more away. I mean, the fascinating thing is I think the top 4 in that game are the top 4 on the leaderboard right now. So very much in momentum, playing with momentum and in form. Great to see those ones. I mean, Dark Zero essentially in 5th place, but they're sort of just relying on that one big game they had at the start.
What's even better? Having a better gaming chair so that way you could actually pop off. You see those chairs in the back from our pros? You like taking care of your lower back? Well, so do we. Big shout out to our sponsor, Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Pay close attention and you'll see the newest Phantom colorways that our ALGS coaches are using this weekend. In celebration of the Split 1 playoffs, all Herman Miller gaming products are 20% off right now through May 16th. So make sure you guys take advantage of this deal. Check it out. Especially when you're gaming for those long hours, you want to make sure that you are in good form.
Big fan myself.
They say when you win a 1v3, it's just because you had a better gaming chair. Comes into play here at the ALGS. Absolute huge game here for game 4, Gino, but I really want to go through that final circle and the way that Fnatic played that, especially highlighting the positioning of one of the members holding back here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this one. I mean, looking back on it, you're wondering really at this point, how much utility did Serenity have to work with? Because Fnatic, obviously, they're just trying to buy time. They need to reset, they're taking stock, they're probably talking this over, and now their plan starts to come into effect, right? The nades go out, we've got the bang old happening, and then as soon as they get hit by it, you can see they have to throw the gas grenade out. But this was really the issue, right? It was the Kraber. That's when this shot hits, then the next one. I mean, look at that. Yuka's, he's making it so easy for Satsuki here to just get that last little lick of damage on the Serenity members.
Like, that was such an important shot. Considering the fact that Lyca had gone down, it was for a good cause of trying to put in some more damage to follow from those Kraber shots before Yuka came in as the MVP for Fnatic. Huge there. Because you don't have to fully send it with your squad if you are able to land those Kraber shots. That was detrimental to their win condition, and even if they had that slight high ground.
It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes you, like the high ground obviously is usually where you want to be, but in this current meta, how many times have we seen a Caustic ult just rip apart an entire team? I mean, obviously, you know, you never get the full story in Apex, it feels. So I guess you'd love to hear the comms from Fnatic at that point, trying to work out, you know, do they know if Serenity has the Caustic ultimate or not? Are they actually comfortable just sitting on there, or do they have to get over it and done with it quickly?
It's equally important too when you know what side of the circle you are. They were going to be forced eventually out of that high ground, and being cans, like basically sardines in a can on that lip of the mountain isn't safe because of those Caustic Nox grenades. You don't want to give them the winning opportunity. And though they have the barriers that were left behind by Complexity too, they had the natural cover of those bins. So to prevent that, Serenity essentially did have that circle advantage because they were more in that final circle than we saw Fnatic when they were forced to give up that high ground, and then they would have been in the line of sight of Serenity eventually. So they really took advantage of that.
Yeah, it's like obviously you had the amp cover down there on the low ground, and they would have loved to sort of just sit behind and play those, but unfortunately for them, you know, they kind of had to push up and play those rocks. It wouldn't have made sense to just give up all of that space to Fnatic. So I think that was probably the right call to leave one behind and start using that, and then have the other players try and buy that space.
Imagine having to actually deal with the pressure of being on a stage like this. Think about the teams that had to fight through the Challenger circuit. One team that I could think about in particular is Made in Heaven, and we actually have a segment after talking to them a little bit. Let's see how their journey has been as they were able to qualify for the LAN.
My name is Arctic.
I'm Synatic.
Tax or Taxington.
My in-game name is Cafe, and I'm the actual coach for Made in Heaven.
Then it might just be a case of Made in Heaven coming down from heaven to finish this game off.
Not again from the heavens, surely, but it should be a easy cleanup here now. Made in Heaven taking.
I was primarily looking to play like a fragger role, and as an M&K player, there's not many of us.
Me and Arctic, when we were trying out, it just hit off and it worked really well, and we just needed an IGL who could guide us and make us play well.
They needed an IGL, and I needed a team, so we joined forces.
And Synatic was just a good IGL upcoming, so everything fit.
They're in the coming! I'm chilling. They're coming! Dead! Last one! Last one! Last one, on you! Nice!
No one expected us to do as well as we did. We didn't either. We placed higher than teams like 07.
Able to take out 07 and clean up the remnants of Aurora.
Teams that have all been on LAN, gotten high in LAN, top 5s in LAN, and it's like, if they can do it, why can't we?
When I started competing, LAN was the goal the whole time. Always is a good experience, like being on stage, being with people that you are always watching. We know that everyone has their heroes, and being here with everyone together is super cool.
Playing in that first Pro League, it was like, finally I've got here, but what's the next step? LAN's the end goal, and then finals, I'm winning.
I mean, after the first day, it was kind of like, we knew we could do it. We got second, won the first game.
Our game style fits. I think we have everything to go. If we manage these fights, we can clearly win.
Made in Heaven now, the cleanup crew to deliver from above. Drop down the gas.
Experience-wise, it was amazing being on that stage. It's just really surreal because before then I was always just a spectator in the stands, and now being on the other side, it's mind-blowing, especially first day, how many people are in that crowd. I'm going to be disappointed, if I'm honest, with anything below finals. Losers round 2 would be a decent result, but I will be disappointed if we don't make finals.
Just dedication, sticking with the same 2 people, and practicing and putting everything into it.
Hard work beats talent.
You can do it if you try hard enough and you put in enough work, anyone can.
But you need to put your heart on it, so be healthy, have good sleep, and everyone can do it.
Group stages are group stages, nothing's over until Saturday.
It is so amazing to hear the stories from our squads that have been able to battle their way out of the Challenger circuit. Teams that anybody here could actually participate in. If you think you and your squad are better than any of these legends on the stage, well, guess what? You also have the opportunity to maybe challenge these guys and go through the Challenger circuit yourself. Like these amazing players here, Made in Heaven, they're here for a reason.
Yeah, isn't that just one of the most beautiful things about the Apex Legends esports ecosystem? It is open to the extent that anyone could join up to the Challenger circuit, work your way through it, make Pro League, make LAN, and like Made in Heaven have talked about, try and make finals and win. The ultimate goal. Only 2 teams have ever achieved that in ALGS. Made in Heaven, they want to be the 3rd.
Actually making history out here. And I love how they highlighted the pressure being on a stages like this, especially if this is your first time. I love seeing the support in the crowd. Made in Heaven really showing up here. But in a lobby like this, it is not easy, Gino.
And I think that probably says something about that open circuit and how much sort of fresh blood we get through these LAN events, Vicky, is that you essentially always have some new teams. You essentially always have someone whose first LAN event it is. That's just, that's just the nature of Apex Legends esports right now, and says something about putting in hard work. As they said, someone's going to slack off. You got to be there to take their place.
Here on World's Edge, at least they're at 9th place overall. Still on the cusp, which is so important, knowing where you stand going into this Game 5. The stakes are high here, as we are still setting up before diving onto World's Edge fully. But we were expecting maybe a 50-50 that could go in between Serenity and Made in Heaven. Looking at Monument and Frag, there's a lot of space here that you could share in that POI?
Yeah, I mean, what was it? I think Made in Heaven did end up getting Monument to themselves. So I think they'll be okay here in game 5 and 6, but kind of like we were talking about, you never know what happens towards the end. These players do have access to the scores, right? They're not in the dark about that. They can look at the other team where they're sitting currently. They will know their drop spots, of course. They've done their research. The coaches, of course, will be helping them out with that. And if they realize that, you know, they're right on the bubble with another team, they might just decide to drop on them. Because, you know, hey, if they can take them out, all of a sudden that's one less team that can overcome them throughout the game. Cut it off right at the knees.
And thinking ahead, too, of the POIs that you want to claim if you see yourself already leading the pack. Match number 5, though, guys, thank you so much for your patience. We are exiting out of the dropship. Let's see if anything's changed here as we get started with match number 5.
Okay, so Serenity straight into the geyser, and of course, yeah, they're gonna have to go back to Dome yet again, and this is one of the reasons why people don't pick Dome that much, Vicky, is because sometimes it's so far away, you can't even get there in the dropship. You have to actually hit the geyser and then walk over.
And then you're also gonna be pinched between Liquid, who land on the south side alongside you, as well as Not Moist over by Stacks and Big Mod. Very lackluster loot at Dome. At least you do have the ring console, but you could expect other squads to try to take advantage of that. But this also means that Made in Heaven were able to have Monument to themselves after what we saw from Complexity. They landed in Fragment before when we saw them in the train station.
Complexity, obviously one of the teams who is very much struggling at the moment. They need 2 probably huge games here to get back in and make Sunday right now.
We see finally the aggression from Red Rams and Space Station, though, as Red Rams try to approach, playing up the lift, though the slide comes in, trying to get out of their line of sight, but Red Rams take way too much damage in this engagement.
I mean, last fight, or last game, I should say, they were really just poking across at each other from either side of Climatizer, and then eventually just went their own separate ways. But this time, Red Ram kind of got them locked down behind this little weather pole here.
But they're forcing them to be in that position because they know that E8 is coming in right behind them.
Oh, no.
Red Rams now having to reset on this fight, reposition, because this is just free pickings for E8 as they hold onto the high ground, trying to see if they can find an opportunity to third party if they see another knock.
Yeah, you see the finish there from Shubi. SSG probably want to disengage at this point, but they can't. They're locked in here.
Oh, PK shots ringing through their ear. Space Station. See that not only is there a team right outside their doors, Tico gets another knock as Frax was incredibly low. Datch now, last one alive as Space Station get eliminated. It is just E8 that are going to clean up.
Damn. And only 2 kills going the way of Elevate in the end, but they've sown so much chaos here at the. I mean, I can't believe the SSG were the first ones to go down after the way that fight sort of turned out. But Elevate have done very well to eliminate anyone on the north side of them. And with this ring pulling towards Epicenter, maybe a shift back towards somewhere in Fragment, perhaps, but it just means it's such an easy walkthrough for them. It gives them access to the ring console and the survey beacon in Climatizer. That's a lot of extra Evo. It's a lot of extra loot. You can see the Evo Harvester that they get over towards that northeast zone as well. So, I mean, that's a fantastic result from Elevate. They've cleared out not only space, but made their ascent into tomorrow's games so much more believable here. Like, they're sitting at 23 points at the moment, Vicky, so they're still not out of the woods, but that goes a long way towards it.
Close range.
TSM, after learning their lesson in that last game with the quick rotates, I mean, this has kind of been the theme on World's Edge, right? Ever get that feeling of deja vu if you see where the circle is pulling here? They're going to be able to hang out on the train tracks for right now. We see more squads rotate from the landside side. Reject Winity approaching 07. Znaski taking a little bit of damage. Almost close to that bang ult, but having to fight off the squad that's still inside of this train truck, this truck. Oh, huge beams though with the hit fire. Naski is literally one having to back away. He gets taken down as Amphi sends out the Nox nade, finding him with the Prowler, taking some of these hit fire shots. He gets a finish. Can he get the shield swap?
Nice, at least. I mean, look, even if they lose this fight, I like the thought there from Amphi, trying to make sure they maximize points, going for the kill, perhaps rather than a very low percentage chance that they get away. Reject, after that win, no one's really that close by. Alliance look like they're flying in now. Oh no, they might have actually timed that well. They could get there before the respawn comes in.
To R1C as well, engaging in a fight inside of the tunnel. The respawn comes in, Genome. Oobly falls down. And Alliance have the high Beast of the Hunt activated as Alliance are out for blood. Another team that is on that slight cusp sitting at 12.
Yeah, using that ultimate to try and increase the pace of the fight. They don't want them to get back to the death box and be able to resupply. They want to go right now.
These shots in the dark, right through the bang smoke. Unlucky. Does get that knock, but it's a trade for effect here while Hockey's still in the Beast of the Hunt, hanging out on the high ground. The Beast of the Hunt activated on the other side too, with Reject winning, trying to counter-rotate around Hockey as he's the last one alive. It's Aurora who are the ones that had popped that Beast of the Hunt, trying to fight Grand Poo as the last one alive.
I mean, the way Reject took that fight against 07, they look deadly, and no wonder. I mean, sitting on top of this leaderboard, they should be confident in their fighting skills right now, and it looked like a very different side of confidence that we saw from 07, but they don't pick the fight that well, and unfortunately, Aurora are the benefactors of that one. So just team's really starting to hunt down the kills right now, and Aurora, of course they would, right? They're a team that plays well when they're playing like that, and they're in 13th spot, so they should be trying to play to their strengths. I like this from our EMEA team.
Every crumb of KP counts here for this team. Hockey's unfortunately fallen down as he thought he could get away in time, but that evac tower putting a stop to this game here. Furia with Madness having to pop the med kit here. Beast of the Hunt activated for Vax. Sending out that arc though, trying to see if he can force him out of that corner. Looks like this could be two teams here in this tunnel with Not Moist as well. So you don't want to play this here, setting the Nox grenade. I mean, that would definitely try to force down. That's a Caustic that can actually deal with it.
There's 4 teams in the Vault Tunnel right now. I mean, we got that hint of 2R1C versus Moist earlier, but now with Fnatic actually pulling up from Geyser and Furia trying to get involved as well. Oh, each chamber just... I mean, look, it's a bit of a torture chamber, if I have to say so myself.
Gotta creep walk like waiting for them to come out of those doors. And unexpected with the Blue Evo, you are immediately deleted, Keon. Madness is gonna be the next victim from Furia. Huge play here for Fnatic to keep themselves in the lead. Gotta get a quick finisher done to make a statement.
Your life was your own to lose. I seek only victory.
Gotta bathe in the blue as Furia get eliminated. 14 squads left, 2R1C. Seeing that there was another team here, and it's not just them too. You talked about it before, Gino. There was like 4 squads here. Not Moist is around the corner too.
Yeah, what does the rest of Furia do in this situation? They've got to lick their wounds. 2R1C.
He'll get it taken down here. Hiraka can't see, shooting blind with the Mozam. Leica now, he's gonna be able to see everything though in this smoke as a Beast of the Hunt has been pushed. Not Moist, get eliminated. You hear the lifeline res coming in.
Oh, misses that second shot. Most likely would have downed the target, but bit of a collapse with that one. The Caustic ult is pushing them up the stairs and into their doom.
Oh, amazing follow-ups here as 2 Ratchbone controller fall, but can we talk about the direction of the fight that Fnatic took right there? One player take the zip line, the other 2 approach from the stairwell, and it's been non-stop action, Genome, now that Liquid look like they're in some trouble with complexity in the distance.
All of that going on. Fnatic the only ones left alive, so they'll walk straight into this. Elevate continuing to push up into that top 10. You can see number 9 now.
Oh no.
But you don't want to stop it here, and Made in Heaven might be their bane.
You cannot miss those with that 30-30 hit fire up close. Crazy Raccoon get eliminated. Complexity. Liquid actually managed to turn things around.
And I love that we saw that hint of Aurora flying in over the back there, because if Made in Heaven don't quickly finish this off against the Elevate, Aurora are going to pick up another few. The damage coming in from the north, that was from Aurora.
Armia Challenger Circuit team fighting for their lives as the team is at Aurora. That is terrifying. Full 3 red Evos looking to break the door down.
May as well be a Revenant there, just climbing up. You can see the Assassins coming in.
Oh, the scan comes in. Here's Aurora. Hardeki following up. Oi Rain gets the knock and the finish. Has Made in Heaven trying to see if they can escape.
They're trying to respect these caustic barrels, but it won't keep them away forever. There's only 2 left. They have to run. There is no hiding. There's certainly no winning against Aurora.
Aurora do it again. Made in Heaven back to the lobby. A little scary though. We did see some body blocks with the PK shot, but it's fine. Aurora still clean up that fight cleanly.
And with that one, Aurora are now 2 points off making it equal with Made in Heaven in 10th spot. So they are creeping closer and closer to that top 10. With 2 games left to go, this is exactly the time they want to be hitting their stride, picking up the pace. Virtus Pro had a great start to the series, but they've slowed down a little bit since then. 31 points is solid, but they'd like to put this one beyond doubt.
They're also right above TSM, who are in trouble with Dark Zero taking down Verholst. They're not going to fully extend here because they like this position, and Legends Gaming are neighboring the spot that Dark Zero were shooting at TSM that were on the low ground. So in this vicinity, you got Legends Gaming, Virtus Pro across the zip line right here. Strafing Flame taking some damage. Gonna smoke out that choke. Nice shots preemptively here with the Nemesis. Also has that 3 times, and they already put that Watson Gen up too, just in case other squads like Aurora in the distance are looking to see if they can force their way out there with some nades.
Yeah, 8 squads left at this point. The circle has pulled back towards Fragment. We talked about that as a possibility. Liquid Alienware, the only team who either thought that was possible or decided that that was their best course of action. Currently split holding 2 of the buildings. You often start in that kind of position, and then more and more teams will come in, and it becomes less of a possibility as the angles close in. It then shifts towards the north, so you'll be able to play from the diner or the northernmost building, I guess.
You'd be crucial here for the teams that are forced to rotate off this low ground. Zero's at it again, but this time Koipo's the victim. And Strafing Flame as well as Player K. Player K's 1, he gets taken down, and Strafing Flame as a solo managing to get to safety for right now, popping that shield cell. Dark Zero have not moved from this spot at all. Instead, they're just kind of playing a little split up on this high ground, so that way they can take all this space while leaving sights here to prevent the squads that may want to try to sneak around and actually approach from this height. But they're going to have to start moving soon too, Gino, because the circle's pulling to the south side of those train tracks in front of Fragment.
Yeah, they're now looking across the way at Virtus Pro.
Oh, TSM playing this out as a duel, but How gets taken out. It looks like he also took a little bit of that brain damage because he still had his shield up, or maybe with a late shield swap. TSM get eliminated. Strafing Flame is still alive. That was thanks to Dark Zero also moving and looking at Virtus Pro. As Serenity are taking some shots at them, Aurora have now moved inside of the train. 7 squads left here in this circle. A lot of space to play around here on Fragment.
So Aurora want to try and get into one of these buildings. Virtus Pro get crushed by the pressure in between Serenity and Dark Zero. They've essentially done their job. And Aurora, they're going to be okay in this building just for now. Legends Gaming, solo just to the right of your screen. And then Fnatic holding the train car, but also having a look at Serenity as well. This is probably the best view of everyone here. You can see DZ looking down upon everyone else. It seems like that happens a little too often, honestly.
You know what? Fnatic did it before, taking a page out of the Fnatic playbook after game number 4. But now this time, Fnatic playing right on top of the train cart, overlooking Fragment, while Dark Zero are going to be able to rotate from that northeast side. Fnatic looking in both directions here, though, to put in a little bit of pressure. Yuka force it back away in time. And while Fnatic are on this side looking at Dark Zero, let's not forget that Serenity is still playing on the edge.
They've also overtaken Reject Winity, going into the #1 spot with 64 points and 9 kills so far. Yeah, but Serenity, oh no, they've been trying to resist this pressure as, you know, we saw Dark Zero help them get rid of VP, but that only opened up the avenue for Dark Zero to do the same to them.
Zero getting that knock. That was all thanks to the opening from Sykes 2 to send out that Nox gas. Serenity get eliminated. And Nox Grenade is putting in so much pressure while Hardecki's in trouble. Aurora get eliminated. Fnatic were waiting for that opportunity.
I mean, this looks like it's going to be a very early end to the game, Vicky. We've only got 3 squads left alive. The 5th circle has not even begun to close, but Dark Zero are closing in on the rest of the lobby.
Dark Zero created a legacy for themselves. I mean, they have already been doing that, but I mean, record-breaking after the action from yesterday. Let's jump into a listening with Dark Zero to see how they play out this next circle.
I'll give you one. No, look at this team. They're coming towards us. Any ult kills? No. Okay. Well, they're coming towards us. This team. Select them.
That bang on.
Yeah, look for me with smoke, baby. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to do it, but just look. You're fine. I'm good. Focus left. Definitely focus left.
Yeah,
right there. Kenny.
That bow. That bang on.
Put him burn. Good. Probably really fucking good. 90 me. Fighting. Gotta watch the right swing as well. You're good on me in the back. Go to the break. Focus left. We're gonna focus left.
Okay, stun.
I scan soon. On us. Steady. Negative them. They're in the open.
I can't see.
I stuck one, I think.
I spiked that back.
They have short listening before the squad swings on top of them. Fnatic now fully trying to push, but Zero and Jen get a double knock. Like a Kenny clutch it up for Fnatic. Playing around the knockdown shields. The circle's right behind them. The melee! Send Dark Zero back to the lobby, and now this is Liquid to take the dub! The free win! Viva Mexico! For Liquid!
The flag comes out. And no doubt they should be happy with that one. 41 points now. You're going to be seeing Liquid tomorrow in the finals. It means we get to see more of their very cute mascot as well. I love that guy. I love the little horse.
This squad with so much history. One of the teams I've stuck together for how long now? Like since I've seen them play together, to be honest. 3+ years at this point. Gotta give a shout out to El Presidente himself, Yanya. They were waiting patiently, especially when we saw that early fight between them and Complexity. They were playing out as a duo, so they were able to also get the reset. Gino. Very tough situation to come back from, but we're able to get it with not just the dub, 4 KP and 2.3 damage.
Yes, it was really only that last fight that they had to worry about in that game. I mean, sure, there's a little bit of maneuvering beforehand to get to that point, but I mean, they were playing from Fragment there for most of that game, right? That's the important part. So many other teams choosing other spots, going around the north. You saw Dark Zero had to be so active in the way that they're sitting out in the open, right? That means, you know, they've got to deal with so many teams around them, teams poking at them. But Liquid just sitting inside the buildings in Fragment, it's a much more passive sort of position that they're able to take, and that means they walk away with 16 points in the end. Fnatic, of course, have played a much bigger part in that game with 15 kills.
Got the memo that Fnatic's out here playing farming sim, because 15 kills is crazy here. Because they just not only won game 4 with 12 KP, but they have to keep the double digits alive going into that following game that we just saw. Dark Zero, 7 KP in the top 3. We'll leave some for the rest of us. Aurora 2 with 6 KP, looking all the way down to Maiden Heaven and Elevate.
Well, nonetheless fortunate in this game. Red Rams, after being such a nuisance to other teams, multiple teams in their contests, have not made it too far up the leaderboard here in our winners bracket. Not Moist. Look, they're still doing fine. 2 points will be okay for them. Complexity now. Well, it's a nuke or nothing.
It's tough out here, especially when you see a team dropping 15K. Sorry, the 15 kills. Our top 3 squad stats with Liquid taking the dub, 2.3K. Nizul Jaguares following up perfectly after the calls from Yanya. Talk about Fnatic though, I mean, not only 15 kills, but Laika, he's just fragging out, but also scooping up what was left, the scraps, after the fighting that was happening over by the east side. We saw the chaos with TSM that were trying to escape from that truck. Dark Zero, even at the bottom with 4K though, they still are putting on an onslaught of damage.
Yeah, Zero picked up 5 kills. Gen Zero, I know, they're always bickering between themselves about who gets the most kills, so that'll even things up after we saw the opposite, I think it was in game 1. Now looking at the series results here, of course, we've got Fnatic 75 after picking up a 15 kill game. That's a big one from them. Dark Zero, I guess, won't be walking away as winners here in the winners bracket, but of course they will be making it through to Sunday. I say, of course, there was the one land that they didn't, but at this point, does seem like the exception rather than the rule.
It's crazy how so many things have just played out between these different lands. The element of what's to play here in this first round of winners. But talking about some familiar storylines, some familiar faces, I want to hear some more things from a familiar face from the ALGS ecosystem. Stella, I want to hear more about you.
What's up, everyone? I'm Stella, and I'm on the second floor concourse of the Galen Center. And guess who I have here with me? I have some incredible legends here waiting to meet all of y'all again on the second floor's concourse. And you can see here we have so many cool people. You can meet them, you can take pictures with them. I'm pretty sure Mirage will do a little dance with you too if you ask. So if you want, you can do that. Also, we've got a lot of popcorn, a lot of food, a lot of team merch. So any of your favorites like Alliance, they have jerseys and everything on sale here as well. So come on over and you can say hi to me too. So it's a fun time here.
Can we talk about those cosplayers? Oh my goodness. Actually crazy. Got a little scared there, seeing the new Legend of Alter. I mean, that's kind of the goal, right? The new villain coming into Apex Legends. But all this work to see these cosplayers over at LAN. It was very exciting to see any creative things that these, players could just come out and really showcase for the community.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Mirage looked so realistic. I felt like if I got a pork chop and waved it around, he probably would have started sniffing and coming trying to find it. He really played that one well. So yeah, I mean, it's been really fun seeing them. And yeah, look, after we've got 5 matches down now, there's certainly a couple of teams that have made their way through to Sunday, but plenty that are still just waiting on that bubble. But we have to find out who's it going to be. 10 play tomorrow, 10 will play in the next series, the Elimination Bracket Round 2.
I know part of that is to go through that last final circle to see where these teams could kind of iron things out now that we are still in that winner's bracket. Going through match number 5 and how that ending played out. It was very chaotic, but specifically want to highlight how Liquid were not only able to get the reset after a lot of the fighting happening over on the east side of Fragment, but they were getting out of this fight. They were not fully involving themselves in this, while the 2 teams in front of them were starting to engage by the same pillboxes that we saw in game 4.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they've got the caustic fortress set up here. If anyone tries to push them, they will be running into those, but it's not really what happens in the end, is it? The other 2 teams way too busy fighting each other, and Liquid kind of come in and it's almost just like a house of cards. that they push over at the end. Let's see how many big bangers from the grenades. Nope, it was really, yeah, look at that. Is that, yeah, so 2 knocks from each of the other teams before they come in and just get that last kill here. So yeah, it was so easy for Liquid. That was probably one of the freest end games you've ever seen.
The fact that they also just completely didn't involve themselves until they were 100% sure to approach through that rock side. Saw that melee kill come in from Fnatic onto Dark Zero. Very intense end games here too. I mean, the stakes are up high. We got one more game to go on World's Edge before we see who our top 10 squads are.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that guy in the crowd was cheering for here. There's definitely a team called Not Moist that's on the stage, but yeah.
I've never heard of those guys before.
It's crazy they've shown up to LAN here and they're about to get through to Sunday, Vicky. So I guess they'll have a few fans sooner or later.
Really like their logo. The glasses really show off their eyes. Talking about teams, man. Dark Zero on a different level. They're pretty unfazed here themselves, maybe just recapping what they have to do, but not really much to iron out from this squad, honestly. Got to take out the notes, see what they could do, because now at this point, Gino, game number 6, some teams that I already know that they've 100% are safe could look to grief other squads that are on that bubble.
Well, Aurora are one of the teams on the bubble, right? So they're looking there, they're clearly considering their options. You got teams like Elevate, who are on the same amount of points as them. Or do they want to try and take out someone like Made in Heaven, who are 2 points behind? Because, I mean, beyond that, it's tough, right? I mean, Red Rams, Alliance, they're on 19. They need to get not only 8 points, they need to get 8 points more than Aurora to get through. Made in Heaven is the big threat, essentially, to anyone in that, not all of the teams in the top 10, but at least the bottom, say, 5, I guess. I mean, Not Moist, 33 points down. I think Team Liquid Alienware, 40 points and upwards. Those guys, we could say, relatively are safe.
It's crazy to see the gigantic gap between Fnatic having 75 points, even looking at Reject Winity, who've been having a fantastic time so far within this series with 59 points. Huge win in that last game for Liquid. Getting those extra placement points here, setting them up in the top 5 with 41 points. That gap between them and Not Moist, like you mentioned, with 33 points being there. In this next game, anything could happen, even Elevate being tied with Aurora.
All right, so this is having a look at our APAC North Juggernauts here. This is for the entire event, Vicky. So 23 matches that they've both played. Rejected had 4 wins, but Fnatic balling out on the kills there with 133, almost even on damage, but there's some very, very impressive stats.
A lot of that came from today, too, from the action we saw earlier, Gino. Fnatic, though, with an onslaught of KP that they've cleaned up from a lot of their own games.
Got some great lobby chat going on. I know you guys don't get to see that, so we like to just chip in and let you know what's happening occasionally. Zero has pointed out that 6 out of the top 7 teams right now are from APAC. North America's finished, Vicky. That's what he's saying. It's not my words, that's his.
Waltzy in the chat just said, APAC North boys looking different this LAN. Gotta rally up behind that. I mean, look at that. That's so crazy. I mean, I'm not so surprised, but it's also kind of APAC North coming in to surprise everybody else that may not have that experience playing against them.
Yeah, exactly. And they do have a lot of experience. I mean, Fnatic have been, you know, top 10 in multiple LANs. You've had Reject and those guys have been around since Poland doing so well. And I think the funny thing is, every time we go into the LAN, we're like, we look at those top APAC North teams and we say, they have so much potential. Is this the LAN where they pop off? And it seems like, at least today, they need to show up tomorrow as well, though, Vicky. They cannot let it end here on Saturday.
I'm cracking up at the player chat. Zero saying Fnatic too strong. Oogly saying Fnatic is farming. Everybody giving them the recognition that they deserve. But leaving things pretty tense here before we jump into the last game as well, Gino.
I mean, you know what's funny is that I feel like I've heard so many people say, look, congrats to TSM, congrats to DZ. I really just love an APAC North win. And even some of the other players in the lobby chat right now seem to be saying that if it's not them to win, you know what? They'd like to see it too.
So with how tight that bubble is here too, looks like our players are locked in, getting ready to go. Our final game here on World's Edge. Everybody in this winners bracket 1. Where have these teams stood after the dust has settled? It's again, guys, World's Edge to close it out.
Yeah, you can see all of those teams that have won a match so far, very much up towards the top of the leaderboard, actually looking pretty locked in. Maybe 2Rats1 Controller, the only one that have anything to worry about whatsoever.
Oh, I love this. Look at all our players ready to go, locked in.
And you can see just such a range of emotions. Legacy from Serenity, looking relieved, happy, MT. Oh, they're waiting for it. And everybody here is waiting for this last game.
Players are ready. LA, are you ready? No more wasting time here, Dino. Let's get right into the action. Our dropship coming in from the southwest side, moving all the way up, so that 50-50 gonna take a little bit of time that we've been seeing over by Climatizer.
Yeah, Climatizer does get the hot zone this time, so certainly something for those two teams to fight over. Red Rams currently at 19 points. A quick 3 KP for them would help in terms of getting up and into the top 10. SSG have pulled away though. They're actually going to Epicenter. Elevate, who usually take both Survey Camp and Epicenter, are going to be very unhappy about this. They're sitting on 27. This further hurts their chances of staying in the top 10.
This is what we can expect for final games like this when these teams are desperate to be in this top 10 right now. Space Station gonna loot the bottom side of Epi before they make that quick rotate as Elevate. We're gonna get the memo soon as they're gonna be able to leave Survey Camp shortly here.
I mean, Phony doesn't look happy about it, but what else are you to do in this situation? You're in 16th. You need an absolute banger of a game here. You need to make up a minimum of 15 points. Okay, a little bit of variety in the zone. We all love to see it. Going over to Mirage Atois. Finally, a chance for some teams like, say, Alliance, who have been struggling here in this series, to get in a little bit earlier.
It's huge. You see teams like Fnatic already getting ahead of the curve because look at their POI. Harvester's got the ring console. You get everything. You get everything. Well, Fnatic's and we also get the survey beacon too.
Yeah, I mean, 07 very split right now. Makes sense, right? You know, you start 2 people looting Lava Fissure, 1 person looting Mirage Atois, but with the fast rotations coming in, hopefully they don't get pulled apart by, say, Legends Gaming or Reject, Winity, maybe even Fnatic. 07, if they can hold the hill that sits across from Mirage Atois, that's a power position, and they will have a good game. They certainly need 11 points. They would need a minimum of 17 points to make it into the top 10.
Oh, starting to engage though. Reject Winity. A team safe in top 2-4 right now, but it's Fnatic out for blood early on in this rotate. Reject lose out on 2, leaving only Oobli alive. Yuka Satuki still up. Oobli literally 1. You can't run. Reject.
Okay, so Fnatic basically confirm that they're going to be the ones winning this series as well with that early engagement. I mean, we just had that stat matchup looking at the two teams. Fnatic trying to make their case for being the better.
Fnatic also winning such an important fight if you see where this circle is pulling, because they also are going to have that slight high ground that overlooks staging. With their legend composition, they can lock down this building for now. Very high octane squad though when it comes to trying to press other teams that want to start rotating either on that staging POI or trying to fight for that high ground building. Elevate, team that we know that usually rotates through Epi, on the way to see if they can find red Rams.
3 teams over in Landslide right now. Maiden Heaven SSG, as well as Crazy Raccoon. Maiden Heaven, they're the team that is really threatening the top 10, and they've been taken out. That's it. They're going to the elimination bracket.
Space Station are the nail in the coffin. With 18 squads left, the Beast of the Hunt has been called in because we know Crazy Raccoon are rotating on the low ground through the tunnel. They're taking out to the high ground here too, but while they are on this platform, teams that do take their time to rotate from Skyhook, West Side, Dark Zero, who are currently in Countdown, Crazy Raccoon, gonna be able to reset for right now. The action hasn't stopped over from the Southern Harvester side. Lava Siphon looking at Furia, who are now trying to finally see if they can get anything going, but Genome, I mean, with 8 points.
No, tough for them. Tough for Serenity to lose, almost impossible, I would say. The teams that we're really looking for now that Maiden Heaven is done for, essentially Red Rams and Alliance, both of them on 19 points. It's a big ask, but hey, Alliance just broke the kill record yesterday, Vicky. What's 24 kills to these guys? Come on, this is the game they need to pull that out if they want to make it straight into the finals. I mean, look, we've seen Dark Zero go out in elimination bracket round 2. If it can happen to them, it could happen to Alliance as well. You don't want to take the risk. Don't take the chance. Have the big game now and make it certain.
And I talked with the coach last night, talking to him about how Alliance, is this the group stage team or have things changed? And he said things have changed, but have to see this play out in this final game. Virtus Pro sitting in 7th, 32 points for them. He gets scanned here, putting out that smoke because it's Crazy Raccoon who have now taken it to the high ground after they rotated from the landslide tunnel.
Doing here, holding onto the care package. Seems to be the meta at the moment until you get that gift wrapped perk. I guess you kind of have to just read ahead how much Evo have you got, how many Evo harvesters can you hit. Does it make sense to pop it immediately?
Last game, last chance opportunity for TSM to find themselves in the second winner's bracket here. Sitting in 16th with 14 points overall, trying to play this passively full blue Evos after their rotate from Lava Siphon.
Or is this just their comfort zone now? You know, I mean, last time they come in from the loser's bracket and then all of a sudden, a couple of games into finals when they're like, hey, why is no one else running away with this? They turn it on, win 3 games in a row, win the championship. That's just the thing about TSM. You can never count them out.
Can't ever sleep on Ritual Hawks out here.
Oh no.
Oh, but
Alliance.
Yanya being the last one alive, but Alliance having the number advantage for now, trying to see if they can bait out the res and being on the conduit here in Thermal. Actually trying to contest Liquid being huge here over by Thermal as there's a ring console survey beacon and they are able to get effect back up.
Yeah, with Team Liquid coming over from launch side, of course they don't get the split loot because Serenity have been taking that. Alliance, you can see now 20 points, but don't be fooled, there's still quite a distance to go.
Double blue, 1 purple from Alliance, at least some time to breathe for right now before Serenity now move in from the sky. On this rotate though, they are gonna be able to get ahead of both Alliance and Liquid, and they're not the only ones too, because coming in from the high ground is gonna be Crazy Raccoon. And I believe Liquid also has no support character, so maybe see if Liquid could get something sneaky going on to get those banners.
Yeah, do Alliance camp them? Do they try and move forward? I'm surprised that they've taken this long when, you know, they could have gone up to contest a team like 07 for that top hill spot, which is, in my mind, really where you want to be. The #1 spot, no questions asked.
2 rats from controller, actually disengaging just as quickly from landslide. looking to see if maybe they wanted to try to take this fight against Elevate. Instead, want to prioritize this rotate after seeing the circle pull away from them. Also could gatekeep Elevate if they do decide to go through the landslide tunnel themselves. See if maybe other squads are within the vicinity, exiting out of Harvester. But there is a ring console there that they have a little bit of time to utilize.
Complexity south of Harvester. Plenty of other teams in the vicinity roaming, looking for kills. Red Rams, they need them. Furia, they need them. True Rats 1 controller, they don't need them so much, but if they take out the other 3 teams down there, they'll be certain to guarantee themselves that spot.
I hear the fans in the crowd for Complexity. They're gonna take the Valve ult now to see where they can go into that next circle. This is always the Complexity game plan, rocking the rampart. See where they can bunker down for right now with so many other squads just waiting for them by staging.
It was such a great Pro League split for Complexity. The question was, could they do the same thing at LAN?
Oh, a little bit of a disconnect, it looks like, actually. Monsoon not landing with the rest of Complexity, forcing him to use his smoke. Look how many bullets are flying to catch Monsoon. He gets to safety for now. TSM wanted to capitalize on that opportunity, and Fnatic just gonna be able to back away in time. But Fnatic have the height over both of those squads when we see where that next circle is pulling.
Yeah, we'll get that info shortly. Furia running a little bit slower than the zone right now because they're worried. I believe it's Moist, not Moist ahead of them here. And they're within the circle, Vicky. They can take their time and poke at Furia. Feels like Madness has a pretty good beat on this. He also does have the Rolling Thunder available. Should be able to put that down and move not Moist out of position, but the scans are coming through.
Huge scan right there from Waltzy. They knew that a team could rotate from that back end. The black hole has been called in. Arcstar sent to the side. MT and Guild taking a good amount of damage, but the shield bat will be able to get popped off. If anything, it's Furia who are feeling the pressure from the circle too. Huge crack here as Waltzy tries to swing wide, prevent them from trying to go on the other side of the circle.
Okay, so they use all of the utility. You saw it, black hole, bang ult, lots of arc stars flying in. It wasn't enough for them to win a fight, but it was enough for them to exit that situation. Waltzy does catch them with the scan, trying to make their way down towards Thermal Station. Surprised. Oh, actually, they did get Vaxelon in the end.
Now looking to see what they could do. I mean, it is a Horizon. The gravity lift could come in here to try to take the high ground all over again. And Alliance seeing the spot to their right. Liquid get eliminated in 17th.
Finally. I mean, Alliance was locked down here for the longest time, Vicky. It's a couple of points here. Why don't we hear what their plan is to get the last 5+ points to put them in the top 10?
Interesting. I got it. We can walk up choke slowly. We can walk up choke slowly. I have 4 medkits.
Watch building, Tha. I got 5 medkits.
Okay, we're good. Let this fucking building team leave and then we walk up slowly, okay?
Building, ballooning.
Don't shoot them. Move up, move up. Fight this fucking choke. Fight this fucking...
Care package over there.
Need XL and a cactus.
No, I'm popping. One right side, two right side. Okay, tank zone, guys. Tank zone.
Yeah.
We're tanking zone. We're tanking zone.
Okay.
Let them fight the 3P. Let them fight the 3P.
We need to go left, I think.
Yeah. Just 4 ticks, guys. 4 ticks.
Yeah. I only got 1 medkit though. I have to play up a bit.
I'm
gonna close the left. Yep. I'm playing up a bit here.
Yeah, I'll pick it up.
Lead in front of me. 1 knock.
Nice. Let's send it forward.
Yep. He's leading in front of me, 1 guy. He died.
I need to pop 1 more medkit and then go up. I'm popping 1 medkit and Hamming. Just send it.
Yeah, I have to. We got scan. Killer scan. Over here.
We gotta send.
Yeah. I'm going in now. I'm ulting them. Kill me. Knock one! Kill me, I like it.
Standing up.
Yeah, here. Where the fuck you are? Stacking. I'm pushing. Coming.
Kill one,
nice, jumping.
I'm net getting. I'm 1. Holy shit.
Awesome effort there from Alliance. You can hear the plan coming out from Hackers. They had an abundance of med kits. It means that even though it was round 3 and they were taking hella damage from the zone, they are able to play it slowly, wait until Serenity are licking their wounds after the fight, and then clean it up so easily. I love how Alliance played that.
And I love the comms too, talking about 4-tick med kit, all right? So that way they could actually rotate into that circle healthy. So that way they're not at a disadvantage just in case Serenity was able to reset off those death boxes. Alliance now have claimed that Southern choke to this next circle safely with nobody else to contest them. While Space Station, whoa, getting hit with a Kraber shot. Zainu now having to pop that shield bat.
Yeah, they're on Mirage. It's going to be out, not this next zone actually, but the one after. They'll be able to play the front of the ship just for now. Legends Gaming, they're in the buildings under them. That's where those grenades are getting zapped from. Come on, Phony. You could see the edge of the interceptor pylon there. You knew the grenade wasn't gonna work, but he tries it anyway.
See if he can get LA's a little cheeky angle. Not gonna work out. 07 holding that low ground. Elevate now trying to move in from underneath Mirage Etoile. Oh, Legend are the ones inside this building. Space Station neighboring that. We know that 07's right above him here as Legends Gaming looking for another shot with this Kraber. Strafing Flame getting the information off the Bloodhound scan, but he's the only one on this team that has that red Evo. See where the squad wants to try to approach, and they want to make sure that this team does not get the free rotate into that next circle, trying to gatekeep them here. No turbo on the Havoc, only a white mag for this Havoc too.
Ah, who needs it if you've got the Kraber?
Oh, but misses on that shot. And through the smoke here too, just trying to see if he can get a different angle. The 140, but not a headshot. Dark Zero do get eliminated by 2 Reds when controller.
Yeah, that's 2R1C. They're also playing underneath. Then you've got Aurora and Fnatic up the top as well.
And TSM also earlier getting eliminated here in 15th.
Okay, so this is the spot that 07 has been holding the entire game. Nasky loves to fast rotate, had priority into what I have been talking about as the absolute god spot here. I mean, 07 are looking down upon Aurora and Fnatic to their right. Those two teams, though, Fnatic obviously definitely going to get through, but Aurora's on 31 and Alliance is now on 28th and 11th spot just behind Aurora. How it works out between these 3 teams is going to be a huge factor in who gets through.
Everything is on this spot, and look at the Sharks on the other side. Fnatic looking to see if they can engage here after claiming that building that we saw at the very beginning of the game. Aurora looking on as 07 still have the high ground.
Subject spotted there.
You can see a couple of teams who have already been forced into the elimination bracket. Red Rams, TSM, Made in Heaven, CR, Complexity, and Furia cannot make it into Sunday right now. They'll have to go again in our next series. Alliance, however, still have a chance.
2 Rats on controller now, slide through. Missy's able to pop the shield bat in time. Shotgun takes a huge shot though. Trying to give him some suppressed fire. 7 squads left here. Alliance are still fighting for their lives. Versus Fnatic on the high ground. 2 Rats on controller. Legends get eliminated. Alliance get eliminated. Right on the cosmic dive with only 28 points in 11th place. Elevate are in the top 10.
With 2R1C going down as well here. Aurora move up, and they have done it as well. I don't think there are enough kills even left in this lobby for SSG to push forward.
Oh, even trying to clean up that last KP. Aurora get eliminated, but in the top 7. Fnatic are in the lead, but can 07?
07 on 25, they are 6 points away, and there's still 6 points left in this lobby. It could come down to a tiebreaker. They've been playing Godspot so well. We'll go to an 07, listen in.
Please, please, on points, please, 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 please.
A little late on the listen in.
Oh my God, have faith. We don't wait for the confirmation. As I look to the leaderboard, in the stadium here at the Galen Center, 07 was in 10th place. As far as I understand it, that means they have won the tiebreaker and will be going in. Nasky, he knows it, he believes it. 07 have done it!
The tiebreaker single match score. That is what gets them in.
They had a bigger match. The highest single score out of the series, that's what gets them over the line versus the 11th place team. Oh, I didn't think they could do it, honestly, at the start of it. They were so far behind. It had to be huge, and they do it by the smallest of margins.
Can we highlight the player cams at the very end? Nasky rallying up his team, slamming that PC. We can hear them. They killed 5 people.
It was all you, Nasky, all you.
Get the fuck out of it.
Oh, we love Nasky. Shout out to 07. Making their way into that second winner's bracket, getting into the top 10. Let's take a look at the reaction at the very end there. We saw Nasky going crazy. The pop-up.
Oh gosh, I can't help but think these guys deserve it. I mean, it's been an amazing Pro League split for them. Come on, everybody in the audience, give me a salute for 07 getting through in 10th place.
The salutes are high. Free agents, by the way. Free agents 07. Going into the finals lobby. Nasky with the pop-off. In disbelief that he got the 5 kills at the end. This is what LAN is all about. These are the stories being made. He does it again, Genome.
Wow, that's amazing. And I mean, look, he may have got through in 10th place here, but I'm definitely not counting him out tomorrow, Vicky. When this man gets into a finals lobby, there is every chance that he can go all the way. I mean, look, he's won me over. I'm a believer.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it, Genome. You gotta do it for 07. Shout out to 07 for doing it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. What insane action. I mean,
keep holding it, keep holding it.
What knows what's in store for us as we tune into the Desk Rain Day. All right. Wait, we gotta hold it. We gotta hold it.
Sorry.
The 07 salute.
Take it away. Take it away.
Thank you so much. That's it. What a time to be alive here in LA. Was that an ending or what, everybody? That was unbelievable. It was electric in here, and it is obviously a huge moment. 07 win the game, and with the tiebreaker, take the final and 10th spot to guarantee their position in winners finals tomorrow. Excuse me, not winners finals, match point finals tomorrow on Sunday. So they will be sitting pretty and enjoying the rest of their Saturday evening. On the desk with me, my name is Rain Day. I'm joined, of course, by Glitter Explosion and Hotstick. This time, though, we've got another Respawn developer, Eric Canavis, who is our Balance BR systems lead, and that is a big title, Eric, but welcome to the desk, and also maybe explain a little bit about what you do, how you take care of us in Apex and help this game stay healthy.
Oh, absolutely. So yes, Eric Canavis, and I work on the BR systems team. So our group, we do everything from weapons and loot to all the rules of the Battle Royale. So anything that's not Legends or maps or events kind of comes through my team, and we're all about moment-to-moment gameplay.
Eric, you guys took the chance, and I loved having in-depth conversations with you guys in Birmingham at our championships. And now you're able to see it in Los Angeles. Describe the feeling of being here on a game that you work on, but then seeing the community react like this to moments like this with 07 and Nasky. It's got to be pretty special.
Oh, it's insane. You said it yourself. The air is electric in here. The passion is palpable. Everybody is just gathering to celebrate this amazing game, and we all work so hard on it. So thank you, everybody, for coming out here and playing it. It's just been wonderful.
Well, thank you for being here, man. We're going to touch base with you a little bit later as well, but let's get into the match results and handle business, because you saw 07. They did exactly that. 20 points, 8 kills. They needed every single one of those in order to get that final 10th position. Fnatic, Aurora, SSG had great games, and 2R1C. Woo! Mizey and the boys playing phenomenally. Let's go back to our back half of this 20. Serenity, they've played fantastically as well. Red Rams, they've been involved, but didn't do enough, most likely, alongside those of the likes of TSM. Pretty crazy to think that they are one series away from not making it to match point finals. That would be wild. Let's take a look at the series results, though, because this will confirm it all. 07 with the final spot. Fnatic take the win. Hodsick over the day. And on the left side, that's who will play Sunday. On the right side, that's who will play next for a chance at survival.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about, outside of Dark Zero, we've been talking about APAC dominance this entire tournament, but we haven't really been able to talk about Fnatic too much. So to so you know, they it seems like they took a lot of their losses that they learned in group stages. They got to winners bracket, which is great, but they really, I mean, they really turned up. Again, as I said kind of in the beginning, among a lot of the pro scene, the winners bracket final is one of the hardest lobbies, if not the hardest lobby in the entire tournament. So for them to be able to put on that dominant of a performance, especially after the huge start that Dark Zero got, huge hats off to Fnatic.
And I don't want to delay the moment, but Lauren, I mean, Fnatic for me as well. This is the moment we talked about. Yuka, so close, never finally lifting that trophy, but this seems like the run that they could be on to do it.
Not only have they proved themselves in the games that we saw happening literally just now, but now a big thing they get to bring with them into those match point finals we keep talking about is 10 advanced starting points. With the slaying we've seen them do now in these last 3 days, I would be afraid of Fnatic in those match point finals.
And it is a scary sight. Who knows? Maybe Yuka and that squad getting off of the Watson for once, allowing them to play this meta, turned into the best thing that could have happened for the already talented squad representing APAC North. The hope of APAC North. They are so touted. And of course, sitting down stage with the man himself of the hour, it is Peeps with Yuka F.
Rain, thank you so much. I am here with Yuka from Fnatic. Crowd, make some noise. Massive congratulations on coming in first place in the winners bracket.
ウィナーズブラケット1位通過おめでとうございます。
There's only been 2 teams to win an ALGS LAN. What would it mean to you, your teammates, and the country of Japan for you guys to win this weekend?
今までに2チームしか ALGS を優勝しておりませんが、もし優勝したらチームの皆さんと日本の皆様にはとってどういう意味でしょうか。
そうですね。チームのみんなにはもう最高の瞬間ですし、その日本のみんなにももう歴史的快挙になるんじゃないかなってぐらいには思ってます。
It will be an amazing moment for his team and a historic moment for Japan.
You heard that? Where my Japanese fans at? Yuka, you are one of the most mechanically talented and gifted players in the world. You could go pro in almost any other game. What is it about Apex that you love so much?
スキルがこれほどもあるプロなのに、どのゲームでもプロになれるのに、なぜ Apex を選びましたか？
まあでもやっぱり Apex にしかないキャラコンとか爽快感が楽しかったからですね。
He said the movement in Apex was nothing like any other games, and this is the reason why he chose Apex Legends.
That's a big reason for me too. So, the Japanese community, they are some of the most passionate fans, and it's amazing to have you guys be a part of the Apex community. What is your message to Japan right now?
日本のファンの皆様はとっても情熱的で、ファンの皆様に伝えたいメッセージはありますか？
まあいっぱい言いたいことはありますけど、そうですね、ウィナーズ1位通過というのがまず初めてですし、チームメンバーの2人もまだファイナルにも出たことないメンバーでここまでのいい結果を残せたので、ファイナル優勝を目指して頑張ります。応援お願いします。
I have so much to say, but we won winners bracket, first place, and now me and my teammates, the two teammates who have never been to finals, we're really looking forward to winning it all, and we all thank you for your support.
Crowd, make some noise. Ray Day, take it away.
Thank you, Peeps. Thank you, Yuka F, and our lovely translator. It's so great to be able to have these moments where we can, from across the globe, feel so connected and in the same place with all of the fans interacting as well. All right, let's bring those series leaderboards up yet again, because this really tells the story of what ended up occurring and now where we're going, because none of these teams, the luxury of being in the winner's bracket is none of these teams are out, which means we have one more set to go. The teams on the left, they're going to make it, and they're going to wait in Sunday. Teams on the right, they're going to have to play. I'm going to start with you, Lauren. Big takeaway from this. What are you looking towards? What are you looking forward to or ahead on in these teams?
The biggest takeaway for me is the fact that now our second elimination bracket is going to be painfully stacked. You've got Alliance, you have SSG, you have TSM and Red Rams, who we watched go up against each other in groups. Complexity, Furia. I mean, this might be one of the most difficult Elim 2 rounds that we've ever seen.
SSG and TSM are both the teams getting contested by Red Rams, which makes this even harder for them and riskier, Hotsick. But what is your takeaway looking ahead?
So this actually might be a bit of a different take, even though obviously TSM and Red Rams are butting heads on Stormpoint, likewise SSG on World's Edge. There is actually a play. The worst case scenario for these teams was that Red Rams, for them at least, Red Rams makes the finals. That means they will be in the finals. This is going to be a chance for potentially Red Rams to eliminate TSM, SSG to eliminate Red Rams. It's going to be someone can potentially go home, and that contest won't exist anymore in the finals. So I think that's going to be a really interesting point. And it will be interesting to see if they even do contest or if there's just simply too much on the line to do it.
Great points. As we look ahead as well, I want to look right to my left and talk to Eric one last time to give us any big overview on it. You've seen the meta. You've seen how things have transpired. Weapons have been interesting. We've seen a lot of Havoc, a lot of Hemlock, a Nemesis, Volt. Obviously, we've seen a little iteration with the Lifelines, but let's go back to weapons for those who play and watch and grind ranked. I know many of you watching love playing Apex. What can you tell us about how you guys are feeling about the overall balance, and what are you thinking coming up in Upheaval to make some adjustments for?
We love what we see. We love what we're seeing here today. This meta is awesome. It's fun. Weapons are getting a chance to rise and shine in all of these ALGS matches that just haven't been happening before. And we've done lots of nerfs and buffs over the past few seasons, which has kind of made way for the Havoc to really shine.
Yeah.
We did some stuff a few seasons ago, or well, last season with Armor, where we took it off the ground and we added some more ammo packs on the ground, which has allowed energy weapons to really start to rise up in the meta. So we're seeing double, triple, even quad energy on a team now, which is just not something you saw before because of that ammo economy.
You know, one thing I wanted to say, have you been noticing some of our teams, especially from APAC North, have actually been using the triple take? This is not a weapon that's kind of meta in North America or EMEA, but APAC North seem to be very insistent on using it. Anything you could say, is this exciting to see this weapon as an off pick, or when you guys play test and you look at it, do you actually feel the triple take is quite strong and maybe just underutilized?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, three bullets are better than one. I mean, you get all those bullets on a head, it does insane damage for a marksman rifle, rivaling even sniper rifles.
Wow.
It's a good weapon, and I'm glad that people are seeing it. It's got great ballistics. It's got great close range when you get caught up in a pinch. It's a wonderful weapon.
Guys, anything for Eric while we got him here?
I'd be remiss if I did not ask on behalf of the comp scene, because I know I'm perfectly fine with where it's at. But are we going to see anything change with the Havoc in some time in the future?
I promise you we will see something change with the Havoc, because we're going to see something change with every weapon. We're always looking at it, we're balancing, we're tuning, we're tweaking. We're going to make this game fun forever.
Awesome. Love to hear it.
And I think change is one of the more exciting things as well. We saw it in Season 20, 100 new perks, Upheaval, a new legend, updates to Broken Moon. We've got solos coming in. What are you most looking forward to, Eric? I'll leave that to you as someone who designs the game, but also plays it as well.
I do. I mean, Alter. Like, how can you not be so excited for Alter? True breaching gameplay. You're going to go through walls. You're going to make a mess. It's going to be awesome. I'm so excited for what she's going to add to the gameplay scene.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very excited to see. I mean, she's going to be a new huge pick in comp, or in PUBG and ranked. I'd be very interested, and I think she has a lot of potential in comp, so I'm super excited for that. I mean, the offensive and defensive capabilities, she looks like she's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, thank you so much, Eric, for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you on. I love that this winner's bracket, we've been able to have 3 Respawn devs hang here in J Beebs and, of course, Eric. So shout them out, follow them on X. And, of course, remember, you can follow us on X at Play Apex Esports. That is where you keep up to date with everything we're doing. And also, I think we posted a couple of the skits that we've been doing throughout LAN from our amazing content team. Everyone behind the scenes, special shout out, Bravo, Lene, everybody's been working so hard on those, Marlena. It's been phenomenal to see that, so congratulations on all those moments. While we wait, though, we've got a little bit of time because as we reset, things become even more dire. Coming up, our last set of the day on Saturday, it is going to be a big one. 7 p.m. Set your timers. 45 minutes from now, we will be seeing the likes of TSM, SSG fighting for their lives. They could be going home tonight if they do not get the job done. Just 6 games will determine if you are seeing them in their match point finals and who that will leave a clear lane for to win on Sunday. All of that coming up and more live at the Galen Center in Los Angeles. We hope you stay with us. We'll see you in a bit.
We are here. I have to ask everybody, we're ready for some winners bracket action.
You're going to come in third against Dark Zero.
On fire, my whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire, never been before. Listen, man, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. Are they just gonna be able to shoot the fish in a barrel? As now they make their move, reach Liquidity, looking for another win here, and they will get it.
Right now, TSM 16th place. I mean, sorry.
Gets the fit, gets the armor swap.